Chapter 129. Ning Shu didn't want to fight to the death with this bun shop owner. It was completely meaningless. There was more than one bun shop. However, Yuelan acted as if the bun shop owner had dug up her ancestral grave. She fought with the owner and insisted on defending her dignity as a young lady. Ning Shu didn't know whether to be moved or to knock her out and drag her away. "You two thieves, how dare you steal my buns and yell at me, little beggars." The bun shop owner looked at Ning Shu and Yuelan, the two women. She rolled her eyes and slandered Ning Shu and Yuelan for stealing her buns. Yuelan's eyes widened. "You're talking nonsense. When did the young lady and I steal your buns? Shame on you." Ning Shu still didn't know what this shop owner was thinking. Ning Shu was a pig. Ning Shu thought about whether she should sit on the ground and cry. "What's going on?" A dignified and domineering voice sounded. When Ning Shu heard this voice, her whole body trembled. A person who even had background music when he spoke was definitely the male lead. Ning Shu looked in the direction of the voice with a pair of myopic eyes. She saw a man with a feathered crown sitting on the back of a horse. He was wearing a brocade robe and a translucent white jade pendant on his waist. He held the reins in his hand. He was a still picture of a handsome man. He was handsome and well-dressed, elegant and distinguished. This humble one greets the regent. The bun shop owner immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the regent. The prince regent was that prince. Ning Shu was speechless. She was really unlucky. She just came out to get some food. She didn't even take out the money and the bun shop owner chased her and Yuelan away. She even called them little beggars and accused them of stealing buns. Now that she met this prince, Ning Shu guessed that the next plot should be a hero saving the damsel in distress. The regent Luo Junyan. "What's going on?" Luo Junyan turned over and dismounted from the horse. His movements were noble and elegant. When Yuelan saw that someone was in charge, and that this person's status was not low, she quickly said, "This snobbish boss wrongly accused this servant and young miss of stealing her buns." "Miss?" Luo Junyan looked at Ning Shu, who was filthy and had messy hair. "Which family are you from?" "My miss is." Yuelan wanted to speak, but Ning Shu covered her mouth. Ning Shu coughed and pinched his neck. "I'm not a Mississippi." Ning Shu not only raised her voice, but also looked at Luo Junyan with a pair of myopic eyes. Since she was already so unkempt, she might as well pretend to be a little beggar. If she had a pair of clear eyes, wouldn't she be exposed? "We'll be leaving first." Ning Shu pulled Yuelan and hurriedly left. "Wait a minute." Luo Junyan stopped Ning Shu and said, "You haven't even gotten to the bottom of this matter. Are you willing to bear the crime of theft?" Ning Shu wanted to say that she didn't care at all. She didn't steal any buns at all. The male lead was really too free to care about the buns. The attraction between the male and female leads was undeniable. The plot always brought them together. "Tell me, did the two of them steal your buns?" Luo Junyan looked at the bun shop owner indifferently. Under Luo Junyan's aura, the owner trembled and couldn't even speak clearly. Ning Shu completely understood. This bun shop owner was the NPC that allowed her and Luo Junyan to meet, the NPC that allowed Luo Junyan to save the damsel in distress. Ning Shu's heart went numb. The plot was indeed powerful. She hadn't been sent to Luo Junyan by Situ Qingyu yet. She had snuck out to look for something to eat, and in the end, she met the male lead. No wonder Mu Yen Luo couldn't escape these men for 3 lifetimes. Haha. I want to hear the truth. There are so many people here. If you dare to lie, you can go to jail. Luo Junyan's voice was very authoritative, making people want to submit to him. The bun shop owner knelt on the ground, his face pale. He stuttered and said, "They didn't steal the buns. This commoner is framing them." You're really bad." "I knew it." Yuelan was full of contempt for the shop owner. Ning Shu said, "Now the truth is out. Miss, how do you think we should punish this black-hearted shop owner?" Ning Shu's eyes widened, but she didn't say anything. "Miss, don't be afraid. I'll make the decision for you," Luo Zhenyan said calmly. When he said this, he was very tall and gave people a sense of security that they could rely on. It was very tempting. Ning Shu didn't feel anything. She said to the bun shop owner in a sharp voice, "Pack up all the buns. Yuelan, keep the buns and let's go." "Okay." Yuelan hurriedly put away all the buns in the drawer. "Oh my, young lady, I'm just running a small business." The bun shop owner frowned and looked at Ning Shu pitifully. "I took a fancy to your buns because I think highly of you. You falsely accused me of stealing your buns. You should be happy that I didn't send you to prison." Ning Shu didn't have the kindness and tolerance that a female lead should have. She was completely like a dog relying on its master's power, arrogant and despotic. Sigh. The bun shop owner sighed and looked like he was suffering but couldn't say anything. It made Ning Shu feel that she was still a big villain, wearing the female lead's skin and courting death. In the plot, these men all fell in love with the kind female lead. After a torturous relationship, they were all charmed by the female lead. Now that she had become so vicious and arrogant, would the male lead still love her? Ning Shu turned her head, wanting to see Luo Zhenyan's expression. Disgust? Contempt? In the end, she met Luo Zhenyan's half-smile and amused gaze. Ning Shu clutched her chest and almost vomited blood. She was already humiliating herself like this. She couldn't be a kind female lead at all. Was this idiot's eyes covered with shit? "Miss, the buns are packed." Yuelan took away all the buns. Yuelan and Ning Shu were both holding buns in their hands. Ning Shu was still eating a bun. Her face was dirty, and coupled with the way she was wolfing down her food, she looked extremely ugly. "Miss, are you leaving just like that?" Luo Zhenyan stopped Ning Shu again. Ning Shu was very impatient and said coldly, "What do you want?" "I'm your savior. You're leaving just like that?" Luo Zhenyan frowned, his aura domineering. Ning Shu thought for a moment and took out a bun for Luo Zhenyan to repay him for helping her out. However, the bun accidentally fell on the ground and rolled twice. Ning Shu smiled apologetically and hurriedly picked up the bun on the ground. She wiped it on her clothes and stuffed it into Luo Zhenyan's mouth, saying, "Take this bun as your reward for helping me." The bun fell on the ground and then rubbed against his dusty clothes. Luo Zhenyan hurriedly spat out the bun in his mouth, feeling disgusted. Chapter 130. Luo Zhenyan frowned. "No one has ever treated me like this. Woman, you successfully pissed me off." When Luo Zhenyan spoke, his mouth tasted like a stuffed bun. Ning Shu and Yuelan took a step back at the same time, distancing themselves from him. "Then what do you want? Could it be that you want this little girl to repay you with her body?" Ning Shu pulled Yuelan away. Luo Zhenyan looked at the backs of the two women and muttered, "Interesting, interesting." He was the Prince Regent. Women would throw themselves at him when they saw him, but this woman had such an attitude. She wanted to welcome him but rejected him. Yuelan ate the bun and saw that Ning Shu's expression was not good. She said, "Miss, that person is really a good person. He even helped us out." "Good person?" Ning Shu sneered in her heart and said, "Eat your bun." Luo Zhenyan was not a good person. In the plot, he saw Mu Yenluo at the Prime Minister's residence and was shocked. He asked Situ Qingyu for Mu Yenluo. At that time, Mu Yenluo and Situ Qingyu had already slept together. When she was given to Luo Zhenyan, she was already pregnant. However, it was too early for Mu Yenluo to notice. With a beauty in his hands, he wanted to have a taste. Luo Zhenyan did not care about Mu Yenluo's dead heart and the pain of being betrayed by the person she loved. He immediately slept with Mu Yenluo, only to find out that she was no longer a virgin. He immediately pulled out heartlessly. It was an extreme insult to Mu Yenluo and he even whipped her. To Luo Zhenyan, he was a prince with a noble status and had slept with many women. In the end, Mu Yenluo ended up being called a chastity demon. It was a disgrace. Luo Junyan continued to torment Mu Yenluo. Luo Junyan felt that Mu Yenluo was an unclean and slutty woman. To think that he had been infatuated with Mu Yenluo's beauty. In the end, all he got was a broken shoe. Luo Junyan never thought that Mu Yenluo, a woman, could not control her own fate. She was raped by Situ Qingyu and did not even have the strength to resist. Luo Junyan would only blame Mu Yenluo for losing her virginity. His pride as a man made Luo Junyan furious, and he vented all his anger on Mu Yenluo. Later, when he found out that Mu Yenluo was pregnant with a bastard's child, he was so angry that he wanted to die. He immediately fucked Mu Yenluo cruelly, causing her to have a miscarriage. Luo Junyan did not stop his assault on Mu Yenluo. Instead, he stared at the blood and became even more excited. He felt an unprecedented excitement. It was a pity that Mu Yenluo had suffered. She had lost her child and was raped by someone else. She couldn't be more miserable and had almost died. But the female lead would be fine no matter how much he tortured her. The prince carried the unconscious Mu Yenluo and roared at the imperial physicians, "You must cure her. If you can't, you will be buried with her." The female lead's body was like a poison. As long as they had sex, a man's heart would only have the female lead. After having sex with other women, they would lose interest. They were just short of impotence. Although Mu Yenluo had been cured, her heart was already riddled with holes. She had been betrayed by her lover, lost her child, and was raped by another man. Mu Yenluo was a woman from ancient times and valued her chastity very much. But fate was cruel. Mu Yenluo hated Luo Junyan to the core and started a torturous love story. But Luo Junyan was infatuated with the female lead's body. Moreover, he always chose to do it when Mu Yenluo was on her period. He was infatuated with the feeling of fighting a bloody battle. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. In terms of perversion, even a general could not compare to the prince. Therefore, when Ning Shu heard Yulan say that the prince was a good person, he almost vomited blood. Both of them were rapists. How could they be considered good people? Basically, every time Mu Yenluo met a man, she would be tortured to a pulp. But the man was infatuated with Mu Yenluo's body. What a filthy world. It felt like the entire world was filled with hormones. Ning Shu ate 5 buns in a row and burped. Yulan asked Ning Shu, "Miss, where should we go now?" "Go back." Ning Shu hammered her chest. Damn it, she felt like she was choking on a bun. She had to hurry back to the Prime Minister residence to drink water. Yulan looked at Ning Shu in astonishment. "Miss, we managed to escape with great difficulty. Why do we have to go back?" "Miss is born with a countenance as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. Going back is like entering a wolf's den. This servant is determined not to let Miss return." Ning Shu said, "Your Miss feels very thirsty. Let's go back to the Prime Minister residence to drink water." Yulan sighed in melancholy and followed Ning Shu back to the Prime Minister residence. If I had known that Miss had suffered so much, this servant would have advised Miss to leave with Master. Ning Shu thought that even if she left with Prime Minister Mu, they would still be separated. Da-da-da, the sound of horse hooves mixed with neat footsteps came from afar and sounded on the street. Ning Shu was slightly dazed and saw Situ Qingyu riding a horse with a group of soldiers behind him. Situ Qingyu sat on the horse and looked down at Ning Shu. Seeing that Ning Shu had a lot of buns in her arms, he waved to the guards behind him and said indifferently, "Send this general's captive back." Immediately, several imperial bodyguards prepared to step forward and capture Ning Shu and Yulan. Ning Shu's tiger-like body immediately trembled as she unruly and tyrannically shouted, "Are you blind? You actually dare to touch this young miss? Do you believe that this young miss will chop off your hands? That's right. Are you blind?" Yulan immediately chimed in. After being yelled at by Ning Shu, the guards did not dare to go forward to capture Ning Shu for a moment and looked at Situ Qingyu. When Situ Qingyu saw Ning Shu's arrogant and despotic look, disgust flashed in his eyes. His tone was mocking and teasing. "Miss Mu, do you want to ride with this general? As Situ Qingyu spoke, he extended his hand and invited Ning Shu to get on his horse. Ning Shu must be out of her mind to ride on the same horse as this person. Ning Shu said indifferently, this miss will walk on her own. Ha ha ha. Situ Qingyu smiled indifferently. In that case, you can run with the group. Aren't you very fast? What if you can't keep up with the group? Situ Qingyu pointed at Yulan. This girl beside you will become a military prostitute. Mississippi, Yulan's voice trembled as she looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. Ning Shu immediately said, don't worry, your miss can keep up with the group. It's fine. Men, tie her up. Situ Qingyu smiled at Ning Shu, revealing his white teeth. This general will personally lead her. Ning Shu was speechless. What was wrong with her? A guard took out a rope and tied it around Ning Shu's wrist. He tightened it and tied a knot before handing the other end of the rope to Situ Qingyu. You can run behind this general. If you can't run fast enough, this general can only drag you along. That would be a pity for your porcelain skin, Situ Qingyu said indifferently as if he was saying that the weather today was not very good. Chapter 131. When Ning Shu heard that this bastard was going to drag her along, she ran behind with her own 2 legs. If she couldn't run fast enough, she would be dragged along. If she rubbed against the ground, she might even lose her life, not to mention her skin. This was definitely revenge for her spitting on him. As a general, being spat on, even with Situ Qingyu's overflowing self-esteem, he would still kill her. She was wrong. How could Luo Zhenyan compare to Situ Qingyu's perverted personality? There was always someone better. Situ Qingyu's mentality was definitely more twisted than Luo Zhenyan's. It's not too late to beg for mercy, Miss Mu. You don't seem to realize your status. You're no longer the daughter of the high and mighty Prime Minister, but my captive. I can decide your life and death, so don't do anything that makes me unhappy. Situ Qingyu's pupils trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he appeared to be. He was probably angry inside. Ning Shu hated this man to death. So what if he was capable? He only knew how to bully women and children. What was so great about him? Ning Shu called out to 2333 in his heart. 2333, give me a gun. I want to kill this bastard. Ning Shu, moi, you have a gun. 2333's voice rang in Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu was very happy. Then give it to me quickly. I can't stand this bastard. Sure, 2000 points. You don't have any points, so you can't exchange for it, 2333 said directly. Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said word by word, I'll pay on credit. Sorry, you can't use firearms or similar firearms. If you take out something that transcends time, it will cause chaos in space and affect the stability of the entire plane. 2333 guided him patiently. Your role is to repair the plane, not destroy it. Understand? Understand your ass. Ning Shu almost vomited blood. Ning Shu wanted to ask 2333 about other things, but suddenly a voice rang out. General Situ, what are you doing? When Ning Shu heard this voice, he immediately curled his lips. However, Yulan who was beside him was happy. Ning Shu said excitedly in a low voice, Miss, it's that prince from before. We are saved. Ning Shu glanced at her. You're too naive. Luo Zhenyan rode over. Seeing Ning Shu's hands tied up, he raised his eyebrows and asked Situ Qingyu, what did she do? Greetings, Your Highness. This female slave is my captive. She sneaked out of the residence and I've captured her, Situ Qingyu said to Luo Zhenyan in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Luo Zhenyan narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, since she is a female slave, how about you give her to me? His Majesty has just conquered Donghua Nation. It is time to pacify the people. General, you should not do such a cruel thing. Just give her to me. A murderous aura suddenly surged from Situ Qingyu's body. He was like a hedgehog that had encountered danger. The spikes on his body stood up. This is my female slave. I have no intention of giving her to you, Your Highness. Luo Zhenyan frowned imperceptibly. A huge sense of loss surged in his heart. Suddenly, he wanted this female slave very much. This feeling was very strange, but it was very strong. In addition, Sita Qingyu's attitude towards him was also very noble. He, Luo Zhenyan, was the regent. This butcher who only knew how to kill dared to disrespect him. This made Luo Zhenyan lose face. All the more he wanted this female slave. Ning Shu watched from the side. He thought that she was going to be disfigured. In the end, Luo Zhenyan jumped out. As expected, the female lead was blessed with luck. Her body was her capital. Without this seductive body, how could she be the female lead? Sita Qingyu refused to budge. Luo Zhenyan was even more frustrated. He wanted to grab Ning Shu and leave. However, when he saw the guards behind Sita Qingyu, Luo Zhenyan calmed down and said coldly, "Since General Situ is unwilling to give her up, then forget it." After saying this, Luo Zhenyan felt even more disappointed. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. This feeling was very sudden and made him very uncomfortable. It seemed that this feeling would not disappear after he got this female slave. "Are you willing to go with me?" Ning Shu asked. Sita Qingyu also looked at Ning Shu. Sita Qingyu pursed his lips and looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. Ning Shu also had a voice in his heart telling him to go with this prince. This prince would protect her. Go with him. He was a good person. He even helped to teach the greedy bun shop owner a lesson. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. This was the plot. From the Prime Minister's residence to the prince's residence. There was a slight change in the plot. Sita Qingyu did not hand her over to Luo Zhenyan, but gave her the choice. Deep down, he wanted her to go with the prince. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. "You want me to go with Luo Zhenyan? I will not go with him." Ning Shu said, "I am the general's female slave. Of course, I will follow the general." Sita Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan were stunned. Sita Qingyu's face flashed with surprise. He thought that Ning Shu would go with the regent. Disappointment appeared on Luo Zhenyan's face. He wanted to say something, but Ning Shu said directly, "I am the general's woman in life and the general's ghost in death." Sita Qingyu's eyes trembled. He was more confused. Luo Zhenyan's face was cold. He pulled the reins and turned to leave. He even turned back to look at Ning Shu. His gaze was strange. After Luo Zhenyan left, Sita Qingyu looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Is what you said just now true?" Ning Shu rolled his eyes at him and asked, "What?" Sita Qingyu's face instantly twisted. "I wanted to untie you, but now it seems that there is no need. Let's go." Sita Qingyu pulled the reins. Ning Shu could only follow. "Hurry up." Sita Qingyu pulled the reins. Ning Shu stumbled forward and hurriedly sped up. Ning Shu was glad that Sita Qingyu did not let the horse run. If that was the case, her 2 legs would not be able to outrun the horse's 4 legs. Ning Shu walked back to the Prime Minister's residence with 2 legs. Yuelan, who was beside him, looked at Ning Shu with heartache. She looked at Sita Qingyu, who was sitting on the horse, with disgust. When they reached the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, Sita Qingyu got off the horse and walked to Ning Shu. He untied the reins on Ning Shu's wrists and said sarcastically, "Miss Mu really knows how to seduce men. You just went out of the residence and seduced the Prince Regent to bring you back to the residence." He said it as if he was jealous. "TSK TSK." Ning Shu moved his wrist, which was not circulating blood. Sita Qingyu saw that Ning Shu ignored him and went straight into the Prime Minister's residence. He walked over and grabbed Ning Shu's wrist. His other hand pressed against the wall behind Ning Shu. It was an extremely ambiguous position. Chapter 132. Sita Qingyu's body exuded a strong aura of hostility. After the cabinet, he almost hugged Ning Shu in his arms. When he looked down at her from above, it made her heart beat wildly. Ning Shu, oh, this position? She didn't expect to be flirted with as the female lead. But could it be someone else? She was flirted with by a psychopath. She felt very depressed. Situ Qingyu was indeed an expert at controlling people's emotions. He had been so cruel just now, tying her up and dragging her away. Now, he was acting in such an ambiguous and domineering manner. It was so hot and cold that one couldn't control it at all. But Ning Shu only wanted to have a gun and shoot this guy in the head. Situ Qingyu said faintly, his tone still at a loss. Is what you said before true? You're my man. Even in life and death? It's fake, Ning Shu said without thinking. Situ Qingyu's expression instantly turned ugly. Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 30. 2,333 reported. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Seeing Situ Qingyu's hurt expression, if it was the female lead, her heart would probably ache. After all, the female lead was so hot and kind. Ning Shu said, why would I like a person who kills people like scything flax? You have a dark mind. I'd rather like a dog than a person like you. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu maliciously. You're lighting the fire. Was the next sentence, you're responsible for extinguishing the fire you started? Look, there's an idiot over there. Ning Shu pointed behind Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu frowned and looked at Ning Shu. There really is an idiot. Turn around and look, Ning Shu said with certainty. Situ Qingyu turned his head. Ning Shu immediately crawled under his arm and ran away with Yulan. Situ Qingyu was speechless. Ning Shu and Yulan ran back to the embroidery building. Yulan panted as she placed the steamed buns in her arms on the table. Ning Shu asked, Miss, why didn't you go with that prince and return to this wolf's den? Miss, this servant really doesn't understand what Miss is thinking. What's the difference? One was a wolf's den while the other was a tiger's den. Ning Shu drank a large cup of water and picked up a bun to eat. He said, your miss has her reasons. Pung. A black shadow jumped in through the window and rolled on the ground twice. The black shadow rolled in front of Ning Shu's feet and Ning Shu kicked him twice. The secret guard hurriedly got up from the ground and picked up the bun on the table to eat. Wearing black clothes in broad daylight with a scarf around his neck, there must be something wrong with his head. When I blew the whistle, where did you run off to? Didn't you hear it? Ning Shu said grumpily. But seeing the shadow guards appear, Ning Shu felt a sense of security. She never realized that the female lead could be so fragile. The secret guard stuffed the steamed buns into his mouth and said, I heard it. I was healing my injuries and I saw that Miss was fine, so I didn't appear. What kind of secret guard was this? He wasn't handsome but was so willful. He ran faster than anyone when fighting and immediately appeared when eating. What was the use of raising this kind of secret guard? Stop eating. What will we eat after you finish eating? Yulan, put away the steamed buns. Ning Shu said grumpily. You're a secret guard. You can't even get food for yourself? You even came to steal the food that we two weak women worked so hard to get. You're shameless. Ning Shu was speechless at this unreliable secret guard. The secret guard swallowed the steamed bun and covered his face with the black scarf, revealing a square forehead and a pair of eyes. Ning Shu felt very anxious when he saw this. He felt that this unimportant cannon fodder looked really casual. Miss, if there's anything, just blow the whistle. I'll appear immediately. Secret guard Ning Shu said. The moment he opened his mouth, there was the smell of leeks. Ning Shu was speechless. She had also blown it. The last time she wanted the shadow guard to get her and Yulan some food, she was almost out of breath. This guy didn't even come out. It was clear that this shadow guard was not reliable at all. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then took out a silver note and said, take this money and send some food to Yulan and me every day. Also, go buy food. Don't wear black clothes anymore. Go, I don't want to see you now. Ning Shu waved his hand. The secret guard stuffed the silver note into his arms. Ning Shu said again, go to the bank to exchange for some broken silver. Don't take the silver note directly to buy things. The secret guard nodded and said, I understand. Ning Shu, he felt that this guy was unreliable. The secret guard jumped out of the window again and disappeared. In the evening, Situ Qingyu came over and prepared a large table of delicacies for Ning Shu. Ning Shu was vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. After eating it, would he want to roll around with her? Bah, this old lady despises you. What haven't I eaten before? Situ Qingyu looked down at Ning Shu and said as if he was giving alms, this is the food I prepared for you. Throw away your steamed bun. Ning Shu shook her head. I still like steamed buns. I used to eat too many delicacies, but now I've changed my taste. I like to eat steamed buns. Situ Qingyu sneered. Is it because of the regent that you like steamed buns so much? I heard that the regent helped you out, so you like to eat steamed buns now. Ning Shu, this brain hole, this logic, no one else, she ate steamed buns purely because they were free. When Situ Qingyu saw Ning Shu's silence, it was obvious that she had acquiesced to his words. His eyes turned red and he roared, Mu Yen Luo, how dare you look down on this general? You have to eat today whether you want to or not. Ding, abuse points, 5. Current abuse points, 35. 2333, Ning Shu was not used to the system having such a strong presence at all. The previous system was silent from beginning to end, but the updated system kept popping up from time to time, which annoyed Ning Shu to no end. As if sensing Ning Shu's annoyance, 2333 felt wronged and said, I'm letting you know the progress of the mission. How can you dislike me so much? I'm so sad, sob sob sob. Ning Shu heard the system's cries and shuddered. Fuck, this system is so cheap. Ning Shu basically did not do anything, and then the abuse points reached 35. These abuse points were all caused by Situ Qingyu's own self-abuse. He was sensitive and had an inferiority complex. Any action could make Situ Qingyu feel uncomfortable, and any action could touch the darkness in his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sure enough, he couldn't be the male lead if there was nothing wrong with him. Ning Shu raised her chin and looked at the dishes on the table. She said disdainfully, this is nothing. I used to eat these every day, and I've long been sick of them. Now that you're taking these out, it's a disgrace. Situ Qingyu's face was livid. He looked at Ning Shu and said maliciously, every time I see you acting so high and mighty, I want to trample on your pride and make you crawl under my feet. He had an inferiority complex, but he couldn't bear to see others being proud. Chapter 133. In the end, Situ Qingyu was so angry that he flipped the table. The dishes and plates on the table fell to the ground. Broken porcelain and all kinds of vegetable soup were mixed together. It was a mess. Damn, so what if you're strong? I can still flip the table if I master a peerless martial art. Guard this courtyard well. Don't send food inside. Situ Qingyu roared at the guard at the door, then turned to Ning Shu and said coldly, since you don't want to eat, don't eat in the future. Ning Shu snorted proudly and looked at Situ Qingyu with contempt and pity. Situ Qingyu's aura became violent and he said maliciously, you don't want your eyes anymore. How dare you look at me like that? Situ Qingyu sneered and said, it's said that you can get a woman's heart if you get her body. Don't be so proud now. When I get on top of you, you'll cry and beg me to get on top of you. Ning Shu was speechless. Situ Qingyu walked toward Ning Shu with lust in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to rape Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Situ Qingyu without changing his expression and said indifferently, you smell like leftovers. When Situ Qingyu flipped the table just now, the soup spilled on him. Situ Qingyu's face was livid. Mu Yen Luo, you've challenged my patience time and time again. I'll make you pay the price. With that, he turned and left. Ning Shu curled her lips. She was really an extremely arrogant person, but at the same time, she was also an extremely self-abased person. Situ Qingyu didn't let anyone send food to the embroidery building. Sure enough, no one sent food in for several days. Ning Shu and Yuelan ate steamed buns every day. Sometimes, the square-faced shadow guard would bring in some food. Ning Shu's life was comfortable. Situ Qingyu thought that Mu Yanluo would come back to beg him, but she didn't come for several days. Seeing Ning Shu alive and kicking, Situ Qingyu sneered. This woman still had a shadow guard. Situ Qingyu said maliciously, "If I kill your secret guard, what will you rely on?" Ning Shu chuckled and refused to talk to the lunatic. Situ Qingyu's expression turned cold. "I really don't know what you're so proud of. You're no longer the Prime Minister's daughter or the noble lady of Donghua Nation. You're my captive, my slave. Your life is in my hands. What you should do now is to please me and offer me your body instead of disobeying me like this. The consequences may not be something you can bear." Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu from above. Ning Shu was speechless. He felt too good about himself. Situ Qingyu saw that Ning Shu was stubborn and wanted to force himself on Ning Shu. Ning Shu blew the whistle without hesitation. A shadow guard in black jumped in through the window. Situ Qingyu looked at the guard coldly. "If I don't kill you today, I won't be Situ." The two of them fought together. This time, the guard didn't run away first. Instead, he fought with Situ Qingyu and used his true abilities. It seemed that he was evenly matched with Situ Qingyu. "General, the regent is here. He's waiting for you in the front hall." The guard outside the door shouted to Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu was slightly stunned. The shadow guard took advantage of this and slapped Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu groaned and covered his chest. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at the shadow guard and Ning Shu. "Very good, very good." The shadow guard jumped out of the window and ran away. Situ Qingyu glanced at Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu patted her chest and said, "I've finally dodged a calamity. Miss, let's get out of here. It's too dangerous," Yuelan said with a pale face. Ning Shu let out a long breath. After a while, a maid came over to Ning Shu and said, "The general asked you to go to the front hall. His Highness wants to see you. The general said that you should dress sloppily." Luo Zhenyan wanted to see her. "Dress sloppily? Yuelan, come and help me dress up. Make me as beautiful as possible," Ning Shu said to Yuelan. Yuelan immediately said, "Okay." Yuelan hoped that the regent could take her miss away from here. The maid heard Ning Shu's words and quickly said, "The general said that you should dress sloppily and put some dust on your face." Ning Shu and Yuelan ignored her. Under Yuelan's skillful hands, Ning Shu looked at her own face. She was so beautiful that she didn't dare to look directly at it. Ning Shu felt that he was about to be mesmerized by this face. The maid looked at Ning Shu in a daze, then shook her head and said, "You can't do this. The general will kill you." "It's okay. Lead the way." Ning Shu clamped her buttocks tightly, not allowing her waist to sway. She walked towards the front hall elegantly. Ning Shu walked into the front hall. The atmosphere was not very good. Situ Qingyu's face was cold and Luo Zhenyan had a faint smile. The conversation between the two was very unpleasant. Seeing Ning Shu come in, Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan were stunned. Situ Qingyu's face immediately darkened. He knew that the regent came from Mu Yanluo and told her not to stand out too much. But now, she was so beautiful. Cold and charming, with exquisite makeup. Situ Qingyu's heart was full of anger. He looked at Ning Shu as if he was looking at his prey, as if he would be torn apart by Ning Shu in the next moment. Luo Zhenyan looked at Ning Shu, his eyes full of amazement. His gaze was domineering and lingering, and there was a kind of determination in his eyes. He didn't expect this female slave to be so beautiful. She was really devastatingly beautiful. No wonder Situ Qingyu was unwilling to give her to him. Cough, cough. Do you still remember me? Luo Zhenyan asked. He walked in front of Ning Shu. There was a smell of ambergris on his body and a strong masculine aura that made people's hearts tremble. Ning Shu was now pretending to be noble and cold, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely rough. Who are you? Luo Zhenyan was stunned when he heard such a coarse voice. He felt that it was too out of place. Such a beautiful person should have a soft and gentle voice. It was charming, affectionate, and melodious. What's wrong with your voice? Are you injured? Luo Zhenyan asked with a frown. Don't worry. I will heal your voice. Ning Shu raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. Seeing that Ning Shu didn't speak, Luo Zhenyan said eagerly, Have you forgotten? Bun, do you still remember Bun? We met at the bun shop. Ning Shu pursed her lips. When they were at the bun shop, she didn't have any image at all. How could Luo Zhenyan be so sure that it was her? Sure enough, he had taken a fancy to Mu Yenluo's beauty, but after getting her, he treated her like dirt, raped her, and sexually abused her. Basically, when Mu Yenluo was on her period, it was Luo Zhenyan's exclusive time. What a unique taste. Leave, Situ Qingyu said coldly to Ning Shu. Before Ning Shu could speak, Luo Zhenyan said, Situ Qingyu, I am here to take her away today. Situ Qingyu sneered. Your Highness, she belongs to me now. Are you going to snatch her away? Oh, hee. Was he going to snatch her away now? Chapter 134. Situ Qingyu didn't want Ning Shu and Luo Zhenyan to leave at all. This was somewhat different from the plot. Ning Shu understood after thinking for a while. Situ Qingyu hadn't gotten her body yet. What he couldn't get was good. If he got it too easily, he wouldn't cherish it. Now, there was a prince regent who obviously had bad intentions. His status was higher than his power was greater than his, and he was as handsome as him. Situ Qingyu immediately felt a sense of crisis in his heart. For the sake of his male dignity, he had to go all out. Food was for the fragrance, and women were for the beauty. Humans were indeed despicable. Luo Zhenyan said domineeringly, Such a beauty should be taken good care of and not suffer under the hands of a butcher like you. General Situ, don't you think you're going overboard by tying her up and parading her through the streets in public? She's my slave. I can do whatever I want. What does it have to do with your highness? Situ Qingyu said with a cold face. I've said it before. She's mine from now on. Even if she's a slave, I can still give her a noble status. Situ Qingyu, remember your status. What right do you have to fight with me? Luo Zhenyan said with disdain. Situ Qingyu hated people who looked down on him the most. Now that Luo Zhenyan was using his status to look down on him and oppress him, Situ Qingyu's face instantly turned ugly. Then what does your highness want? I, Situ Qingyu, will accompany you to the end. Situ Qingyu's face stiffened, and he didn't give in. Ning Shu watched the two men fight from the side. As the person involved, she didn't have the right to speak. It was quite miserable. Ning Shu immediately looked at the two of them with a teary expression. She grabbed the clothes by her chest and looked like she was hurt. She said sadly, You can do this. I'm a human, not a thing. I have my own thoughts. Why are you fighting over me? Can't you show me some respect? Ning Shu wiped her tears and ran away with small steps, not caring if the people in the room were fighting or being gay. Miss, wait for this servant. Yulan immediately chased after Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked back and saw that the little girl was running very fast. He quickly increased his speed. Yulan shouted from behind, Miss, wait for this servant. Ning Shu was really tired from running. She held onto the railing and gasped for breath. Yulan almost fainted. She gasped for breath and asked, Miss, why are you running so fast? You chased me with all your might. How could I not run? Ning Shu said. I'll just treat it as training my body. The two returned to the embroidery building. Ning Shu poured a large glass of water. Yuelan pursed her lips and asked, Miss, why didn't you go with the regent? The regent is much better than this general. This general even beat people. Situ Qingyu was a violent maniac. Ning Shu propped up her chin and looked at Yuelan. She lifted her chin with her finger and said rudely, Little girl, you're not bad looking. Miss, I'm serious. Besides, I'm not as good looking as you. Miss stays in the boudoir, but your reputation has spread throughout the Donghua nation. Yuelan said shyly. Reputation? Bah, it was reputation. It made every man want to sleep with Mu Yanluo, the most beautiful woman in the world. All right, I know what I'm doing. Why did your square-faced brother bring food? Ning Shu touched her stomach and felt a little hungry. Miss, what are you talking about? What square-faced brother? The secret guard is not my brother at all. Yuelan immediately said, I don't have such an ugly brother. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu turned around and saw the secret guard climbing the window and entering the room. He probably heard what Yuelan said. The secret guard threw the food on the table and snorted at Yuelan. She was talking behind someone's back and was heard by someone. Yuelan blushed and didn't say anything. Ning Shu comforted her and said, Yuelan was just joking. You're not ugly. You're unique. I've never seen such a square face like yours. What a square face, so square. I reckon you're the only one in the world who looks like this. You should be proud. The secret guard was speechless. The secret guard glanced at Ning Shu and Yuelan with his exposed eyes and jumped out of the window. Yuelan was a little uneasy. She asked Ning Shu, who was eating a chicken, Miss, the secret guard won't be angry and ignore us because we said he's ugly. Ning Shu sucked the meat on her finger and said calmly, It's okay. I just comforted him. Yuelan looked at Ning Shu. Miss, were you comforting him? I think you're rubbing salt on his wound. It was unknown if it was because of Ning Shu's declaration that she was the female lead, but Situ Qingyu looked at her with a complicated gaze. Ning Shu's intestines were in a knot, but her face was noble and cold. I'm so cold and fragile. Do you have the heart to hurt me? Now that Situ Qingyu didn't restrict Ning Shu's movements, he allowed her to wander around the Prime Minister's residence. When it was time for dinner, someone sent food over. Yuelan was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand the feeling of going from hell to heaven. Not only was Yuelan dumbfounded, but Ning Shu was also baffled. Could it be that Situ Qingyu was going to take the warm route? Or was it because of her deafening declaration? However, Ning Shu didn't refuse food. She also accepted the jewelry that Situ Qingyu sent over. Then, she turned around and asked the secret guard to sell them for money. After this stop at the Prime Minister's residence, she still had to travel around the world to visit the imperial merchant's residence. Then, she still had to find a teacher in the remote countryside, a divine doctor who liked to live in the forest, and the leader of the demonic sect who lived halfway up the mountain like a caveman. What was she going to do if she didn't have money? However, the secret guard didn't get much money. Ning Shu suspected that Situ Qingyu didn't send fake goods, or that the secret guard was a fool who was forced to be fooled. Ning Shu stood in the pavilion and looked at Situ Qingyu who was practicing his sword outside. Petals swirled in the air, the sound of the sword resounded, and the light of the sword flashed. Coupled with the beautiful man Situ Qingyu, it was as beautiful as a painting. There should be a beauty playing the zither in such a scene, but Ning Shu didn't know how to play the zither at all. Situ Qingyu stopped his moves, and Ning Shu immediately applauded. General, you've really played a cheap trick. Situ Qingyu and Ning Shu smiled faintly. Their forehead was slightly sweaty. When they smiled like this, they felt as if the school hunk was walking toward them with a basketball in his arms. It had a strong smell of hormones. Mu Yanluo, this general wants to ask you. Are you willing to accompany this general? Situ Qingyu asked Ning Shu in a deep voice. The current Situ Qingyu seemed to have restrained his hostility and ruthlessness. He looked masculine and valiant, with a thin waist and narrow buttocks, especially able to make a woman's heart ripple. Ning Shu was even more puzzled. Why did he suddenly change his style? Ning Shu asked, Why? Why are you suddenly treating me so well? I feel overwhelmed by the favor and my heart trembles. I'm afraid you're going to do something to me. Situ Qingyu was speechless. Chapter 135. Situ Qingyu wasn't the only one who became more attentive to Ning Shu. Even Luo Zhenyan came to the Prime Minister's residence every day to deliver things. They were all treasures and valuable trinkets. Ning Shu was even more confused. These two people were wooing her. Ning Shu covered her face with her hands. She didn't expect that someone with less than 5 points of charm would suddenly be wooed one day. She didn't get this kind of treatment when she was cannon fodder. But soon, Ning Shu couldn't be bothered anymore. The secret guard said to Ning Shu directly, These two people are making a bet to see who you will fall in love with. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. Alright, I overheard it. Ning Shu felt heartbroken. After all this time, it was Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan who made a bet that the beauty's heart would belong to whoever could win her heart. Ning Shu was speechless. Indeed, a dog can't change its spots. She freaking thought that she had become charming just because she was wearing the female lead's skin. It was all because of the attraction between the male and female leads. It had nothing to do with her personal charm. Now, Luo Zhenyan was loitering in front of her again. Ning Shu looked at Luo Zhenyan in front of her silently. His expression was that of a domineering CEO, making Ning Shu's balls hurt. Woman, come with me. I can give you a noble status and a richer life. Luo Zhenyan reached out his hand to Ning Shu. I will love you dearly. I heard that there are more than 30 concubines in the prince's residence. If I go to the prince's residence, won't they eat me up? Ning Shu looked terrified and helpless. She shook her head and said, There aren't that many women here. I'm willing to scatter my harem for you. I only want you, Luo Zhenyan said excitedly. Luo Zhenyan said agitatedly. His saliva almost splashed onto Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu hurriedly covered her face with a handkerchief, revealing a pair of watery eyes. But this little girl doesn't dare to believe your highness. What about those girls who were chased away? From now on, this prince will only have you as his woman. This prince will not touch other women. You don't have to care about those women. This prince will give them a sum of money, enough for them to live on, Ning Shu said affectionately. Ning Shu, fuck, what a scumbag. Fuck you. You chased me away just like that. This scumbag. Ning Shu's heart was filled with loathing for this person. He had never thought about how these women would live. This was the ancient times where hierarchy was strict. Even if the female lead Mu Yen Luo and the 7 dwarves lived happily together, they had to find a place to live in seclusion and not in the open. Ning Shu picked up the cup on the stone table and splashed it on Luo Zhenyan's face. Scumbag, wash away your filthy soul. Ah, what's wrong with my hand? Why can't I control it? Sob, sob, sob. Ning Shu wiped his tears and ran out of the pavilion, ignoring Luo Zhenyan's shocked face. Miss, wait for this servant. Wait for this servant. Yuelan chased after Ning Shu. Miss, Ning Shu ran back to her embroidery building. Yuelan was almost out of breath from running. She stammered, Miss, why don't you wait for this servant every time? Ning Shu poured a cup of tea and took a deep breath. She said to Yuelan, Your miss is going to leave this place. What are your plans? This servant will follow Mississippi. This servant is Mrs. Person in life and will be Mrs. Ghost in death. Miss, please don't leave this servant behind. Yuelan's expression was heroic and stern. Ning Shu didn't want to be entangled with these two people anymore. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. But before she left, she had to teach the general and the prince a lesson. She didn't get raped by these two people. Half of the mission was completed. At least to some extent, she had avoided the plot. She couldn't delay any longer. If these two lost their patience and raped her, Ning Shu wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. Ning Shu took out the whistle that was tucked deep in her cleavage and blew it. After a while, a black-clothed and masked shadow guard came in through the window. Ning Shu looked at his disguise. It was bad enough that he was ugly, but how could he ruin himself like this? You're hopeless. Shadow guard, go prepare a carriage and some dry food. We're leaving. Ning Shu looked at the shadow guard seriously and said, the fates of the three of us are in your hands. Do your best. The shadow guard looked at Ning Shu. Why do you want to leave? I think these two are dragons and phoenixes. They both like you now. Why do you want to leave? You don't understand love at all. Ning Shu raised his chin. His face was melancholic and haggard. The shadow guard's eyes swept over Ning Shu's face and said disdainfully, you've lost your mind. Then, she jumped out of the window. Ning Shu was eating dinner when Situ Qingyu came. He sat across from Ning Shu and suddenly reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand. Immediately, Ning Shu felt that he had hair all over his body. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He just silently wanted to pull his hand back. Situ Qingyu held Ning Shu's hand tightly. Ning Shu tried to pull his hand back, but Situ Qingyu immediately let go of Ning Shu's hand. Then, with a slap, Ning Shu's hand hit his own face and then fell to the ground. Miss, are you okay? Yuelan immediately came up to help Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt that his butt was numb, but his face looked noble and indifferent. Ning Shu thought, this damn bitch. Why are you looking for me? Ning Shu secretly rubbed his butt. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu with a pair of blurred and painful eyes. This gaze made Ning Shu's body tremble. Oh my, what a touching gaze. Situ Qingyu wanted to hold Ning Shu's hand again, but Ning Shu immediately put his hand behind his back. Situ Qingyu said, Yan Luo, are you still angry at me for bullying you before? Is that why you're so cold to me now? Yes. Ning Shu shook his head and said, Yan Luo knows that the general doesn't like women. In the past, women made me eat shit and lick shoes. I've been abused a lot, so I can understand why the general treats me like this. However, Yan Luo feels wronged. After all, Yan Luo didn't have you, didn't make you eat shit, didn't make you lick shoes, didn't make you bark like a dog, didn't ride you like a horse, didn't treat you like a human, so Yan Luo feels wronged. Ding. Abuse points, 5, 10, 20. Current abuse points, 70. 2333 sounded very excited, although he didn't know why a mainframe would be so excited. Ning Shu saw that Situ Qingyu's face was trembling violently, and his eyes were red. When he looked at him, there was an uncontrollable murderous intent in his eyes. Ning Shu hurriedly widened his innocent eyes and covered his mouth with his hand. His face was full of guilt. He hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up. Even if you have a terrible past, in Yanluo's heart, the general will always be an indomitable spirit. What was an indomitable spirit for bullying a woman? Those women shouldn't have treated you like this in the past. You deserve it. If it was Yanluo wouldn't have treated you like this. She would have killed him. General, you won't blame me, right? I didn't mean to say these things. So what if he said it? Chapter 136. After being lectured by Ning Shu, Situ Qingyu forcibly suppressed the violence in his heart and wanted to grab Ning Shu's hand. However, Ning Shu's hand was behind her back, so he could only put his hand on Ning Shu's shoulder and said affectionately, Mu Yan Luo, I love you. Ning Shu suddenly showed a sour expression and grimaced. Situ Qingyu lowered his head and wanted to kiss Ning Shu. Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Ning Shu really wanted to vomit. He had said so much just to get his hands on her body. Ning Shu turned her head and avoided Situ Qingyu's lips. She said sadly, General, do you want Yan Luo? A trace of impatience flashed across Situ Qingyu's face. The bet he made with the regent was just a game of hunting, but this woman really put on airs, which made Situ Qingyu's heart churn with anger. Ning Shu naturally saw Situ Qingyu's unkind eyes, but she put on a silly and sweet expression and said loudly, General, please respect me. If you love me, you should respect me. We haven't gotten married yet, so you can't do such an impolite thing. Do you love my body? A trace of displeasure flashed across Situ Qingyu's face. He held Ning Shu's shoulder and said, I was attracted to you and couldn't help myself. I naturally respect you and will marry you in a palanquin. Just wait to become my wife. Ning Shu's teeth ached even more. She couldn't help but lower her head and show a look of disdain. She said shyly, Thank you, General. General, you can go first. I'm a little tired. Ning Shu turned and went into the room, closing the door with a bang. Situ Qingyu's face darkened. He snorted almost undetectably and turned to leave with his hands behind his back. Ning Shu saw Situ Qingyu leave through the crack in the door and couldn't help rubbing her cheeks. Situ Qingyu wanted to break the rules of the game. She would belong to whoever could win her heart. Situ Qingyu wanted to push her directly just now. Get lost. It seemed that he was going to leave this place. When Situ Qingyu got impatient, she would be waiting to be raped. The next night, Ning Shu prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes and several jars of fine wine. Then, she put a big bag of medicine in each of the jars. She rolled up her sleeves and put her hands into the jars. She stirred vigorously twice to let the medicine powder completely dissolve in the wine. After everything was ready, Ning Shu waited for Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan to come over with a noble and cold expression. Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan came together. When the two of them walked into the room, the whole room was lit up by their radiance. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. He was such a beauty, but he was a pervert. Please have a seat. I invited you to dinner today because I have something to tell you. Ning Shu politely asked Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan to sit down. Luo Zhenyan looked at Ning Shu and said, You're very beautiful today. Ning Shu smiled shyly and touched her face. She held her breath until her face turned red. Then, she said, Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. I don't deserve it. You're really beautiful. Yan Luo deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, Situ Qingyu said. Ning Shu lowered her head and smiled shyly again. She placed two big bowls in front of them and said, Yan Luo knows that I'm not beautiful. It's already Yan Luo's greatest fortune to be able to receive your highnesses and general's pity. As Ning Shu spoke, she poured wine into their bowls. Today, I invited the two of you here to tell you my true thoughts. Yan Luo, just say what you want to say, Luo Zhenyan said anxiously. Ning Shu held her breath again until her face turned red. Then, she stamped her foot shyly and said, Yan Luo really doesn't want to say it. You guys drink first. Luo Zhenyan was the first to finish the entire bowl of wine, not leaving a single drop behind. Situ Qingyu did not move. He was a man of war, so he was naturally extremely vigilant. Moreover, Situ Qingyu did not trust Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw that Luo Zhenyan had finished the wine and became even more shy. She lowered her head and said shyly, Your Highness, you're amazing. After drinking a bowl of wine, Luo Zhenyan's face was a little red. When he heard Ning Shu's words, he puffed out his chest. Ning Shu said, I'm a lord who's second only to you. I'll treat you well in the future. Ning Shu looked at Luo Zhenyan with sparkling eyes. She looked as if she loved him so much that she couldn't say it out loud. Situ Qingyu frowned and snorted. He also finished the wine in his bowl. Ning Shu immediately said, General, you're as amazing as His Highness. Ning Shu poured more wine for Situ Qingyu. General, you've been through countless battles and you're heroic. Yan Luo has never seen a man like you who gives me a sense of security. Luo Zhenyan raised his wine bowl and said provocatively to Situ Qingyu, General Situ, I'll toast you. Situ Qingyu's expression didn't change. He clinked glasses with Luo Zhenyan and they both drank. Ning Shu stamped his feet anxiously and said, Don't drink because of this. Eat. Drinking like this is bad for your health. Can you give me some face and not do this for me? Luo Zhenyan reached out to stop Ning Shu from speaking. He said indifferently, This is a duel between men. It has nothing to do with you. Ning Shu clutched his chest and shook his head with a twisted face. But Yan Luo doesn't want you to do this. Don't do this. Drink, drink. It's best if you die from drinking. Don't worry about it, Situ Qingyu said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was obedient. She watched the two men compete in drinking. At first, they used bowls, but later, they drank directly from the jug. Ning Shu sat on the stool and crossed her legs as she watched the two men drink to their deaths. In the end, they were drunk and passed out on the ground. Girl, it's time to go to work. Ning Shu said to Yuelan. Yuelan held the package in her arms and said, Miss, are we leaving now? Wait. I'll be a good person to the end. Drag them to the bed, Ning Shu said as he rolled up his sleeves. Yuelan nodded obediently and put down the package. She pulled Situ Qingyu's arm and dragged him to the bed. Oh my, I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. Ning Shu grabbed Luo Zhenyan's clothes and used all his strength to drag him. Ning Shu's face turned red, but Luo Zhenyan on the ground didn't move at all. Miss, what are you doing? Yuelan asked Ning Shu. We should go. The secret guards are still waiting for us. Ning Shu panted and said, Come and help me. I can't move him. Yuelan hurried over and helped Ning Shu drag Luo Zhenyan onto the bed. Ning Shu reached out and unbuttoned Luo Zhenyan's clothes. After a while, Luo Zhenyan was naked and his most private parts were exposed. Yuelan was dumbfounded. She covered her eyes and asked, Miss, what are you doing? Be a good person. Ning Shu swiftly took off Situ Qingyu's clothes and walked around with him. Miss. Yuelan covered her eyes with her hands and looked at the two men's bodies through the gaps of her fingers. Chapter 137. Ning Shu let the two naked men hug each other and laughed. Congratulations on opening the door to a new world. Let's go. Ning Shu said to Yuelan. Seeing that Yuelan was still looking at the two men on the bed, he pulled Yuelan's collar and walked out of the room. Miss, I feel very excited, Yuelan said to Ning Shu. Her eyes were emitting a green light, which was especially terrifying in the dark night. Ning Shu was speechless. What are you excited about? Seeing the two of them lying on the bed, this servant's heart thumped, 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 the roots of her hair stood on end, and goosebumps rose all over her body. In short, I was very excited. Yuelan's face was completely red. Ning Shu's jaw dropped to the ground. Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan were not the only ones who were about to open the door to a new world. There was also Yuelan. Yuelan still wanted to go into the room, but Ning Shu grabbed her collar and blew the whistle. Then, a black shadow jumped in through the window and immediately jumped out again. Ning Shu was speechless. She and Yuelan were clearly in the courtyard. Why did the square-faced secret guard jump into the room? Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Ning Shu's secret guard asked. The secret guard nodded and said, The carriage is outside the courtyard wall. We can leave soon. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, Let's go. The three of them avoided the patrol team in the residence and reached the courtyard wall. Ning Shu asked, How do we get over? The secret guard said pretentiously, I'll carry you over. Then, the secret guard held one of them with each arm and stepped on the courtyard wall, trying to fly over. In the end, the secret guard overestimated his ability. The three of them fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. Can you do it or not? Ning Shu patted the dust off his body. It was unbearable to meet such an unreliable secret guard. The secret guard said, I can climb over the wall by myself, but I didn't expect that I couldn't climb over with two people. Ning Shu was speechless. Forget it, Yuelan and I will just go crawl through the dog hole, Ning Shu said snappily. No. Yuelan said resolutely and decisively. Ning Shu said, This servant will go through the dog hole. Miss and the shadow guards will climb the wall. Both of them were running away, so how could there be a difference between the two? He was simply drunk. In the end, Ning Shu still held his chest and squeezed out of the dog hole. When he came out, Ning Shu said to Yuelan, Quickly support your young miss. Your young Miss's chest hurts. Miss, do you want this servant to give you a massage? Yulan reached out her hand to massage Ning Shu's chest. Ning Shu was speechless. Da. The shadow guard came over with a carriage. Ning Shu and Yulan hurriedly got on the carriage. Secret guard Ning Shu asked, Miss, where are you going? East City. The black-bellied imperial merchant was in that place. East City wasn't far from here, so it would only take a day's journey. Does Miss have any relatives in East City? The shadow guard asked, or does Master want Miss to meet up with them in East City? No, I just want to go to East City. Ning Shu said very willfully. The carriage left the capital. Looking at the capital's city gates getting further and further away, Ning Shu let out a deep breath. At least she wasn't pushed down by those two men. She didn't get pregnant, she didn't have a miscarriage, and she didn't get pushed down when her period came. After a busy night, Ning Shu also felt tired. He slept back to back with Yulan. Prime Minister's manor, in the embroidery building. The room was filled with a strong smell of sex. Under the moonlight, the transparent gauze curtain could faintly make out the movements of the people on the bed. One was half kneeling, the other was crawling on the bed. They were constantly moving. Low panting, moaning, and crying sounds mixed with pain and pleasure. It was ambiguous. The two men were having sex, dripping with sweat. Their skin was touching, and the places where they were joined were dripping with blood. It made people feel even more tyrannical. Ding, abuse points 100. Ding, abuse points 100. Ning Shu woke up in the morning to 2333's happy voice. There were so many aphrodisiacs. He hoped that these two guys would die from the explosion. These aphrodisiacs were all produced by the system, and their efficacy was guaranteed. They were also on credit with 2333. When it was time to return the points, he would have to pay the interest. Ning Shu gritted his teeth and exchanged for the aphrodisiac. Damn, he felt that 2333's system was a blood-sucking existence. He stretched lazily. Life was still beautiful. Ning Shu lifted the curtain and saw that the carriage was parked in a forest by the side of the road. The shadow guard driving the carriage set up a fire not far away. There was a stove above the fire, boiling water. Ning Shu stretched out his leg and kicked the sleeping Yulan. Yulan immediately jumped up, but her head hit the roof of the carriage. Yulan covered her head. Ning Shu felt wronged and asked, Miss, what's wrong? Ning Shu walked to the shadow guard's side and sat down. He asked the shadow guard, Good morning. How far are we from East City? It's not far. Let's eat something and leave quickly. Maybe the general and the prince will send people to arrest us. The shadow guard made some food for Ning Shu and Yulan and poured some water for them to drink. She was wrong. This shadow guard was actually quite reliable. Ning Shu ate a biscuit and asked the shadow guard, Why do you protect me? My father asked you to protect me, and you protect me. Don't you feel unsatisfied? The shadow guard turned his square face to Ning Shu and said, I was adopted by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister gave me food to eat and a place to sleep. Protecting Miss is my responsibility. Until Miss no longer needs my protection, or until I die before Mississippi, Ning Shu looked at him and suddenly felt that his square face was so handsome and charming. This guy probably didn't have any more scenes because he was killed. After a casual breakfast, Ning Shu and the other two headed for East City. They had no idea how furious Situ Qingyu and Luo Junyan were. The entire capital was filled with wanted posters for her. Situ Qingyu hated women. Every day, he was mocked by Ning Shu, who acted noble in front of him and stepped on his wounds. He was disgusted with women. Now that he was rolling around with a man, he completely broke the ice. He felt that it was better to be with a man. During this process, he could be like a man, but he could also be like a woman. This feeling was too wonderful. Situ Qingyu's biggest goal now was to get Luo Junyan into bed again. However, Luo Junyan felt extremely disgusted. He was the high and mighty regent, but he actually slept with a man and was slept with by another man. Now, the hole in his back was bleeding every time he went to the toilet. Luo Zhenyan even had the thought of dying. Especially when he felt Situ Qingyu's scorching and predatory gaze, Luo Zhenyan's heart convulsed. He was a man. How could he be with another man? Moreover, this one was a general whose status was inferior to his. Mu Yen Luo, that bitch, he would definitely torture her to death once he caught her. Even that wouldn't be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. In short, this was a story of oppression and being oppressed. The dark and black-bellied attacker and the tsundere victim. Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan restarted their sadistic love story. It basically had nothing to do with Ningxu. The two members of Mu Yenluo's harem were gay. Chapter 138. Yi City was very prosperous. It was a city comparable to the capital. The people living in the capital were all high officials and nobles, but many of the people living in Yi City were rich people. It was a city filled with rich people. Two women in ragged clothes were pulling a tattered handcart. On the handcart was something wrapped in a tattered straw mat, revealing a pair of dirty feet. At a glance, one could tell that the person under the straw mat was a dead person. Seeing this scene, everyone unconsciously avoided them. The people pulling the handcart were Ningxu and Yuelan. The person lying on the handcart pretending to be dead was the shadow guard brother. Ningxu was so tired that he wanted to die. He looked around and found a lively place. He stopped the handcart and worked with Yuelan to lift the shadow guard out of the handcart and placed him on the street. Then, he took out a wooden board. On the wooden board, he wrote, "Sell your body to bury your father." Ningxu knelt in front of the shadow guard and crawled on his body. She wailed, "Father, daughter has let you down, let you down. Miss, don't be sad. Master's spirit in heaven will see Miss filial piety." Yuelan first comforted Ningxu. Then, she threw herself on the shadow guard and wailed, "Master, you died so miserably. Master, master." Ningxu saw that the place Yuelan was hugging was a bit sensitive. It was probably the place where the shadow guard was. However, Yuelan didn't notice anything and wailed desperately. Ningxu felt the shadow guard under the straw mat move. The straw mat covering him also moved. Ningxu hurriedly pulled Yuelan up. Yuelan wiped her tears and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Ningxu wanted to say that she was pressing on his dick, but seeing Yuelan's dumbfounded expression, he said, "Don't touch father's body." Yuelan let out two ohs as she knelt at the side, tears dripping down her cheeks. Ningxu felt deep veneration for her. This was the real movie queen. Ningxu and Yuelan's movements could be heard from half the street, attracting many onlookers. However, seeing Ningxu and Yuelan's unkempt appearance, no one stood out to buy Ningxu. Ningxu did not mind. His target was not these people. He was waiting for the male lead, Huang Shangjun, a rich and powerful man. "Miss, what should we do now? It's been so long since someone asked us about the price." Yuelan asked. Ningxu said, "Don't worry." Yuelan saw that no one would ask her about it for a while, so she knelt on the ground and stopped wailing. She wiped her tears with a dirty handkerchief. The people around came and went, but no one came up to ask about the price. Ningxu was a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have put himself in such a sorry state. He made himself too pitiful and no one asked. Ningxu was about to fall asleep while kneeling on the ground. Her head was nodding off bit by bit. Beside her, Yuelan had already fallen asleep while leaning on the handcart. She was drooling. "Sell your body to bury your father?" A low and sexy voice sounded. Ningxu's drowsiness disappeared and he quickly pushed Yuelan, who was sleeping next to him. As soon as Yuelan opened her eyes, she immediately wailed. "Master, it's this servant's fault. I didn't protect Miss well and let Miss fall to the point of selling her body to bury her father. Miss, this servant is pitiful." Mississippi, Yuelan hugged Ningxu and wailed. Ningxu used all his strength to pull Yuelan's arms away and said sadly to the person who came, "Young master, This little girl is from Chuzhou City. I really have no other way, so I sold my body to bury my father. Raise your head and let me have a look. Ning Shu immediately raised his head and looked at the man. The background around the man was blurred. He was a shining existence. This was definitely Nanshujin. Qi Xing's body flowed with a kind of gentle and cruel beauty. He was steady and gave people a sense of danger. His eyes were deep and calm, as if something was surging. This was the two-faced imperial merchant, Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ning Shu's dirty face. He closed the folding fan and gently hit the palm of his hand. He said, "Why don't you wash your face and make it prettier so that you can sell it at a higher price?" Before Ning Shu could say anything, Wulan said, "My miss said that she doesn't care about our appearance. Anyone who helps us is a good person." Qi Sheng was wearing a brocade robe. Every part of his body was incomparably exquisite. Even the pendant of his folding fan was made of round jade. At first glance, people could tell that he was from a wealthy family. His every move carried with it the aura of wealth. Qi Sheng squatted down and lifted the tattered straw mat with his folding fan. He tilted his head and looked at the shadow guard's square face. Then he looked at Ning Shu and said, "You look a little different from your father." Ning Shu said indifferently, "My mother's beauty neutralizes my father's ugliness." Ning Shu felt wronged for the shadow guard. Not only was he ugly, but he also looked old. Qi Sheng didn't even question the shadow guard's age. How could he have a daughter as old as her? Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng expectantly. "Young master, do you need a maid?" "As long as you bury my father, I will be your maid." Qi Sheng opened his fan with a schwa sound and said arrogantly, "How much money do you want?" Ning Shu stretched out a finger. Qi Sheng glanced at Ning Shu's finger. "1 tael of silver?" Fuck, 1 tael of silver wasn't enough. They were pretending to be dead and crying. It wasn't enough to buy 3 bowls of noodles. Rich people were all stingy. Ning Shu said shyly to Qi Sheng, "Young master, 1 tael of silver is a little too little. It can't even buy a coffin." Qi Sheng waved his folding fan and said indifferently, "Say it." "How much?" "My father used to be an official of the imperial court. Although he was a 7th-ranked minor official, he was still an official. If he was buried so carelessly, how could he face his ancestors? So young master, can you raise the price a little?" Ning Shu pulled Yuan over. "In the future, both of us will be your maids. You said so much just to raise the price." Qi Sheng was incomparably indifferent. "How much?" 10,000 taels of silver. Ning Shu said sonorously. Qi Sheng's expression didn't change. Ning Shu's eyelids twitched. He was indeed a black-bellied imperial merchant. Qi Sheng stretched out 5 fingers. Ning Shu frowned and asked, 5,000 taels of silver? 5 taels of silver. If you don't want to, then forget it. Qi Sheng said indifferently and turned to leave. Ning Shu saw that Qi Sheng really left. He quickly stood up and stepped over the shadow guard. He caught up with Qi Sheng and said, "Young master, please wait." Pft, cough cough cough. The secret guard that was stepped on by Ning Shu coughed violently. Yuan was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Ning Shu immediately pounced on him and wailed, "Father, do you have something to tell your daughter? It's all your daughter's fault for not being able to give you a proper funeral, so that you can't see your ancestors." The shadow guard glared at Ning Shu and closed his eyes as if he was dead. Ning Shu immediately wailed, "Father." Yuan also wailed, "Master, master." Qi Sheng raised his eyebrows. He walked over and put his hand on the tip of the shadow guard's nose. Ning Shu said, "My condolences." Ning Shu, "Oh, really dead?" Chapter 139. She had only stepped on him once, but she had killed the shadow guard? Qi Sheng took out an ingot of silver and threw it to Ning Shu. He said, "This is 20 taels. Bury your father and then go to the Qi residence." "Thank you, young master." Ning Shu put away the silver and worked with Yulan to put the secret guard on the cart and headed out of the city. Ning Shu and Yulan pulled the cart and ran quickly. Qi Xing raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt that he had been cheated of his silver. Had he been cheated of his nickname, Fox Qi? When they reached the small forest outside the city, Ning Shu lifted the broken straw mat and patted the secret guard's face. Hey, wake up, wake up. Yulan's face was a little pale. Ning Shu asked, Miss, he can't really be dead, right? Yulan also joined in the slapping. While crying, she slapped the secret guard's face and pinched his philtrum. She shouted, wake up, wake up. After a long while, the shadow guard coughed and woke up. His face was still very square before, but now it was swollen and much rounder. The secret guard touched his face. What did you do? Sob, sob, sob. You finally woke up. Miss, and I thought you were dead. Yulan cried with joy. Without you to protect me and Miss, what would we do? The secret guard touched his face and said with a grimace, I used the turtle breath technique and held my breath. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. After being stepped on by you, my internal injuries flared up again. I was injured when I fought with that general. The secret guard explained. Ning Shu instantly felt guilty and said, hurry up and treat your injuries. If you need any medicinal herbs, go buy them. Didn't I give you a lot of money before? That money is Mrs. How can I use it casually? The secret guard said. Ning Shu instantly felt that the secret guard's image was incomparably great. He said, it's fine. You can use it as you wish. Treat your injuries. Nothing is more important than your body. Seeing that the shadow guard had woken up, Yulan also breathed a sigh of relief. She and the young miss were both women. Having a man who knew martial arts by their side was like a stabilizing needle. Especially since the young miss was so delicate, she looked as if she hadn't eaten at all. Ning Shu and Yulan changed into slightly better cotton clothes. Ning Shu put on makeup for himself, imitating a big mouth, thick eyebrows, and a black mole on his chin. His image was as wretched as it could get. Ah. You are the young miss? Yulan let out an earth-shattering wail, shaking the birds in the forest to the point that they flew away. Miss, what is it that you can't figure out? Why do you have to ruin yourself like this? Yulan looked at Ning Shu with a pained expression. Ning Shu felt that it was very tiring to have such a girl by his side. Why are you so painstakingly going to the Qi residence? Don't tell me you're going to be a little maid in the future? The shadow guard frowned. Ning Shu waved his hand and said, my wish is to travel the world. This is only my temporary stronghold. When the time is up, I will leave. After a few days, Ning Shu brought Yulan to the Qi residence. The shadow guard secretly protected Ning Shu and Yulan. When they arrived at the entrance of the Qi residence, Ning Shu's gatekeeper grinned and said kindly, can you go and report that the person who will repay the kindness is here? The gatekeeper was frightened by Ning Shu's big smile. He immediately said, where did this ugly girl come from? You're coveting my young master's beauty. You're thinking too much and you still want to find a young master. Ning Shu said, you're thinking too much. You tell him. Ning Shu said to Yulan, he doesn't believe that we're here to repay the kindness. With her hands on her hips, Yulan told the entire story to the gatekeeper. Yulan spoke very quickly, causing the gatekeeper's eyes to emit mosquito coils. That's what happened. Besides, how come my young miss and I only have 20 taels? Yulan said with grievance. The gatekeeper immediately said, 20 taels is not a small amount. You and your young miss look like this. 20 taels is already my young master's kindness. Yulan still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ning Shu. A palanquin stopped at the entrance. Ning Shu felt that the person sitting in the palanquin must be the male lead. Ning Shu stared at the curtain. The curtain was lifted by a folding fan. Ning Shu looked at the folding fan and immediately shouted in a rough voice, I've finally found you. Qi Sheng, who had just gotten out of the palanquin, heard this voice and saw a woman with a bloody mouth wailing at him. The hand holding the folding fan suddenly trembled. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" 20 Tails. A down-and-out young miss who sold her body to bury her father. Ning Shu pointed at his face. "Look carefully." Qi Xing looked away and said, "Your face was dirty before, but it still looked pretty. Why is it so ugly after washing it?" Ning Shu was speechless. "Thank you for the 20 taels, young master. This young miss has already buried my late father. Now, this young miss and this young miss's maids are young master's maids. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This young miss is a person with principles, integrity, and moral bottom line." Qi Xing didn't look at Ning Shu's face and said indifferently, "Sure. This young master thought that you wouldn't come back." After that, Ning Shu and Yulan stayed in the Qi residence. In any case, they still had some protagonist aura. Ning Shu and Yulan stayed in the same room. Then, they changed into the uniform of the Qi residence's servant girls. Yulan looked at Ning Shu and said sadly, "Miss, do you really want to be a maid here?" "Of course. After spending so much effort to come in, of course I want to be a maid." If she didn't get close to Qi Sheng, how could she get out of the plot? Even if she didn't come over, the plot would force her to meet Qi Sheng. In the plot, Mu Yen Luo was physically and mentally exhausted by Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan. She even asked for a threesome and escaped when the two were not paying attention. As for how the delicate Mu Yen Luo escaped, it was simply a mystery. Although she escaped, Mu Yen Luo didn't have a single silver tael on her. She was a woman in her boudoir and basically didn't go out much. As soon as she went out, she was confused and looked confused and innocent. Someone tricked her into coming to the brothel with a bowl of noodles. The brothel keeper saw that Mu Yen Luo was a peerless beauty and decided to auction her. Moreover, East City was full of rich people. Auctioning such a peerless beauty could make the brothel overflow with oil. Mu Yen Luo was bought back by Qi Sheng at a high price. Although Mu Yen Luo avoided the brothel in her next 2 rebirths and didn't let herself fall into a brothel, she still couldn't avoid meeting these men. Even if she took a detour and didn't take this road, she would still meet these men. It really made her collapse. Qi Sheng, who was bought back, didn't do anything to Mu Yen Luo at first. He just put her in the backyard and didn't rape her violently like Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan. Qi Sheng would visit Mu Yen Luo's courtyard whenever she was free. Then, she would chat with Mu Yen Luo about poems, songs, and ideals. In short, Qi Sheng looked like a gentle gentleman. Chapter 140. Mu Yen Luo felt respect from Qi Sheng. He was not like other men. He was very gentle. Although she was bought by Qi Sheng, he gave her a different feeling. In the Qi mansion, Mu Yen Luo felt an unprecedented peace. There were no 2 men eyeing her covetously and dragging her to do that kind of thing every day. Mu Yen Luo thought that her life would be peaceful like this. She had a good impression of Qi Sheng. She even confided in him about her identity and what had happened between the 2 men. Qi Sheng did not dislike Mu Yen Luo. He said that he had known her identity for a long time. After all, the streets of the capital were full of wanted posters for Mu Yen Luo. He did not care about her past. Mu Yen Luo was even more moved. So on a certain day and night, a man and a woman naturally had a heart-to-heart and body-to-body activities. Mu Yen Luo felt that this was the most comfortable time after the fall of Donghua Nation, although she spent every day waiting for Qi Sheng. However, Qi Sheng did not give Mu Yen Luo a definite identity. A concubine was not a concubine, and a wife was not a wife. Sometimes, Mu Yen Luo was sentimental and felt that Qi Sheng still disliked her because she had been intimate with 2 men and even had a miscarriage. For a long time, Qi Sheng did not come to see Mu Yen Luo. Mu Yen Luo waited bitterly for Qi Sheng every day. Later, she learned that Qi Sheng's childhood sweetheart had returned. Mu Yen Luo was originally a sentimental person. After learning the news, she ran to see Qi Sheng as if the sky had fallen. She happened to see Qi Sheng rolling with his childhood sweetheart. Mu Yen Luo questioned Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng hugged his childhood sweetheart and said that Mu Yen Luo was just a broken shoe, a prostitute he had bought. She could not compare to his true love at all. Then, Mu Yen Luo was abandoned and was completely dispirited. Although Qi Sheng disliked Mu Yen Luo, he was still very infatuated with Mu Yen Luo's body. He often went to see Mu Yen Luo. However, ever since she learned the heartbreaking truth from Qi Sheng, Mu Yen Luo no longer let Qi Sheng on the bed. She washed her face with tears all day long and stammered as if she was in great pain. Mu Yen Luo's appearance annoyed Qi Sheng a little. Although her body was wonderful and irresistible, he didn't want to do a woman lying like a dead fish. The more Qi Sheng was with his true love, the sadder Mu Yen Luo was. She couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep. She tortured herself and became very haggard. In short, he was conflicted, and the nausea went on and on. Although Qi Sheng hated Mu Yen Luo very much, he often went to her for sex, but Mu Yen Luo would cry and refuse him. But it caused his true love to harbor a grudge in her heart. Then, the evil supporting female lead began to frame the female lead. Her childhood sweetheart faked her pregnancy and spent all day in front of Mu Yen Luo showing off their love and child, causing Mu Yen Luo's heart to shift. The supporting female lead's belly didn't have the real one. Then, she plotted against Mu Yen Luo to kill the child in her belly. The fake one in her belly naturally disappeared. When Qi Sheng learned of this, he was furious. He didn't listen to Mu Yen Luo's explanation and directly threw her into the dungeon to be tortured. Mu Yen Luo was tortured in the dungeon. Coincidentally, Qi Sheng's business had a little problem. He was busy solving the problem and forgot about Mu Yen Luo in the dungeon. In the dungeon, Mu Yen Luo was tortured by his true love. Her body was covered with all kinds of scars. The supporting female lead was jealous of Mu Yen Luo's face and directly destroyed it. When Qi Sheng thought of Mu Yen Luo was hanging on to her last breath. In addition, Mu Yen Luo's face was ruined. Qi Sheng listened to his true love and sent Mu Yen Luo to a manor thousands of miles away from the Qi residence. Mu Yen Luo was sent away in such a heart-wrenching state. However, after Mu Yen Luo left, Qi Sheng's longing for her accumulated more and more, to the point where he was on the verge of falling ill from lovesickness. Knowing that the cinnabar mole in his heart was so vicious, he decisively gave up on his true love and ran to find Mu Yen Luo. However, Mu Yen Luo had disappeared. Therefore, every time Mu Yen Luo met a man, she would want to have such an unforgettable relationship. Ning Shu felt that Qi Sheng was even more hateful than Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan. He used the method of boiling a frog in warm water to make Mu Yen Luo fall in love with him. He took the route of attacking her heart. He used a gentle appearance to win Mu Yen Luo's heart, but later on, he treated her cruelly. Although he later realized his feelings for Mu Yen Luo paid a huge price. Her face was ruined and her snow-white skin was gone. It was really fucking miserable. Moreover, Mu Yen Luo was indecisive and liked to torture herself when she encountered problems. It really made Ning Shu, a bystander, feel that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had all been moved. It was too fucking miserable. Ning Shu and Yuelan tidied up the room. A woman who looked like a steward walked in. Ning Shu said, "From today onwards, you will be young master's personal maid." Ning Shu, 0. How did she become Qi Sheng's personal maid with such an ugly appearance? Could it be that Qi Sheng still liked her in this state? Could it be that this was the attraction between the male and female leads? The plot always brought the male and female leads together. "Nanny, what do personal maids have to do?" Ning Shu looked at the steward nanny and asked shyly. The steward nanny spat at Ning Shu. "Bah, you think too much. You only need to pour tea and water for young master and do some chores for him. Do you think you can sneak into young master's bed with such a look? Young master already has Miss Yufei in his heart. Just do your job well. If you have any other thoughts, young master will make you wish you were dead." Ning Shu pretended to be frightened. Yuelan immediately said indignantly, "What's wrong with my miss? My miss is as beautiful as a flower. Why do you look down on my miss so much? My miss is also the Prime Minister." Ugh, Ning Shu immediately covered Yulan's mouth and said to the nanny in charge, I'll remember. I'll definitely abide by my duties and serve the young master well. I'll make the young master comfortable and beautiful. The steward nanny hummed in acknowledgement. Ning Shu quickly handed over a silver ingot, making the steward nanny's eyes light up. You have a bright future. Ning Shu immediately said shyly, Thank you for your praise, nanny. I hope nanny will take care of me in the Qi residence. After the steward nanny left, Yuelan immediately said, Miss, what are you doing? You have to suffer so much to do this. We worked so hard to sell our bodies to bury our father and gave half of the money to that nanny. This servant's heart is bleeding. Your miss has her own plans. Ning Shu crossed her legs and said. Chapter 141. Ning Shu became Qi Sheng's personal maid. She brought the brewed tea to Qi Sheng's study. When she opened the door and walked in, she saw that Qi Sheng was busy. As the heir of the family business, Qi Sheng was very busy. But he still took the time to flirt with Mu Yen Luo. Later, his true love came, and he flirted with his true love. He didn't seem to be busy at all. Ning Shu put the teacup in Qi Sheng's hand. Qi Sheng glanced at the teacup and then looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately opened his mouth and smiled at Qi Sheng, saying, Young master, please have some tea. Didn't anyone tell you that I drink warm tea? Qi Sheng said indifferently. I'm sorry, this servant just came and didn't know very well. How about this servant make it again? Ning Shu's face was full of guilt. She quickly picked up the teacup and carelessly poured the boiling hot tea into Qi Sheng's hand. It was boiling hot tea. She poured the freshly brewed tea into Qi Sheng's hand. What are you doing? Qi Sheng frowned tightly. He was in some pain and his hand turned red in an instant. Ning Shu felt even more guilty. She quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped Qi Sheng's hand. As soon as Ning Shu took out the handkerchief, Qi Sheng immediately smelled the fragrance of flowers mixed with the smell of stinky feet. The fragrance and stench were mixed together. Qi Sheng was about to vomit on the spot. He quickly covered the maid's nose with his hand, but his hand was wiped by the handkerchief and there was a stench. Qi Sheng quickly ran out of the room. Ning Shu curled his lips, threw the handkerchief into the teacup, and left with the teacup. Ning Shu returned to the room. Yuelan immediately asked Ning Shu, Miss, did he make things difficult for you? No, your miss can do anything. How could he make things difficult for her? Ning Shu said with his legs crossed. Yuelan was very distressed. Miss is the Prime Minister's daughter. She has a golden branch in jade leaf, but now she has to serve someone. Miss, this servant is pitiful. All right, stop howling. Your miss is fine. Ning Shu said snappily. Yuelan immediately shut her mouth and sobbed. She felt very wronged. Although Ning Shu disgusted Qi Sheng still let Ning Shu continue to be his personal maidservant. Even if Ning Shu always made mistakes and was ugly, Qi Sheng still insisted that Ning Shu be his maidservant. Even when Ning Shu was serving Qi Sheng, his snot got into the food. When Qi Sheng was bathing, Ning Shu walked in casually and poured a bucket of hot water into the bathtub. It was so hot that Qi Sheng jumped up and ran around the house naked. Moreover, Ning Shu's body always smelled like stinky feet, which was especially unbearable for Qi Sheng. However, Qi Sheng was still able to endure it. This made Ning Shu sigh. The attraction between the male and female leads was simply too strong. What is the smell on your body? Qi Sheng finally couldn't help but ask. Ning Shu stared at Qi Sheng with his heavily eyeshadow eyes and said happily, This is the fragrance of osmanthus. This servant uses this fragrance to smoke the handkerchief on my clothes every day. Young master, do you smell it? Is it very fragrant? Ning Shu said as he put the handkerchief in front of Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng turned his head and frowned. Ning Shu said, Actually, you are already very fragrant. There is no need for incense at all. This incense will destroy the fresh smell on your body. Ning Shu, oh, look at how good he was at talking. A profiteer was indeed a profiteer. He obviously couldn't stand the mixed smell of feet and flowers on her body, but he still insisted on saying that it was a fresh smell. The original owner was deceived by him like this. On the outside, he was gentle and elegant, but on the inside, he was extremely black-bellied. Ning Shu grinned and laughed. His bloody mouth was even bigger, which was simply unbearable to look at. Qixing turned her head away. After a while, she turned her head back. Ning Shu said, "Of course it is beautiful. This makeup is not good for your skin. Besides, you are still young. This makeup will only cover up your original beauty." In fact, Qixing's heart was itching. She suddenly wanted to wash this woman's face clean and see what she looked like. Ning Shu raised his thick eyebrows, covered his heart and said, "Baby's heart is bitter, but baby won't say it." "Aren't you called Xiaohong? Why are you called baby again?" Qixing asked doubtfully. Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about these details. This servant's appearance is very similar to this servant's father. Because I am ugly, I use beautiful makeup to cover up my ugliness. Young master, you don't know how bitter this servant's heart is. This servant doesn't dare to remove my makeup at night. I am afraid that when I wake up at night, I will be mistaken for a ghost." Ning Shu touched his face narcissistically and said, "Fortunately, someone taught me the art of makeup. Now that I put on makeup, this servant is much more confident." Qixing's face trembled, and she couldn't speak. "Your appearance is given by your parents. You shouldn't be so disdainful. You don't have to be like this when you are with me. I won't dislike your appearance. In the future, you don't have to put on such troublesome makeup. Naturally, you will be the most beautiful." Qixing's eyes were very sincere, giving people the feeling that he was trustworthy. These words were truly heartwarming. Ning Shu truly understood how Mu Yenluo felt at that time. She was riddled with wounds. Suddenly, there was such a warm man who was willing to accept her all the unbearable things, willing to accept her painful past. At that time, Mu Yenluo was so moved, but the result was cruel. Under this warm appearance, there was a strong utilitarian purpose and plunder. He wanted to get Mu Yenluo's heart and conquer it. Just like doing business, he captured people's hearts. Understanding people's hearts allowed him to smoothly obtain Mu Yenluo. Only when Mu Yenluo was hanging on by a breath and disappeared did Qixing understand his feelings for Mu Yenluo. Ning Shu felt like the whole zoo was in chaos. Many thanks for young master's concern, but this servant's heart is too inferior. Without this makeup, this servant cannot go out. Only with this makeup can this servant have the confidence to face life bravely." Ning Shu said gratefully. Qixing's face twitched. Why did he feel that this girl was sick? Did she not have eyes? Did she not look in the mirror? It was good that she was like this. Qixing waved his hand weakly and said, "As long as you are happy." Ning Shu immediately said, "Young master, you are really a good person." Qixing was speechless. Qixing's eyes scraped over Ning Shu's face inch by inch. According to his many years of identifying beauties, this girl should not be bad-looking. Why did she make herself like this? Qixing suddenly said to Ning Shu, "I heard that there is a meeting tonight. You go with young master. Wash your face. It's dark at night. No one can see what you look like. There is no need to put on such makeup." Ning Shu was speechless. Qixing was now very interested in her true colors. Ning Shu smiled shyly and said very innocently, "Oh, it's so late. My mother said that I can't go out at night." Qixing was speechless. Chapter 142. Qixing's intention to make Ning Shu wash his face naturally fell through. Qixing's eyes wandered over Ning Shu's face. Finally, he said indifferently, "Since you don't want to, then forget it. I heard there are many beautiful lanterns." Ning Shu was not interested in lanterns. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. What she needed to do was not to be pushed down by Qixing, let alone be conquered by Qixing's sugar-coated bullets. Then, she would wait for Qixing's true love to come back. Ning Shu's days in the Qi mansion were very comfortable. Qi Sheng was an imperial merchant, and his family's money was even worse. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Even the food and clothes for his servants were not bad. At night, Qi Sheng actually ran to Ning Shu's room. Yuelan looked at Qi Sheng with vigilance and said bluntly, "What are you doing here? Are you coveting my young miss?" Ning Shu smiled at Qi Sheng and asked, "Young master, do you have something to tell me? There's a lantern festival tonight. I need to take my servant with me. You can come with me." Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu with gentleness and expectation in his eyes. It made people unable to refuse him. It was as if refusing him was a cruel thing. Ning Shu said indifferently, "Young master, I'll go." "Okay, you tidy up. I'll wait for you outside." Qi Sheng's face showed a smile. He stood up and walked out. Yuelan made a face at Qi Sheng's back and said, "Young miss, do you really want to go? Take me with you. This person doesn't seem to have good intentions." Ning Shu nodded and began to put on makeup in front of the mirror. Then, she changed her clothes and went out. Yuelan stared at Ning Shu with her eyes wide open. She said with a trembling voice, "Young miss, why can't you figure it out?" Ning Shu nodded and walked towards Qi Sheng in the courtyard. Qi Sheng was very pretentious as he faced a tree and put on makeup under the tree. Ning Shu stood behind Qi Sheng and said shyly, "Young master, I'm done." Qi Sheng turned around and looked at Ning Shu. His eyes widened in an instant and he was speechless for a long time. Ning Shu blinked his dark eyes and looked shy. "Young master, am I pretty?" Qi Sheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the expression on his face cracked. He said with difficulty, "Your aesthetic sense is really different from ordinary people." She had a pair of black eyes, and her face was covered in makeup. Her mouth was red, and she was wearing a bright red top and a green skirt. Qi Sheng simply did not know how to describe it. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng's expression as if his eyes had been raped and felt very happy. "See if I don't disgust you to death." Her eyes had turned into two panda eyes, which were very dark. She was dressed in a vulgar red and green outfit, which was simply blinding. She felt great. Qi Sheng was a little impatient and his tone was a little angry. He said, "Didn't I say that nature is the most beautiful? Why do you have to do this makeup? Everyone is unique. Why don't you dare to face yourself? Listen to young master. Hurry up and wash the stuff on your face." Qi Sheng's tone was sincere. "You are my person. No one in East City dares to laugh at you." Ning Shu was speechless. Look at how hypocritical he was. He obviously disliked her appearance and still said that he wanted to help her rebuild her confidence. Ning Shu said, "Oh, I don't want to go later. I can't live without makeup. Please forgive me, young master." Ding, abuse points 5. 2333's voice sounded in his head. Qi Sheng covered his chest. He was so angry that his chest was violently heaving up and down, and his face was a little green. Ning Shu was very naive and did not see that Qi Sheng was about to die from anger. He said very gratefully, "Young master, you are really a good person. I won't go later." Ning Shu said and returned to his room. It was already so late. He might as well sleep comfortably in his bed. This time, Qi Sheng did not call him. He was probably furious. "TSK, let's see how you can pretend to be gentle." Yuelan followed Ning Shu into the room and said very approvingly, "Miss should be like this. That person is obviously not a good person." After that, Qi Sheng did not mention anything about the Lantern Festival. However, his face did not look good. He was probably angry. Ning Shu pretended that he did not see anything. In the end, Qi Sheng could not bear it anymore. Ning Shu said helplessly, "You little girl." The doting and sweet tone in his voice made Ning Shu shiver. Damn, he had goosebumps all over his body. The plot was too abrupt. There was no substantial development between her and Qi Sheng. How could he talk to her in such a tone? Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with a pair of dazed eyes. What was wrong with this guy? Qi Sheng reached out and wanted to hold Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu took Qi Sheng's hand first. Qi Sheng suddenly felt that his hand was wrapped in a lump of lard. It was greasy and sticky, and it felt very disgusting. Qi Sheng pulled her hand back and quickly wiped it with a handkerchief. However, she did not dare to hold Ning Shu's hand again. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with a shy expression and asked, "Young master, do you have something to say?" Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu with a kind of understanding, pity, and lingering gaze, which made Ning Shu's hair stand on end. Damn, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you looking at me like that? I already know your identity. You have indeed suffered a lot before, Qi Sheng said. He looked at Ning Shu with a look that said, I know everything. Ning Shu, fuck you, speak human language. Ning Shu looked confused and said very innocently, I don't understand what you're talking about, young master. Qi Sheng shook his head and said in a, I'm hurt, tone, you still don't believe me? Do you think I'm not trustworthy? You've been with me for a long time. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Ning Shu listened to a series of yes, 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 and felt drunk. Besides, she had been with Qi Sheng for at most half a month. You still don't want to tell me the truth. I know your identity is Mu Yenluo, the daughter of Prime Minister Mu of Donghua Nation. Now General Situ and the regent are looking for you. You should be careful, Qi Sheng said very understandingly. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng blankly. I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Mu Yenluo? I'm Xiaohong, not Mu Yenluo. Qi Sheng frowned and then relaxed. He said, you should be careful. If others ask you in the future, you have to deny it like this. But you can trust me. Your young master can be relied on. Ning Shu nodded and said very gratefully, although I don't know what you're talking about, I still want to thank you. Yenluo, can you reveal your true face to me? I want to remember your real face, Qi Sheng said very affectionately. This was his real purpose. Chapter 143. Although Ning Shu strongly denied that she was not Mu Yenluo, Qi Sheng firmly believed that Ning Shu was Mu Yenluo and looked at Ning Shu with curiosity and interest. Ning Shu did not pay attention to him at all. So what if Qi Sheng knew that he was Mu Yenluo? When his true love came back, he would immediately forget about her. Qi Sheng's various actions were just to flirt and enjoy the process of pursuing a woman. Once he got her, he would cherish her. Besides, there was still a cinnabar mole in his heart. He had someone he loved in his heart, yet he was still so unrestrained. He even went to a brothel and bought Mu Yenluo. He probably did not love his true love that much. Later on, he said that he did not love his true love anymore. It was because his kind true love was vicious and Mu Yenluo was kinder, so he fell in love with Mu Yenluo. Was this love? Because you are vicious, I don't love you anymore. I really misjudged you before. Since learning that Ning Shu was Mu Yenluo, Qi Sheng obviously treated Ning Shu much better. Qi Sheng did not let Ning Shu do many things that a maid should do. It was as if he was treating Ning Shu like a young lady. As for Qi Sheng's actions, Ning Shu did not let him do any work. Ning Shu drank tea and strolled around the garden every day. He was very carefree. Not long after, Qi Sheng's true love would come back. This true love who was gentle and amiable on the outside was evil on the inside. She disfigured the original owner and had mottled traces on her body. It could be said that she was vicious and merciless. She was a perfect example of a vicious female supporting character. Ning Shu was speechless. She was supposed to be such a character, but instead, she became the miserable female lead. What kind of mission was this? Not long after, Ning Shu saw Qi Sheng's face was full of joy. Her whole body was shrouded in pink bubbles. Ning Shu knew that the female supporting character was coming. Yenluo, Yufei is coming back. Qi Sheng said to Ning Shu. What does it have to do with me? Ning Shu asked with a puzzled expression, who is Yufei? Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu's panda eyes and said with melancholy, "She's the woman I've loved for a long time. I don't even know how long I've loved her. She's so beautiful. Now that she's come to me, it feels like a dream." Ning Shu immediately opened his bloody mouth and said with a smile, "Congratulations, young master." Qi Sheng wanted to reach out and hold Ning Shu's hand, but when she thought of the feeling of his hand, she didn't dare to compliment him. Ning Shu said, "Although Yufei is back, I will still protect you. You don't have to worry. Yufei is very kind. Even if she knows your identity, she will still protect you." Ning Shu, what the fuck? Was he trying to grab her with both hands? His true love had already returned, yet he was still giving her a guarantee. Ning Shu felt that he had learned something new. He was too timing. It was normal. In the original plot, before his true love, Li Yufei, came back, Mu Yenluo and Qi Sheng had already done it. Qi Sheng had already gotten what he wanted. How could what he got compare to what he didn't get? Now, Ning Shu and Qi Sheng didn't even have an ambiguous relationship. Even if there was an ambiguous relationship, it was one-sided by Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng naturally comforted her. He wasn't an ordinary scum. Mu Yenluo was tortured to death by these men. In the end, she could still live happily with them. She felt drunk. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with a pair of scattered eyes and said sincerely, "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on having a son." Qi Sheng, sometimes, Qi Sheng wondered if this woman was really Mu Yenluo. It was so confusing. However, one of the masters and servants on the wanted poster was Yuelan. Could it be that the one named Yuelan was Mu Yenluo? But Yuelan really couldn't be called a great beauty. Qi Sheng had heard of Mu Yenluo, the #1 beauty of Donghua. However, his identity was destined to be unworthy. But now, Mu Yenluo was standing in front of him. Qi Sheng wanted to wash away the inexplicable thing on her face with a bucket of water. She was driving him to death at any moment. Then go and decorate Yufei's room. Young master believes in your taste. Qi Sheng did this just to make Ning Shu jealous. However, Ning Shu wasn't jealous at all. Instead, he said happily, "Young master, don't worry. I'll definitely do it properly." Qi Sheng suddenly thought of the smell on Ning Shu's body and his red and green clothes. His taste was really unflattering. Qi Sheng quickly said, "You haven't done this at home. You don't have to do it. I'll arrange for someone to do it. You're not used to doing this kind of rough work." Of course, Ning Shu knew what Qi Sheng was thinking. Qi Sheng was afraid that she would ruin it. However, Ning Shu's face showed an attentive smile as she said, "Let this servant do something for Miss Yufei. Perhaps this servant and Miss Yufei will become sisters in the future." Become sisters? Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu and thought about the meaning of Ning Shu's words. It should be what he hoped. Qi Sheng stepped forward and wanted to hold Ning Shu's hand, but he stopped himself and said happily, "Yufei is very kind. You'll definitely become good sisters." "Bah, you're dreaming. Such a person could become the male lead." Ning Shu felt that his worldview was broken. If she was kind, then she would accept all kinds of things. If she didn't agree or accept, then she wasn't kind. Oh my, when was kindness defined like this? Hee. Every time he saw Qi Sheng's deep affection and gentleness, Ning Shu wanted to poke his eyes blind. It was really disgusting. Ning Shu disdained Qi Sheng to death. Therefore, Ning Shu's purpose was to be a matchmaker and let Qi Sheng and true love be together forever. Ning Shu took Yuelan to prepare a room for his true love. Yuelan shook the quilt and said, "Miss, I'm a pitiful miss. I'm a noble, but I have to do the work of a servant. If master knew, he would be very distressed." It was unknown where Prime Minister Mu was enjoying his life. There was pitifully little ink. He was just a passerby. Ning Shu took down the simple and elegant mosquito net and replaced it with an exaggerated style. The colors were red and green. All kinds of colors were messy and dazzling. It showed that she strongly welcomed the female lead. It was unknown what kind of expression the elegant and gentle female lead would have when she saw such a dazzling room. Yuelan looked at the entire room and rubbed her eyes. "Miss, when did you like these colors?" This, after experiencing so much, your miss realized that the colors of life should be colorful. It should be rich and colorful. Ning Shu clapped his hands and said. After Ning Shu finished decorating the room, Qi Sheng wanted to go in and take a look. After all, it was his heart's cinnabar mole. He was still at the stage of pleasing Li Yufei. He was afraid that Ning Shu would mess things up. "Young master, please believe in me. I will definitely give Miss Yufei a big surprise." Ning Shu stubbornly refused to let Qi Sheng go in. Qi Sheng tapped Ning Shu's nose and said dotingly, "Your young master naturally believes in you." Fuck, he didn't want his claws anymore. Chapter 144. Under Qi Sheng and Ning Shu's expectations, June finally came. Qi Sheng and Ning Shu waited for Li Yufei at the entrance of the Qi mansion. A carriage came and stopped in front of Ning Shu and Qi Sheng. Then, the curtain was lifted, revealing a pair of white hands. Ning Shu stared at the hands, wanting to see what Li Yufei looked like. In the end, it was a maid with 2 buns on her head. After the maid got out of the carriage, a pair of white, slender, beautiful, and elegant hands reached out and rested on the maid's hands. Ning Shu felt that Qi Sheng, who was next to him, was very excited. His eyes were fixed on the carriage. A woman in light yellow clothes bent down and came out of the carriage. She helped the maid's hands out of the carriage and slowly walked towards them. Her posture was elegant and beautiful, like a painting. She had a perfect oval face and a smile on the corner of her mouth. She looked elegant and beautiful. She was feminine, gentle, and amiable. Looking at her made people want to protect her. Qi Sheng had good taste. If it wasn't for Mu Yen Luo, Li Yufei would probably have maintained a kind and gentle appearance. However, under the catalysis of jealousy, Li Yufei became a ruthless and vicious woman and disfigured Mu Yen Luo. Before Li Yufei came over, Qi Sheng excitedly walked over and held Li Yufei's hand. With a smile on his face, he said, "Yufei, you're here." Ning Shu watched from the side. He felt that Qi Sheng liked to hold other people's hands very much. He grabbed women's hands whenever he saw them. In fact, he was a hooligan inside. Li Yufei's face showed a smile. She pulled her hand out and said, "Brother Sheng, my father asked me to say hello to you. How is uncle's health?" Qi Sheng looked at Li Yufei with a very gentle gaze. He wanted to make her pregnant. Li Yufei was a little embarrassed and blushed. The two looked at each other like this. Ning Shu squeezed over with a pair of panda eyes. Li Yufei was shocked when she saw Ning Shu's face. Her voice was a little sharp as she asked, "Who are you?" Qi Sheng introduced her to Li Yufei enthusiastically. "This is Xiao Hong. She decorated your room. She's my personal maid." When Li Yufei heard that her room was decorated by this ugly girl who was beyond recognition, her heart trembled. Her face was already ruined, so what would her room look like? Then, when she heard that it was Qi Sheng's personal maid, Li Yufei's face revealed an intimate smile. She said, "I've troubled little Hong." Ning Shu. Li Yufei cracked her lips and revealed a terrifying smile. She said directly, "I heard that Miss Yufei is young master's beloved woman, so this servant tried her best to give Miss Yufei a surprise." When Ning Shu approached Li Yufei took a step back and covered her nose with a handkerchief. She said to Qi Sheng, "Brother Sheng, Yufei is a little tired. I want to rest." Qi Sheng had a gentle smile on his face. He said, "I'll take you to your room." Qi Sheng and Li Yufei walked side by side in the front. Ning Shu followed behind. When they reached the door, Qi Sheng pushed it open and said to Li Yufei, "Little Hong decorated this room especially for you." Li Yufei glanced around the room and felt that her whole body was stunned. Her face was wooden. Qi Sheng saw Li Yufei's expression and quickly turned his head. He saw that the room was colorful and inexplicable. The bead curtains were strung together in various colors. There was no order to it and it was extremely ugly. There were also vases. They were all inferior and ugly. There were actually rapeseed flowers in the vases. The style was simply too strange. Little Hong, what are you doing? Didn't I ask you to make the room more elegant? Is this how you do it? Qi Xing seemed to be really angry. After all, he had lost face in front of his bright moonlight cinnabar mole. Qi Xing resented Ning Shu in his heart. Ding. Abuse points, 5, current abuse points, 10. 2333's voice echoed in Ning Shu's mind. Why is this person's abuse point so low? Ning Shu also wanted to ask why it was so low. Qi Xing looked gentle on the outside, but in fact, he was a very complicated and black-bellied person. After being questioned by Qi Xing, Ning Shu's face quickly showed an aggrieved and innocent expression. He said, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I tried my best to do things well. I'm sorry, I made Miss Yufei angry. Li Yufei's smile was a little difficult to maintain. But when she thought of the purpose of this trip, she endured it and said gently, it's okay. Little Hong didn't know my habits before. It's okay to decorate like this. Ning Shu's face immediately showed a surprised smile. He stepped forward and grabbed Li Yufei's hand. He was very touched. Miss Yufei, you are really a good person. Li Yufei suddenly felt an unbearable stench. His hands seemed to be oily and sweaty. When he held her hand, Li Yufei felt like she was going to vomit. God, what kind of person was this? How could Qi Xing keep such a person by his side? It was so disgusting. Qi Xing seemed to know Li Yufei's current mood. He quickly rescued Li Yufei from Ning Shu's hands. As soon as she broke away from Ning Shu's hand, Li Yufei quickly wiped her hand with a handkerchief. She looked like she was going to vomit. Ning Shu smiled very foolishly. He didn't see Li Yufei's disgust at all. Go and let the kitchen prepare the food. You just need to tell them. You don't have to cook. Qi Xing added. Qi Xing knew how disgusting Ning Shu's cooking was. It was as disgusting as eating crane top hong. Ning Shu quickly said, you really don't want me to help? Since Miss Yufei is here, this servant wants to make 2 of my signature dishes to welcome Miss Yufei. No, Qi Xing said quickly. Qi Xing hurriedly said. He realized that his tone was too anxious, so he slowed down his voice and said gently, no need. Yufei just arrived. She can't eat so much. When Li Yufei heard Qi Xing's words, a subtle expression flashed across her face. She frowned. What did Qi Xing mean? Did he not welcome her? Li Yufei said, Little Hong, you really don't have to trouble yourself. Let the kitchen prepare something. I can't eat much. Ning Shu nodded and turned to leave. As soon as Ning Shu left, Qi Xing and Li Yufei both breathed a sigh of relief. The smell of this woman was really disgusting. Li Yufei quietly sniffed the handkerchief and almost vomited. Qi Xing pretended not to see Li Yufei's action and said gently to Li Yufei, I'll let people redecorate the room later. I didn't expect Little Hong to decorate the room like this. But Little Hong is kind. Don't blame her. Qi Xing subconsciously wanted Li Yufei to have a good impression of Ning Shu. Chapter 145. Hearing Qi Xing's words, Li Yufei frowned imperceptibly and then relaxed her brows. She smiled and tilted her head to look at Qi Xing. She said mischievously, Brother Sheng, why do I feel that you're so good to this maid named Xiaohong? Don't tell me you like her. Qi Xing immediately looked at Li Yufei with bright and affectionate eyes. He reached out and tapped the tip of Li Yufei's nose. He said unhappily but dotingly, how can you say that about your brother Sheng? Don't you know what kind of person your brother Sheng is? Li Yufei wrinkled her nose and said, Brother Sheng, you didn't answer Yufei's question directly. Do you like that girl named Xiaohong? If you really like her, I can help you. Qi Xing shook his head and said firmly, don't think too much. She's just my personal maid. Because she's too ugly, she always likes strange makeup. In fact, she's a pitiful person. Hearing that Xiaohong was ugly, Li Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, an ugly woman was not competitive. She had said so much before just to test whether Qi Xing still loved her. Most women knew that a man liked them, but Li Yufei ignored Qi Xing's love. Li Yufei and Qi Xing were childhood sweethearts. Their families were family friends and they were both merchants. Qi Xing liked Li Yufei, but Li Yufei had higher ambitions in her heart. Naturally, she didn't like Qi Xing. This time, she came to Qi Xing because there was a problem with her family's business and she needed his help. However, she couldn't resist Qi Xing's male lead halo. In addition, there was the beautiful Mu Yanluo who liked Qi Xing. It was good to have someone to fight for things. Besides, Li Yufei and Qi Xing had sex. Naturally, she fell in love with Qi Xing. She fell in love with Qi Xing with the intention of using him. Ning Shu first went to the kitchen and asked someone to cook. Then, he went to the room and saw Yuelan embroidering something. He took an apple and gnawed on it. Looking at Yuelan's embroidery, he said, "You're embroidering bamboo. This is for a man." "Yuelan, do you have a man?" Yuelan's face instantly turned red. She muttered, "Miss, what are you talking about? This servant doesn't have a man. Don't slander this servant's innocence." Ning Shu took a bite of the apple and said with a smile, "It's time to give something. Why isn't there a man? Tell me, who is it? Is it someone from the Qi mansion?" Ning Shu looked at Yulan with wide eyes. Yulan immediately said, "It's not what Miss thinks." "It's who?" "Qi Xing." Ning Shu stared at Yulan, dumbfounded. Although Qi Xing was good-looking and rich, he was a scumbag who wanted to have a foot in two boats. He was absolutely not worthy of his little sister Yulan. Yulan looked at Ning Shu in a daze and asked, "What does this have to do with Qi Xing? Who is Qi Xing?" After all this time, Yuelan still didn't know the name of the owner of this house. Ning Shu asked, "Then who are you giving this to?" Yuelan's face was very red. She said shyly, "Miss, don't ask. Your lipstick is smudged. You should go touch up your makeup. Don't try to divert your miss's attention. Tell me, it's that man. I want to see if that man can be entrusted with my life." Ning Shu said seriously. In fact, Ning Shu still liked little sister Yuelan. Although she was a bit thick-skinned, she was a good girl. It was good to be able to settle this girl's marriage before leaving. Yuelan said, "Miss, this servant really doesn't have a man. This servant is planning to make a pair of shoes for the shadow guard. Last time, this servant saw that the shadow guard's shoes were broken. The shadow guard has worked so hard to protect us, so we have to repay him." Ning Shu's face was suddenly enlightened. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is." Thinking of the shadow guard's square face and then looking at Yuelan's delicate and pretty appearance, would there be any sparks between the two of them? Ning Shu originally wanted to ask Yuelan about her feelings for the shadow guard, but then he thought about it. How could he say anything about feelings? Ning Shu applied lipstick in front of the mirror and then went to serve Qi Xing and Li Yufei. When they arrived at the living room, Qi Xing and Li Yufei were already eating. Ning Shu hurriedly said, "Young master, why didn't you call this servant to serve you the meal?" "Miss Yufei, this servant will serve you the dishes." Li Yufei's face was a little ugly, but she endured it. Ning Shu smiled reluctantly and said, "Xiao Hong, there's no need. I can do it myself. You can serve your young master." Ning Shu immediately said to Qi Xing, "Then, young master, this servant will serve you." Qi Xing frowned and covered his nose with his hand. Ning Shu said gently, "There's no need. You can also go and eat. Yufei and I don't need you to serve us." Ning Shu naturally knew that these two people despised her. Disgusting to death. People usually couldn't smell their own bodies, so Ning Shu didn't think that she smelled that bad. However, seeing these two people trying their best to hold it in, but not wanting to say it out loud, it was really refreshing. Qi Sheng and Li Yufei were the same kind of people. They were more hypocritical. They looked one way on the surface, but their hearts were different. Now, one was beautiful and gentle, and the other was gentle and amiable. They disliked her so much in their hearts. How can this be? This servant is the young master's personal maid. Naturally, I have to serve the young master. Ning Shu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken. However, he didn't hold it firmly. The chicken fell into the chicken soup. The soup splashed and splashed on Li Yufei. Li Yufei jumped up from the chair with a cry. Then, she realized that her actions were not gentle. She bit her lips tightly, looking a little wronged. She looked at Qi Sheng with a pair of watery eyes. Qi Sheng also frowned. Ning Shu's face showed panic and apology. He quickly took out a handkerchief with the scent of flowers mixed with the smell of feet and wiped the oil stains on Li Yufei's body. Li Yufei was about to vomit because of this strange smell. She pushed Ning Shu away and said to Qi Sheng with grievance, "Brother Sheng, do you not welcome Yufei? Is that why you let your personal maid do this? If Brother Sheng wants Yufei to leave, Yufei will leave immediately. Hurry up and leave. Look at what you've done." Qi Sheng shouted at Ning Shu. Ning Shu curled her lips and said, "This servant didn't mean it. Get out." Qi Sheng pretended to be angry, but he secretly winked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw that Qi Sheng's eyes were constantly cramping and hurriedly asked with concern, "Young master, what's wrong with your eyes? They keep cramping." "Poor young master, please don't go blind." Qi Sheng was speechless. Li Yufei also asked with concern, "Brother Sheng, are you okay?" Qi Sheng felt so sad. He had never seen anyone as stupid as Xiaohong. Chapter 146. Qi Sheng told Ning Shu sternly, "You can leave now. You don't need to serve here." Ning Shu was still hesitant. Qi Sheng said coldly, "Leave. If you don't listen to the young master, do you want to be sold?" Ning Shu turned around and left without saying a word. Qi Sheng then said to Li Yufei, "Yufei, don't think too much. This girl is clumsy and always causes problems. How can I bear to drive you away? You know how I feel about her." Li Yufei smiled and asked, "Why is this maid so clumsy? Brother Sheng, why do you keep this girl by your side? Also, this maid has a strange smell on her. Can Brother Sheng bear it?" Qi Sheng was speechless. He kept this girl by his side because she might be the most beautiful woman in the world, Mu Yen Luo. Qi Sheng naturally would not give up on such a good thing, even if he had Li Yufei in his heart. As a man, it was okay to have a taste of something new. "Brother Sheng, why don't you answer Yufei?" Li Yufei asked with a frown. Qi Sheng held Li Yufei's hand tightly and said affectionately, "Yufei, can't you see? Why do you ask me such a question? I've always only had you in my heart. In this life, I want you to be my wife." Li Yufei immediately lowered her head shyly and did not speak. Qi Sheng's heart swayed. He lowered his head and kissed Li Yufei. Then, they began to talk. On the way, Ning Shu found that he had lost his handkerchief, so he went back to look for it. This handkerchief had the most authentic smell. It would be a pity to lose it. Ning Shu had just walked into the courtyard when he heard the movements in the room. Ning Shu was stunned. Weren't they eating just now? How could they be in bed now? Besides, Li Yufei had just arrived at the Qi mansion today. How could she be so unreserved and roll around with the male lead? Sure enough, there was no logic in this world. In Li Yufei's opinion, as long as she caught Qi Sheng, her family would be able to survive the crisis. But in the end, she fell in love with Qi Sheng. This was the plot. She was destined to catch the adulterers. Ning Shu touched his chin. How was she going to catch the adulterers? Ning Shu quietly walked in and walked to the side of the bed. The two people on the bed were fighting and did not notice that there was someone standing next to them. Ning Shu looked at the two white-cut chicken in all kinds of positions, and his face revealed an intoxicated expression. He was very engrossed. Ning Shu suddenly said, "Young master, do you need this servant to prepare the bath water for you?" "Ah." Li Yufei quickly wrapped her arms around her chest and let out an earth-shattering scream. She immediately pushed Qi Sheng away. Qi Sheng's doppelganger was immediately exposed. It was like a pillar supporting the sky. Then, it was released. Li Yufei's face was covered in it. Then, Li Yufei screamed again. After being scared by Ning Shu and Li Yufei, Qi Sheng, who had just been released, immediately went limp. He felt like he couldn't stand up anymore. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a dirty scene. You guys need to remove it. Qi Sheng's face was ashen. Ning Shu shouted, "Get out." Who let you in? Get out. After Li Yufei screamed, she calmed down. She loosened her hands from her chest and released her turbulent breasts. She trembled as if she was deliberately showing off to Ning Shu. Ning Shu straightened his chest. You're big. I'm bigger than you. I'm fuller than you. You're drooping. The two people on the bed had no intention of wearing clothes. They simply had no sense of shame. How could you guys be so licentious? Qi Sheng roared at Ning Shu. This young master told you to get out. You don't want to leave. Do you want to stay together? Ning Shu almost vomited in disgust. Looking at Qi Sheng swaggering around to dry his little bird, he was shameless. Li Yufei and Qi Sheng's bodies were pressed together. Ning Shu felt like his eyes were going blind. This servant will go prepare the bath water for young master. By the way, young master, you were frightened by Miss Yufei's scream. Do you need medicine? Ning Shu asked very considerately. Ding, abuse level 15. Current abuse level 20. 2333 hurriedly said, Ning Shu, you can't look. If you look at this thing too much, you'll get a needle eye. You're not pure anymore. Get out. Qi Sheng was so angry that Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu hurriedly said, this servant will get out now. Young master, have fun. By the way, if you need medicine, this servant will prepare it for you. This servant will really get out. This servant will get out now. Ning Shu saw that Qi Sheng's face was very scary. There was no trace of his usual gentle appearance. He guessed that he had really pissed him off. After leaving the door, Ning Shu didn't leave. Instead, he hid by the window and listened to what was going on inside. Ning Shu, why are you doing this? You've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to be very pure. 2333 said. Ning Shu directly said, do you know me? If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. Previously, the system recorded that you were very pure. Why have you changed now? You only peeped at other people's sex once in a few missions. Now you're actually peeping at other people's sex. 2333 seemed to be wiping tears. I've changed. What does it have to do with you? If you have the ability, then don't bring me to this crazy world. Ning Shu's forehead was full of black lines. Now you're blaming me for being impure? What does it have to do with you? 2333 was sad. How can you be so fierce to me? Although I'm the mainframe, I have emotions too. We'll be partners in the future. Maybe we'll be tied together forever. You should be nicer to me. Then can I change to another system? I don't want you. Ning Shu said bluntly. Humph, I'll never talk to you again. 2333 went into hiding. Ning Shu and 2333 were arguing. Inside, Qi Sheng and Li Yufei were also talking. What's wrong, brother Sheng? Why can't you get up? Try it. Qi Sheng's voice was a little anxious. Ning Shu looked through the window and saw Qi Sheng kneeling on the bed. Li Yufei was trying her best to tease him, but little Qi Sheng was soft. Brother Sheng, this isn't very good. Yufei has never tried it before. Li Yufei said very shyly. However, Qi Sheng's expression was very bad. He directly pressed Li Yufei's head down and pressed her under him. Then, the scene was very dirty. Ning Shu rubbed his eyes and continued to watch. But unfortunately, after Li Yufei's efforts, little Qi Xing still didn't get up. Ning Shu thought silently. Could it be that he was so scared that he became impotent? Amitba. How many women would not fall into his evil hands? His little brother didn't feel anything, which made Qi Xing angry and scared. He pushed Li Yufei in front of him away. Li Yufei was stunned and called out sadly, "Brother Sheng." Ning Shu saw that Qi Xing's face was ashen, but he still wanted to comfort Li Yufei. Ning Shu felt very happy in his heart. "Yufei, I'm tired today," Qi Xing said and kissed Li Yufei's head perfunctorily. Then, he began to put on his clothes. Chapter 147. It seemed that the situation in the room would not continue. Little brother Qi Sheng was dying. Ning Shu saw that there was nothing else, so she quickly ran back to her room. She took out the whistle on her chest and blew it. Seeing Ning Shu blow the whistle, Yulan hurriedly put down her subordinate's shoe and asked, "Miss, did something happen?" Ask the shadow guard to come out. Of course, something happened. Now that Qi Xing was dying, he would definitely come back to find her. Although Li Yufei was also involved, the main reason was still her. Now that she was courting death, Ning Shu came to the shadow guard for protection. "I'm the silly and sweet female lead. I need protection." After blowing the whistle for a while, the shadow guard jumped in from the window. She was dressed in black and had a mask on her face. "Miss, what's the matter?" the shadow guard asked. Ning Shu said, "I just want to see if you're around. My life is in danger recently. You must appear when I blow the whistle." The shadow guard looked at Ning Shu, paused and asked, "Miss, what did you do?" Ning Shu said very innocently, "I didn't do anything. There are always unruly people who want to harm your Mississippi, you have to be careful recently. Maybe someone wants to deal with your Mississippi. You must protect your Mississippi," Ning Shu's shadow guard said. The shadow guard's eyes were filled with disdain as she said, "I know. By the way, Yulan made a pair of shoes for you," Ning Shu's shadow guard said. The shadow guard immediately looked at Yulan. Yulan's face immediately turned red. She stomped her feet and said to Ning Shu, "Miss, how can you say it so quickly? Why can't I say it?" Ning Shu looked at Yulan. The shadow guard thanked Yulan and jumped out of the window. Ning Shu said, "If I say it, you won't be able to give the shadow guard a surprise." Yulan looked at Ning Shu and pursed her lips. She was about to cry. "You're making this servant embarrassed." Ning Shu said, "Oh, you won't be embarrassed if you secretly give the shoes to the shadow guard." Ning Shu admitted that he did it on purpose. "Miss, why are you like this? You've changed. You weren't like this before." Yulan looked sadly at Ning Shu. "Damn it. Today, all of them told her that you've changed. It's fine. If you really can't make 2 pairs, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Originally, Big Brother Shadow Guard thought that you would only receive 1 pair of shoes, but in the end, you received 2 pairs. Aren't you pleasantly surprised?" Ning Shu comforted Yulan. Yulan looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. "Miss, how can you be like this? There's clearly nothing, but after hearing what you said, I feel like there's something." "There's clearly nothing, so how can this servant take a fancy to the shadow guard's wooden face?" Ning Shu quickly covered Yulan's mouth and said to her, "Although what you said is the truth, you can't say it so casually. If this is heard by Big Brother Shadow Guard, what if Big Brother Shadow Guard leaves heartbroken?" Yulan shook her head. Ning Shu released Yulan's mouth. Yulan said, "This servant thinks that Hidden Guard Gidge is a good person." After being given the good person card, there was usually no play. Sure enough, as Ning Shu expected, Qi Xing came to find her at night. Ning Shu felt very speechless. What couldn't be said during the day? Why did he have to wait until night time? She could tell that this guy had bad intentions. When Ning Shu opened the door, Qi Xing was holding a folding fan in his hand. He leaned against the door in a very handsome and lazy manner. When he saw Ning Shu, he said, "Little Red, take a walk with young master." Young master has something to say to you. Ning Shu blinked her panda eyes and asked, what's the matter? Young master, it's so late. What do you have to say to this servant? This servant wants to sleep now. Qi Xing frowned and looked at Ning Shu's face. He asked, don't you wash your face at night? Why do you sleep with makeup on at night? This lead powder is very bad for the skin. Go wash your face and take a walk with young master. Ning Shu touched her face shyly and said, this servant likes this makeup. Even if I sleep, I don't want to wash my face. Qi Xing's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. Ning Shu said gently, it's okay. Take a walk with young master. Ning Shu followed behind Qi Xing. Qi Xing walked very slowly in front of him. His posture was very elegant and lazy. Under the bright moonlight, he was like a person in a painting. Qi Xing did not speak, and neither did Ning Shu. When they reached the pavilion, Qi Xing sat on the stone bench and did not speak. To be honest, when Ning Shu saw Qi Xing's current appearance, the image of Qi Xing taking off his clothes and cutting a chicken appeared in his mind. The koi fish swam in the pool under the pavilion, making a little noise from time to time. It was like a ghost, making Ning Shu's hair stand on end. He felt that the surroundings were a little gloomy. Young master, the moon tonight is really big and round. Ning Shu broke the silence. Qi Xing looked at Ning Shu. Under the cold moonlight, her face was very pale. Her eyes were dark, and her lips were red. She looked like a ghost. Qi Xing looked away and said, I want to talk about what happened at noon. What happened at noon? Ning Shu touched the whistle on his chest, in case Qi Xing was really scared to the point of impotence. Did he come to take revenge on her? Ning Shu took 2 steps back and asked, young master, what do you want to talk about? Qi Xing said to Ning Shu, sit down. I want to talk to you about Yufei. Ning Shu, get lost. What is there to talk about? Yufei is the girl I have loved since childhood. We will definitely be married in the future. Qi Xing looked at Ning Shu with a forced and affectionate gaze. I hope you can understand. Of course this servant can understand. Congratulations, young master. Ning Shu said very straightforwardly. Qi Xing's face suddenly showed joy. He stood up and wanted to grab Ning Shu's hand, but then he withdrew his hand and said, young master knows you are a kind-hearted person. When Yufei and I are married, I will let Yufei accept you. Yufei is a kind-hearted person like you. Qi Xing said happily. What the fuck, what the fuck? Ning Shu really wanted to slap him. After all this time, this guy wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to marry his true love and take her as a concubine. Damn, he thought this guy couldn't take it anymore and came to him for an explanation. He came in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk and flirt. The male lead's ability was really not for show. This was fine. He should get rid of the root of the problem. Nothing would happen. Ning Shu couldn't understand. She had already ruined herself like this. She was so unbearable to look at, but Qi Xing could still hypnotize himself and think that she was a great beauty. Ning Shu showed a shy smile. Young master and Miss Yufei are a match made in heaven. Young master said that Miss Yufei is the best woman in the world. Young master should take good care of Miss Yufei. Why does young master want Miss Yufei to accept this servant? This servant has the appearance of a willow. I really don't want to get involved in the great love between young master and Miss Yufei. Chapter 148. Ning Shu almost wanted to kneel down in front of Qi Xing's logic. He did it with another woman at noon, then came to find her at night and let her share a husband with his true love. It was simply ridiculous. Ning Shu really wanted to ask Qi Xing if he really loved his true love. It was simply wanton and unrestrained. Did it mean that he could hide his love in his heart and do whatever he wanted with his body as long as he loved her in his heart? What a scumbag. Ning Shu twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Qi Xing, who looked very elegant under the moonlight, and said, young master, do you love Miss Yufei? Qi Xing nodded and said, yes, I have loved her for many years. Ning Shu was speechless. Since he loved her so much, why did he talk to another woman in the middle of the night behind Li Yufei's back? Was his love so overflowing? Or did Qi Sheng just want to cheat her? No matter what, Ning Shu despised Qi Sheng. I believe that Yufei will accept you. You will love each other. You are both kind women. Qi Sheng's expression was a little painful. Recently, I found that I have fallen in love with you. I can't give up either of you or Yufei. Damn it, Ning Shu was disgusted to death. Damn it, there was no normal male protagonist in this world. One had a tragic childhood and a dark heart, one was a chauvinist and straight man, and one was a womanizer who cheated and cheated. Damn it, he didn't know what kind of man the latter was. If he was sick, he should go to see a doctor. Why torture Mu Yen Luo? If either of you leaves me, I will be in so much pain that I want to die. Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu affectionately. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He really wanted to spit on this bastard's face. Yen Luo, I will die without you. Qi Sheng hardened his heart and grabbed Ning Shu's hand. His expression suddenly changed, but he still firmly grabbed Ning Shu's hand. Then go to hell. Ning Shu withdrew her hand and shyly lowered her head. This servant is very ugly and is not worthy of young master. No, I know you're doing this to protect yourself. I once went to the capital to see you. I only saw you from afar and knew that you were a peerless beauty. Your eyes were as clear as water and your hair was as green as clouds. I can understand why you're doing this. Ning Shu was speechless. No wonder this guy tolerated her so much. It turned out that he knew what Mu Yen Luo looked like. Ning Shu blinked his dark and misty eyes, completely different from what Qi Sheng had described. Ning Shu shook his head and said, Young master, my name is Xiao Hong, not Mu Yen Luo. Young master, have you lost your mind? Take your medicine. Qi Sheng said rather dotingly, Okay. You are Xiao Hong, not Mu Yen Luo. When people ask you in the future, you have to say this. After all, Mu Yen Luo is very famous. You will be in danger. Every word was filled with falsehood and coquettishness. Ning Shu dared to kneel down and swear to the heavens that Qi Sheng, this bastard, wanted to possess this body. What happened next was that as they did it, he fell in love with her and was tortured by the supporting female lead, Li Yufei. After that, Qi Sheng suddenly realized that the person he loved was Mu Yen Luo and not that vicious woman, Li Yufei. He really loved her in the past. It turned out that she was so vicious. Her gentleness and kindness in the past were all fake blah blah blah. Qi Sheng approached Ning Shu and wanted to kiss Ning Shu's forehead gently, but as soon as he got close, he smelled a greasy and disgusting scalp smell. Qi Sheng changed his position and wanted to kiss his cheek, but the thick rouge and powder on his face made him unable to do so. In the end, he could only give up. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. He knew that Qi Sheng couldn't do it. He didn't even bother to hide. Qi Sheng's target was the peerless beauty Mu Yen Luo, not the stinky and ugly Xiao Hong. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng and asked, Young master, does Miss Yufei know that you came to see me? Qi Sheng shook his head and said, Yufei doesn't know, but I don't think she will mind. You think too much. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He shivered and said, Oh, it's quite cold at night. I'm going back to sleep. As soon as Ning Shu turned around, Qi Sheng grabbed his hand. Ning Shu turned his head and looked at Qi Sheng with his thick eyebrows raised. Under the moonlight, Qi Sheng was a little scared by Ning Shu's face. He showed a gentle smile and said, Cover yourself well at night. Don't catch a cold. Big brother, what are you talking about? It's summer now. You should say don't get bitten by mosquitoes. That's too perfunctory. Ning Shu nodded and said with a serious face, I know. Young master, you must also cover yourself with a quilt. Ning Shu waved his sleeves and left without the slightest reluctance. Then, under Qi Sheng's gaze, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Back in the room, Welan immediately checked Ning Shu from head to toe and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" "I'm fine. How can something happen to your miss?" Ning Shu waved her hand. Yuelan was a little worried. She looked at Ning Shu and said, "Miss, let's leave here. I feel that young master has bad intentions towards you." It was the same in the Prime Minister's residence. It's still the same in a different place. Why are these men so annoying? Your miss has a constitution of accidents. She's like this wherever she goes. Mu Yanlua would attract men's attention wherever she went. Yulan sighed, and then began to cry. She stammered, "Previously, Mrs. Beauty was well known throughout the world. Who in the world didn't say that Miss had a good life? But now it has become like this. This servant is pitiful Mississippi, oh my God," the tears came out without even brewing. This girl was the real movie queen. The female lead wasn't beautiful, so how could she make those men obsessed? In the end, they gave up everything and lived in seclusion with the female lead. If she wasn't beautiful, how could they get her? Ning Shu raised her hand and said, "Don't cry. Although your miss is ugly now, she still has breasts." Yuelan was speechless. Qi Xing thought that he had made it clear to Ning Shu that night. It seemed that Ning Shu had also agreed to his proposal. So, the next day, he looked at Ning Shu with ambiguous and teasing eyes. Li Yufei saw Qi Xing's eyes and suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She and Qi Xing had already done the deed of husband and wife. Qi Xing was especially charming in bed. Li Yufei's heart was moved. Li Yufei was still using Qi Xing's feelings to save her family's business. But now, Li Yufei really fell in love with Qi Xing. Not only did the female lead have the ability to make the male lead fall in love with the female lead after having sex, but the male lead also had this ability. Moreover, it was very lethal to the female supporting characters and female cannon fodder. Usually, these female supporting characters and female cannon fodder would be jealous of the male lead's infatuation with the female lead. Then, they would do something vicious to hurt the female lead. Therefore, when Ning Shu felt two pairs of eyes staring at her, she suddenly had the urge to pour the hot soup on these two people. Chapter 149. Ning Shu was speechless. Now that she had ruined herself to this extent, she still attracted Li Yufei's hatred. Now, Li Yufei's gaze was especially sharp and vigilant. It was as if she was examining her, as if she wanted to see through her. Ning Shu put the hot soup on the table and smiled like an idiot. She said to Qi Xing and Li Yufei, "Young master, Miss Yufei, the soup is here." Qi Xing said, "There's no need to serve here. You can leave." Li Yufei also said gently, "Xiao Hong, you can leave. Come to my room later. Your makeup is really not exquisite enough. I'll teach you other techniques later." Ning Shu was speechless. Li Yufei probably wanted to know her true appearance. Qi Xing's eyes lit up and he said, "You should get closer and let Yufei teach you makeup." Ning Shu didn't pay attention to the two of them at all. Since she didn't want anyone to serve her, she immediately left. Ning Shu returned to the room and saw Yuelan eating. Ning Shu suddenly thought of something. What did brother's secret guard eat? Ning Shu asked Yuelan, "Has your hidden guard brother eaten yet?" Yuelan put down her chopsticks and pouted. Ning Shu said, "He's not my brother. The secret guard has already eaten. This servant makes an extra portion every time I eat. By the time Miss remembers, the secret guard has already starved to death. Oh, it's Miss's fault. Fortunately, Yuelan, this little cutie, thinks about the secret guard. Otherwise, the secret guard would really starve to death." Ning Shu patted Yuelan's shoulder and said, "In the future, when Miss is not here, you and your brother's secret guard can support each other." Yuelan quickly said, "How can Miss not be here? This servant must be by Miss's side. This servant is Miss's person in life and will be Miss's ghost in death." Okay. Ning Shu waved his hand. "Your Miss knows your intentions." Yuelan's eyes were watery again. "Miss, no matter where you go, you must take this servant with you." He felt that this girl's tears were like tap water. As soon as the tap was turned on, tears would flow out. "I'll definitely bring you along." "Don't worry," Ning Shu said. "You're little red. My young miss wants to see you." A maid walked in and saw Ning Shu's face. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "Hurry up, my miss wants to see you." "Hurry up, and young master Qi Sheng is also waiting." "You'd better hurry up and not let the masters wait for too long." It seemed that Li Yufei wanted her to wash her face clean. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" The young maidservant snapped at Ning Shu. Ning Shu pursed her lips and followed the maidservant to Li Yufei's courtyard. She walked into the room and saw that the previous colorful dress had been removed. Now, all the decorations were expensive and elegant. It was completely different from the vulgar style she used to wear. Qi Sheng was sitting in the hall. When he saw Ning Shu, he quickly said to Ning Shu, "You really should change your image." Li Yufei also said, "Go take a shower first." Li Yufei wanted to wash away the strange smell on her body, but with Qi Sheng next to her, she naturally couldn't say that. Ning Shu didn't want to expose her face at all. She didn't want to be disfigured by Li Yufei. It was very painful to be cut by a knife on the face. A woman's jealousy was really terrible. "The hot water is ready. Go take a shower. After that, I'll teach you how to put on makeup." Li Yufei saw that Ning Shu didn't move and said another sentence. Ning Shu sat on the ground with a plop, startling Qi Sheng and Li Yufei. Li Yufei quickly said, "Little Red, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The ground is cold." Qi Sheng said, "If you have anything to say, we can all make decisions for you." Ning Shu cried and said, "Miss Yufei, please don't let me remove my makeup. Otherwise, I really can't see anyone." "Why is that?" Li Yufei asked in surprise. "I'm actually very ugly. The right side of my face has a black birthmark. That's why I put a thick layer of powder on my face to cover it." As Ning Shu spoke, she wiped off the powder on her face with her sleeve and then revealed the dark skin under the foundation. It was really dark and looked very disgusting. Qi Sheng was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why do you have a birthmark? Your birthmark is fake, right?" "It's fake, isn't it?" When Ning Shu saw Qi Sheng's disillusioned and nauseous look, she spat in her heart. Qi Sheng slammed the folding fan on the table and then clenched it tightly in his hand. Blue veins appeared on the back of his hand and his face was ferocious for a moment. He turned to Li Yufei and said, "I have something to do. I'll leave first. You guys go ahead." Then he left without looking back. Li Yufei looked at Ning Shu's dark half-face and smiled more gently. She said, "Since you're like this, I won't force you. You can go." Then Ning Shu turned and left. On the way back, he met a livid Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng frowned and looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Are you really not Mu Yen Luo?" Ning Shu blinked her panda eyes and said, "Young master, when did I say that I'm Mu Yen Luo? I've always emphasized that I'm Xiao Hong, which means small and red. I'm not Mu Yen Luo." "Young master, you've always said that I'm Mu Yen Luo." "I've always denied it." Ning Shu stepped on Qi Sheng's sore spot. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 20. 2333's voice was a little violent. "Why are there so few abuse points, Ning Shu? How the hell would I know? It would be strange if someone with a fox's mind didn't get abused so easily." "Then what's the matter with the maid beside you? She's a wanted person." Qi Sheng was still making his final struggle. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with his dark half-face and said in a suppressed voice, "That maid is a wanted criminal? I'm not very clear about this. Actually." Ning Shu lowered his head shyly and said, "I met this maid halfway. At that time, she was lying in the middle of the road. My father and I saved her. Later, my father passed away. I told her to call me Mississippi. My father isn't a high-ranking official. It was all for vanity's sake." "Young master, enough, don't say any more." Qi Sheng covered his face with his hands and rubbed them twice. "Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? When Ning Shu heard this, she almost spat at Qi Sheng's face. Ning Shu widened her misty eyes and asked in shock, when has this servant ever lied to you? This servant has never lied to you. Qi Sheng's face twitched and he roared loudly, Xiao Hong is a fake name. I thought you were Mu Yen Luo. What's wrong with Xiao Hong? I have an older brother called Xiao Ming. I'm called Xiao Hong. Ning Shu nodded firmly. Qi Sheng covered his heart and said, get lost. I don't want to see you now. How dare you lie to me? Ning Shu turned and ran away. Chapter 150. Ever since Qi Sheng found out that Ning Shu wasn't Mu Yen Luo, her attitude towards Ning Shu had changed drastically. The tea she brewed was either too hot or too cold. She covered her nose and bluntly said that Ning Shu smelled very bad. She almost bluntly said, you're so ugly, why don't you die? However, she didn't directly drive Ning Shu away. She still let Ning Shu be her personal maidservant. She guessed that there was still some connection between the male and female leads. Ning Shu still had dark circles under her eyes and bright red lips every day, swaying in front of Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng's attitude towards her was very bad, but strangely, Li Yufei's attitude towards her was unprecedentedly good. It was so good that Ning Shu's hair stood on end. She didn't understand what was wrong with Li Yufei. Did she want to be good friends with her? Was it because she was ugly now that she could set off Li Yufei's peerless beauty? Come, Xiao Hong, this pouch is for you. There are some pieces of silver in it. Go and buy some rouge and face powder. Li Yufei handed a pouch to Ning Shu. In the face of the female lead's charity, as a dignified female lead, she should righteously refuse and defend her dignity. Ning Shu quickly took the pouch and said with a smile, thank you, Miss Yufei. Ning Shu opened the pouch in front of Li Yufei. There were many pieces of silver in it. She opened her mouth wide and smiled brightly at Li Yufei. With a sneaky face, she said to Li Yufei, Miss Yufei, is there anything I can do for you? By medicine, by sex toys, Ning Shu felt that he could do it for her. Li Yufei took 2 steps back and covered her nose with a handkerchief. She said, no, it's just that I see that your rouge and face powder are cheap. You can use this money to buy some good ones. Xiao Hong, your brother Xing's personal maidservant. Your appearance also represents brother Xing's face. Even if you don't pay attention to your image, you still have to think about brother Xing's face. Facing such humiliation from the supporting female lead, the female lead should be righteous and unyielding. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my dignity. Miss Yufei, although I, Xiao Hong, am ugly, I still have my dignity. Ning Shu puffed up his chest and rubbed it against Li Yufei's chest. Although I'm ugly, my chest is bigger than yours. Li Yufei. Qi Sheng came back from outside and saw Ning Shu and Li Yufei together. First, Ning Shu snorted coldly, and then he said to Li Yufei gently, how are you at home? Li Yufei's smile was exceptionally gentle. Her entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of holy and gentle light. Brother Sheng, Yufei has prepared the meal. Let's go eat, Li Yufei said shyly to Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng glanced at Ning Shu, took Li Yufei's hand, and said, I know Yufei knows my taste the best. The food you make must be to my taste. Li Yufei's smile became even more bashful. Ning Shu couldn't figure out what was there to be shy about. Qi Sheng turned around and coldly said to Ning Shu, what are you waiting for? Come and serve Yufei and me. You're now a personal maid. Ning Shu pursed his bloody mouth. Li Yufei hurriedly persuaded Qi Sheng, she's your personal maid. If there's anything she doesn't do well, just teach her more in the future. Qi Sheng looked coldly at Ning Shu, and then said to Li Yufei, you're the kindest person. Some people just don't change. If it weren't for the 20 taels of silver, would have kicked her out long ago. Ning Shu, she felt that Qi Sheng was really awkward now. This bastard probably felt that she had cheated on his feelings. Nonsense. Qi Sheng clearly wanted to cheat on her feelings, but now he was playing the blame game. He was simply shameless. Qi Sheng and Li Yufei entered the room hand in hand. Ning Shu followed behind them and served them food. Qi Sheng clearly couldn't stand the stench on her body, but he still insisted on letting her serve him by his side. He was really sick. "Brother Sheng, drink this soup. Yufei specially prepared it for you. It's very hard to be busy with business every day." Li Yufei scooped up the soup with a spoon. Qi Sheng revealed a gentle smile on his face. He directly grabbed Li Yufei's hand, brought the spoon in Li Yufei's hand to him, and drank it with a look of enjoyment. Looking at Qi Sheng's rippling appearance, Ning Shu thought that he was drinking an aphrodisiac. "Yufei, you drink too." Qi Sheng scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to Li Yufei. Li Yufei drank it sweetly. After Qi Sheng and Li Yufei finished their meal, Ning Shu stood at the side and stared blankly at the pink bubbles rising from their bodies. She felt her teeth ache unbearably. It was too pretentious. Qi Sheng and Li Yufei were the same kind of people. They used a harmless and gentle mask to hide their hearts. Li Yufei's heart was not as gentle and kind as her appearance. Qi Sheng's heart was also not as tolerant and gentle as he showed. These two people were really a match made in heaven. Haha. Get out. Qi Sheng glanced at Ning Shu from the corner of his eyes. Ning Shu was about to doze off, but when he heard Qi Sheng's words, he immediately turned around and left. Qi Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "Close the door and wait outside. You're not allowed to leave. Just wait outside." Ning Shu was stunned when he heard that he had to close the door. Why would he close the door in broad daylight? He was taking a nap at noon. Ning Shu saw Li Yufei's blushing face and suddenly became a Spartan. What a beast. He was going to do it in broad daylight. The worst thing was that Qi Sheng actually asked her to wait outside the door. Could his taste be more unique? Did he think that he was the emperor's favorite concubine? Why would he want someone to wait outside? Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with an expression that said, "You're so dirty." Qi Sheng automatically interpreted Ning Shu's expression as envy and jealousy. He said faintly and very pretentiously, "What are you waiting for? Get out and close the door." Ning Shu turned around and went out, then closed the door. He leaned against the door and kept rolling his eyes. After a while, there were ambiguous sounds in the room. There were all kinds of flirtatious sounds that made people blush. There was also the squeaking sound of the bed shaking and Li Yufei's lingering and ambiguous moans. "Tsk, tsk, tsk." Ning Shu shook his head. Making love with other women in front of the female lead was simply a weapon to torture the female lead. If the original Mu Yen Luo was here, she would probably be heartbroken. Ning Shu sat on the steps and dozed off with his head propped up on his hand, treating these sounds as a lullaby. Alas, this world has no moral integrity. Ning Shu was dozing off when he heard a roar. "Xiao Hong!" Ning Shu suddenly woke up and quickly stood up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the livid Qi Sheng. He asked, "You're done so soon?" Suddenly, Qi Sheng's face became even more unsightly. He held the folding fan tightly in his hand and wished that he could beat Ning Shu to death with the folding fan. Ning Shu saw Qi Sheng's livid face and instantly knew that he had said something wrong. He closed his mouth and didn't speak, but his eyes looked at the place 3 inches below Qi Sheng's navel. Could it be that he was really scared? Chapter 151. Ning Shu's suspicious eyes made Qi Sheng's face tremble. Such a suspicious and wretched look made Qi Sheng once again confirm that this wretched woman was not Mu Yen Luo at all. Mu Yen Luo was peerless, noble, and beautiful. How could she be like this? Get away from me. I don't want to see you now. Qi Sheng rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling uncomfortable. Ning Shu quickly left. Qi Sheng stopped Ning Shu again. "Xiao Hong, wait a minute." Ning Shu looked back at Qi Sheng and asked, "Young master, is there anything else?" Qi Sheng walked in front of Ning Shu and asked very seriously, "Xiao Hong, I'll ask you one last time. Are you Mu Yen Luo or not? This is the last ultimatum I'm giving you. Tell me, are you Mu Yen Luo or not?" Qi Sheng's expression was very serious. Ning Shu waved his hand and asked, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" "I've said it before. I'm not Mu Yen Luo. My name is Xiao Hong. How many times do you want me to say it?" "Very good, very good. Do you feel happy to tease me again and again?" Qi Sheng's face was livid. "From now on, you're no longer my personal maid. You'll be a servant of the Qi family." Qi Sheng turned around and left after saying that. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said to Ning Shu contemptuously, "This is the price you have to pay for deceiving me." Damn, everything was just your imagination. She had never said that she was Mu Yen Luo. Now you're blaming me? Can you be reasonable? After being deprived of her identity as a personal maid, Ning Shu was taken to the washtub by the ruthless nanny steward. Ning Shu said, "From now on, you'll wash the washtub and pour the night incense." Ning Shu, fuck you, Qi Sheng, so cruel. This smell was much more pungent than the smell on her body. The nanny in charge snorted and said, "Don't you know who you are? I knew you were unreliable. It hasn't been long since you annoyed the young master." Ning Shu stretched out his hand. The supervisor mammy asked in a daze, "What are you doing? Give me back the money I gave you back then. At that time, you said that I had a very promising future." Ning Shu lightly said. The nanny in charge's slanted eyes suddenly sharpened. "When did I take your money?" Ning Shu was speechless. Well, this old woman had Alzheimer's and couldn't remember anything. Ning Shu sneered and said, "Just take it as your coffin money. You actually dare to curse me?" The nanny in charge's face turned ugly. "You're just an ugly freak. Do you think the young master will let you go back? You're just a bitch. You're the lowly one. How dare you call our young miss a lowly one? Do you know who our young miss is? You actually let our young miss do such a dirty job." Yuelan stuck out her chest and was very imposing, scaring the nanny in charge. In the end, she was a maid of the Prime Minister's family and had seen the world. Ning Shu gave Yuelan a thumbs up. Yuelan immediately smiled at Ning Shu, destroying the imposing manner just now. The nanny in charge left with an unfriendly expression. She looked at Ning Shu with a particularly vicious gaze. When the female lead was in trouble, there would always be 1 or 2 vicious cannon fodders to deal with her. Ning Shu would never admit that she had courted death just now. Relying on the fact that she was the female lead, she had no scruples. Anyway, she wouldn't die. As long as she didn't get pushed by these 7 men, she would have completed the task. She would help Mu Yen Luo get rid of these men and get rid of the NP ending. To be honest, Ning Shu would rather play with these NPCs. If she stayed with the male lead, she would be in danger of being pushed at any time. For example, she was facing Yi Lai Xiang and Gong Tong now. She didn't have to worry about being pushed by the male lead at all. Yuelan covered her nose and said to Ning Shu, "Young miss, are we really going to do this? It's really smelly." Ning Shu clapped her hands and said indifferently, "Your family's young miss is so noble and elegant. Such a peerless beauty, how could she do this kind of thing? Even washing clothes is more elegant than this." "Then let's go, young Mississippi, didn't you say you wanted to travel around? Let's go now. Young miss, blow the whistle and let the shadow guards take us away." Yuelan held her breath and tried her best not to breathe. Her face was red from holding it in. Ning Shu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a sad and beautiful face. Don't even mention how sinful she was. Your family's young miss still has things to do. She will leave soon. Ning Shu said in a rough voice. Yuelan was speechless. This servant doesn't understand what young miss wants to do. Yuelan nodded firmly. Wherever young miss goes, this servant will follow. Ning Shu's tears fell. This smell is too strong. The smell of urea fertilizer was very strong. That's right. Yuelan also wiped her tears. Little Red, our young miss is looking for you. A servant girl shouted at Ning Shu from afar. Ning Shu saw that the servant girl was one of Li Yufei's people. All kinds of conspiracy theories appeared in Ning Shu's mind. For example, Li Yufei saw that she was tired of Qi Sheng and wanted to find all kinds of reasons to torture her. Disfigure her? Little Red, come here quickly. The servant girl saw that Ning Shu didn't move and didn't dare to come over. She shouted at Ning Shu in a flustered and exasperated manner. Ning Shu walked over, carrying a strong smell. The servant girl almost vomited. She hurriedly said, "Young miss is looking for you," and ran away. Ning Shu couldn't figure out why Li Yufei was looking for her. Ning Shu didn't even wash up before heading to Li Yufei's courtyard. Ever since she came to the Qi residence, Ning Shu found that her body was full of all kinds of smells. Now, with the addition of the smell of the 5 grains, it was even more disgusting. As soon as Ning Shu walked into the room, Li Yufei immediately covered her nose. Ning Shu shouted, "What's that smell? Go wash up first. I have something to tell you. After you wash up, put on some powder," Li Yufei said with a frown. Ning Shu became more and more puzzled. What was this girl trying to do? Could it be that Li Yufei wanted to be good friends with her? That was impossible. The female lead had a halo that would make other women jealous. It would make people inexplicably unhappy with the female lead and then cause trouble for the female lead. She, the cannon fodder, became the female lead. Did this halo disappear? This didn't make sense. This wasn't fair. She was still the female lead. Ning Shu went back to wash up. Then, according to Li Yufei's request, she put some powder on her body and poured out an entire box. Right now, Ning Shu was very fragrant. Very fragrant, so fragrant that it was pungent. Ning Shu entered the room with a strong fragrance, causing Li Yufei to sneeze. She covered her nose and asked, "How much powder did you put on? Can't you smell it yourself? This servant can smell it. It's very fragrant. Young Miss Yufei, smell it." Ning Shu walked in front of Li Yufei and raised her arm to Li Yufei's nose. Li Yufei's face darkened as she took a step back. She said with an ugly expression, "Little Red, I called you here because I have something to ask you." Chapter 152. Ning Shu was a little surprised. What did Li Yufei want to ask him? Ning Shu approached Li Yufei and asked, "Miss Yufei, what do you want to ask me?" Li Yufei immediately took a step back, covered her nose, and asked, "Your brother Xing's personal maid. Do you know if brother Xing has someone he likes?" Ning Shu blinked her panda eyes and raised her eyebrows that were as thick as caterpillars. She said in surprise, "Why do you ask, Miss Yufei? Your young master's true love." "No, what I mean is that Miss Yufei is the person young master likes." Ning Shu's words pleased Li Yufei. Li Yufei smiled and glanced at Ning Shu coquettishly. Ning Shu was flirted by her gaze. She wasn't Qi Sheng. Why was she showing such a seductive look to him? Of course I know brother Xing has me in his heart. Li Yufei's face was flushed. Ning Shu was speechless. She called her over just to say this? Was she trying to attack her? But the smile on Li Yufei's face dissipated a little. She looked at Ning Shu and said, "But I feel that there's someone else in brother Xing's heart. I can feel it very keenly." A woman's intuition was really scary, and it was all true. Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "Miss Yufei, you're thinking too much. If you have this feeling, it's nothing more than that." "What's that?" Li Yufei frowned and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu stomped her feet shyly and covered her face as she said, "Oh, Miss Yufei, you know." Li Yufei's face darkened as she said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Ahem. Ning Shu coughed and said, "Miss Yufei, do you feel a little bored in bed and think young master is tired of you?" "What are you talking about?" Li Yufei's face flushed red, and she was extremely shy. Ning Shu thought, "I didn't see you shy when we were having sex. Your shy look is really annoying. Don't all men like novelty?" Ning Shu grinned at Li Yufei. Li Yufei looked at Ning Shu and asked, "What do you have in mind? If you want to capture a man's heart, you have to make him unable to stop. Ning Shu said in a very experienced manner. Li Yufei looked at Ning Shu and said, why can't you stop? I feel like you're quite experienced. Pfft. Ahem, Miss Yufei, you're so annoying. Ning Shu covered his face with a handkerchief. I'm just a so-so. Li Yufei narrowed her eyes. In that case, you'll be my maid from now on. I'll tell Brother Sheng. How did she become Li Yufei's maidservant? Life was full of ups and downs. He thought he still had to go back and wash the toilet bowl. Go ahead, tell me your experience, Li Yufei said very grandly. As long as the matter is done well, there will be many benefits for you. Ning Shu was speechless. He braced himself. Ning Shu smiled very wretchedly. He patted his chest and said loudly, Miss Yufei, leave this matter to me. I'll definitely do it properly. Li Yufei hummed arrogantly. At night, Qi Xing came to find Li Yufei. When he saw Ning Shu standing by the door, he asked sternly, why are you here? Aren't you a servant? Why are you here? Ning Shu said lightly, I'm now Miss Yufei's maid. Li Yufei walked over and said gently to Qi Sheng, Brother Sheng, Yufei found this little girl quite interesting, so I kept her by my side. Brother Sheng won't blame Yufei, right? Qi Sheng held Li Yufei's hand and said affectionately, it's just a maidservant. As long as you're happy, it's fine. But this maidservant is very stupid. She doesn't do things properly and her looks are barely satisfactory. You should pick a better maidservant. Brother Sheng, you're so good to Yufei. Yufei is thinking that Yufei can't leave you in this life. Li Yufei leaned on Qi Sheng's chest. Ning Shu watched from the side. They were so affectionate as if there was no one else around. Did they consider the feelings of the people around them? The lovey-dovey party should be burned to death. Li Yufei gave Ning Shu a look. Ning Shu tactfully went out and closed the door considerately. Then, he stood at the door. In the room, Li Yufei took off her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. She wasn't wearing a dudu, but modern underwear. She was wearing underwear below. Her waist was thin and her legs were slender. It was indescribably tempting. Qi Sheng, who was drinking tea, spat out his tea and stared blankly at Li Yufei. Li Yufei walked to Qi Sheng in an enchanting and charming manner and sat on Qi Sheng's lap. Brother Sheng, Yufei specially prepared this. Do you like it? Qi Sheng felt his nose itch and hurriedly buried his head in Li Yufei's chest. Li Yufei's face revealed a smug expression. This was the first time she had seen Qi Sheng so excited. Brother Sheng, Yufei also prepared a surprise. Li Yufei became even more charming. Qi Sheng panted and said in a low voice, what surprise? I'm very surprised now. Good sister, you're so beautiful. Li Yufei was even more certain that Xiao Hong's method was right. Hence, she took out a whip from the box. Under Qi Sheng's baffled expression, Li Yufei coquettishly whipped Qi Sheng. Ning Shu heard Qi Sheng's heart-wrenching wail from outside. Then, he roared, Li Yufei, what are you doing? Why are you whipping me? Li Yufei said aggrievedly, is Brother Sheng unhappy? Li Yufei's voice became even more aggrieved. Yufei wore this kind of clothes for Brother Sheng and even used a whip to make it more interesting. I don't need a whip at all. Ouch. Stop it. Brother Sheng, don't you love Yufei? Yufei changed like this because she loves you. Brother Sheng, this is very exciting. Li Yufei waved the whip as she spoke. Yufei, put down the whip first. Of course, I know you love me. I love you too. Don't use the whip. Ouch, Qi Sheng's wails and the sound of the whip mixed in the room. Ning Shu looked at the two of them through the crack of the door. As if they were too excited, the two of them started on the ground. They didn't care about the cold ground and fought with all their might. Qi Sheng's attacks were very fierce, making Li Yufei's cries especially exaggerated. Her cadence could be heard even from outside the courtyard. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can you keep your voice down? The entire Qi mansion probably knows that you two are having sex. You have no integrity and no sense of shame. Ning Shu saw the purplish-red whip marks on Qi Xing's body through the crack of the door. Ning Shu shook his head regretfully. This kind of whip didn't have a barb. If it had a barb and soaked in salt and chili water, it would feel good to whip Qi Xing. How good would it be if he could whip Qi Xing? Sigh. Ning Shu felt very melancholy. He suddenly missed the time when he had infinite strength. Chapter 153. Ning Shu's legs were numb from standing outside. Inside, they were still having sex. Previously, Ning Shu had suspected that something had happened to Qi Xing's penis. Now, it seemed that it was still very mighty. How could something happen to the male lead's penis? Ning Shu lowered his numb legs and heard the door creak open. He looked up and saw Qi Xing come out pretentiously. His face was flushed, and his expression was both happy and angry. Anyway, it was hard to describe. Qi Xing glanced at Ning Shu's ugly face and said in a hoarse voice, "In the future, when I come here, you can only stay outside. I don't want to see your face." Ning Shu thought, "I fucking want to see you." Ning Shu lowered his head and didn't speak. Qi Xing snorted and left. Ning Shu walked into the room and smelled a strong scent of sex. Li Yufei sat lazily on a chair with only a piece of clothing draped over her body. Her face was full of satisfaction and aftertaste, as if she was still savoring it. Ning Shu covered his eyes. It was too dirty. What a world without moral integrity. Li Yufei opened her eyes and saw Ning Shu. She smiled at Ning Shu and said, "Your method is quite useful. I've never seen Brother Xing so excited. He's so passionate and wild, as if he wants to eat me. Even now, my legs are still weak." "Don't say it, please don't say it. A pure person like her shouldn't hear these words." Ning Shu quickly changed the topic. "Why don't you stay for the night, young master?" Li Yufei's voice was thick and nasal. She seemed to be a little shy as she said, "Brother Sheng and I haven't married yet. It's not suitable for us to stay for the night." Ning Shu was speechless. It was like taking off your pants to fart. Everyone in the Qi mansion knows what you two did. Now you want to pretend to abide by etiquette? Don't do it. Ning Shu looked at Li Yufei with a wooden face. Li Yufei's face was still filled with pleasure as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. "Ning Shu, at least go to bed. Is it really okay to sleep naked in this hall?" Ning Shu turned around and left without even closing the door. After returning to their residence, Yulan hurriedly came over to Ning Shu and asked, "Miss, that woman didn't do this to you, right?" "It's okay, your young miss is fine." Ning Shu felt really tired and fell asleep on the bed. The next day, Ning Shu was sleeping soundly when he was pulled out of bed. Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw that it was Li Yufei's maid. He immediately said, "Big sister, what is it that you won't let me sleep for?" The maid said, "What time is it now? You're still sleeping. Miss is looking for you." Ning Shu pursed his lips and followed the maid to see Li Yufei. Li Yufei's entire body seemed to be shrouded in a rosy glow. Her skin was pink and tender, and it was obvious that she had been nourished by someone. She was simply radiant. "Xiao Hong, come here. This is your reward." Li Yufei gave Ning Shu a purse. Ning Shu opened it and saw 2 heavy ingots of silver. Ning Shu quickly put away the silver. It would be a waste not to take it. "You did well this time," Li Yufei said. "Last night, I saw that Brother Xing didn't like the whip very much. Is there any other way?" Ning Shu raised his thick eyebrows and said, "If you don't like the whip, then drip wax on it. You still have to use the whip. This time, you don't have to hit the young master. Let the young master hit you. These things need to be slowly adjusted. When the young master is used to this kind of stimulation, he will have no interest in other women. Naturally, his heart will be with Miss Yufei in the future. Then help me prepare," Li Yufei said. Ning Shu nodded. Ning Shu knew that Qi Xing wouldn't come to find Li Yufei. After all, he had screamed so miserably last night. However, Qi Xing still came. Looking at the incomparably beautiful Li Yufei, he had a conflicted expression. Ning Shu felt that Qi Xing still had potential in his bones. Qi Xing also felt it. When the whip hit a person's body, the burning sensation caused a tremor. It was painful and seemed to be accompanied by pleasure. This strange feeling made Qi Xing feel very strange. He felt a different kind of experience and pleasure. Therefore, after hesitating for a long time, Qi Xing still came to find Li Yufei. On the spot, they carried out a new method. The candle dripped on his chest. Qi Xing's expression seemed to be painful and happy. He waved the whip in his hand and hit Li Yufei, who was kneeling on the ground with all four limbs. The whip hit Li Yufei's white skin, and in an instant, purplish-red whip marks appeared. However, Qi Xing felt that his blood rushed to his head and his hair stood up. His whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and the electricity made all the cells in his body tremble. Li Yufei screamed in pain, but Qi Xing was even more excited and kept whipping Li Yufei. Ning Shu was outside the door and looked at the scene inside through the crack of the door. Did she open the door to a new world for these two? Don't thank her too much. In the following time, Li Yufei and Qi Xing seemed to be enjoying themselves, which greatly exceeded Ning Shu's expectations. This is fucking possible? Sure enough, it was a world without logic. It only needed a little spark to burn into a big fire, and it felt like it couldn't be stopped. Ning Shu's theoretical knowledge was emptied by Li Yufei, and then Li Yufei and Qi Xing found their own way to complete the trick. Those scenes made Ning Shu stunned. Tied up and stuffed under. Ning Shu was a little disgusted. It was simply too evil. The evil of human nature could explode with just a little trigger. Ning Shu decided to leave. Seeing that Qi Xing and Li Yufei were having so much fun, he decided to let them be together for the rest of their lives. In the evening, Ning Shu leaned against the wall of the courtyard and looked at Li Yufei's room. The room was brightly lit. Ning Shu was waiting for a surprise. When there was a surprise, he immediately left. "Miss, are you done? This servant can't do it anymore." Yulan gasped and said. She struggled to grab Ning Shu's ankle on her shoulder to prevent Ning Shu from falling. Right away, right away. Thank you for your hard work, dear." Ning Shu stood on Yulan's shoulder and stared at Li Yufei's room. Then he heard Li Yufei's voice change and wail. This wail contained infinite pain. It was different from the usual painful and joyful voice. Ning Shu suddenly wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. The painful voice continued. Ning Shu jumped down from Yulan's shoulder and quickly said to Yulan, "Io, it's really hard on my little darling." The black-clothed and masked shadow guard looked at Ning Shu and Yulan and said, "Miss, if you want to see something, you can just sit on the courtyard wall. Why go through the trouble of stepping on people's shoulders?" Ning Shu felt that the shadow guard was distressed for Yulan, so he said this. He quickly nudged Yulan with his elbow. Yulan looked at Ning Shu inexplicably. "Miss, what are you looking at?" Yulan asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu waved his hand. "It's not suitable for children to know. Let's go." Chapter 154. Ning Shu and the other two left Yi City under the cover of the night. The brightly lit room of the Qi residence was bloody and sexy. Qi Xing held a whip in his hand and whipped Li Yufei on the ground. Li Yufei's body was covered with whip marks and dripping with blood. She kept moaning and shouted at Qi Xing, "Brother Xing, stop hitting me. Yufei is in so much pain." Li Yufei felt the pain of being whipped and convulsed. Every time, she felt as if a piece of flesh had been hooked away. Qi Xing's eyes were red, but he was even more excited. He panted and comforted Li Yufei, "It's okay. Does it feel good? Yufei, I love you more and more now. I love you so much that I can't wait to whip you to death." Li Yufei was furious. Her body was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She smiled at Qi Xing and said, "Brother Xing, give the whip to Yufei." Li Yufei took the whip and whipped Qi Xing fiercely. Qi Sheng was in pain and pleasure. In the end, the two of them hugged each other with all kinds of excitement. Ning Shu sat in the carriage and whistled leisurely. He looked in the direction of East City and was very happy. He estimated that Li Yufei's snow-white skin would be ruined. As for whether her face would be hit by the whip, Ning Shu didn't know. She had specially made this whip. It had tiny barbs. Moreover, this whip had been soaked in salt and chilly water. If one was hit by the whip, the wound would probably be inflamed. It would be very normal for it to leave a scar. Ning Shu still remembered that Mu Yen Luo was disfigured by Li Yufei. This was an eye for an eye. Ning Shu wiped off the heavy makeup on his face and felt that his head had become lighter. He felt very happy. Ning Shu whistled again. "Miss, can you stop whistling?" Yuelan said with a red face. Ning Shu asked, "What's wrong?" "Your whistling is making me want to go to the toilet." Yuelan stammered. Just as Yulan's voice fell, the carriage stopped. Ning Shu mischievously said to Yulan, "Look at how considerate Brother Shadow Guard is." Yuelan's face turned even redder. She lifted the curtain and went out. Ning Shu's stomach also growled. He said to Yuelan, "Let's go together. Your young miss also has a bit of a stomachache. She probably ate too much chicken drumsticks at night." Ning Shu squatted beside Yuelan as the two of them chatted. Ning Shu said to Yuelan, "Miss, you're not young anymore. Have you ever thought about settling down? It's not a good idea to follow your young miss around like this. This servant has always been by Miss's side. Wherever Miss goes, this servant will follow." Yuelan covered her nose and said, "Miss, you should eat less meat in the future. I feel that your stomach has been a little bad recently. It's a little smelly." Ning Shu was speechless. Wasn't it cruel to say such words to a beauty? Beauties were otherworldly. Ning Shu couldn't find anything to wipe his butt with. In the end, he bitterly used tree leaves. He felt that the ancient times were really bitter. Next time, he would just buy rice paper to wipe his butt. The burrs on the leaves were really prickly. When they returned to the carriage, the shadow guard Ning Shu, who was driving the carriage, asked, "Where are we going now?" "Let me think." Shen Qingqing also didn't know where the scholar with a belly full of wisdom was. In the plot, Qi Sheng sent the disfigured and dying Mu Yen Luo away. But he didn't expect that as soon as Mu Yen Luo left, Li Yufei would send a thug to kill Mu Yen Luo. Mu Yen Luo lost her footing and fell off a cliff. She was rescued by a scholar and brought home. Where was that remote village? Ning Shu didn't know. Or did he want her to jump off a cliff again? "Miss, where are we going?" the shadow guard asked. "How the fuck do I know where to go?" Ning Shu said directly, "Go straight on this road. When you reach a fork in the road, turn left. Then keep turning left. When you see a village, go in." The shadow guard was speechless. Ning Shu was so capricious. No matter what, the male and female leads would meet each other. Yulan asked worriedly, "Miss, what if we get lost?" "It's okay. There are always some shining existences guiding your miss forward." Ning Shu supported her chin and said. Yulan was confused and shook her head. "I don't understand." Ning Shu seemed to think of something and said to the shadow guard, "Do you have paper on you?" "Miss, what do you need paper for?" Yulan asked. "I'm used to using paper. I'm not used to using leaves," Ning Shu said. Yuelan's eyes immediately filled with tears as she said sorrowfully, "Miss, you used to use paper. Now that it's your turn, Master will definitely feel very distressed." "Miss, are leaves comfortable to use?" "Find a smooth stone, it's much more comfortable than leaves." Ning Shu covered her face. She was just borrowing toilet paper. Why did it lead to such a dirty topic? She felt like she was going crazy. Ning Shu and Yulan talked and fell asleep. They leaned against each other and fell asleep. The sound of the horses' hooves was very rhythmic. The wilderness at night was very quiet. Occasionally, there would be two strange bird calls. Ding, ding ding, ding ding. Li Yufei's abuse points are 100. Qi Xing's abuse points are 100. 2333's voice sounded in Ning Shu's mind. Ning Shu stretched and showed a happy expression. Li Yufei's abuse points were 100. Her skin was probably ruined. As for how Qi Xing's abuse points came about, Ning Shu didn't know. His skin was probably ruined like Li Yufei's. TSK. In fact, Qi Xing's abuse points were because he found that the maid named Little Red was missing the next day. He searched the whole Qi mansion but couldn't find her. Qi Xing felt a sense of loss in his heart. This feeling had nothing to do with love. It was because he found out that he missed a pearl covered in dust. It was a kind of anger that scratched his heart and lungs. Qi Xing guessed that this person named Little Red must be Mu Yenluo. She suddenly ran away, which made Qi Xing very angry. He went to ask Li Yufei where Little Red was, but Li Yufei was busy saving her skin. The whip marks all over her body were inflamed and swollen. She didn't care about Little Red. Moreover, Li Yufei hated Little Red in her heart. Their props were all prepared by Little Red. This whip suddenly had a barb, and so much material was added. Now that Little Red had run away, Li Yufei didn't even want to talk about Little Red. Qi Xing was very angry, but he couldn't directly tell Li Yufei that Little Red was Mu Yenluo. Qi Xing still couldn't bear to part with Li Yufei, especially since they had a common hobby. Qi Xing couldn't forget Mu Yenluo. He even imagined Mu Yenluo's white and flawless skin blooming with blood under his whip. Just thinking about it made Qi Xing tremble all over, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. As he thought about it, Qi Xing became excited. He pulled Li Yufei up from the bed and put the dog muzzle around her neck. He said to Li Yufei, "Come on, bark like a dog." Li Yufei's whip wounds hadn't healed yet. She felt a burning pain when her clothes rubbed against them. But when Li Yufei saw Qi Xing's evil appearance, her body began to heat up and tremble. Chapter 155. Ning Shu and the others wandered around for a long time. Ning Shu was a little confused. Why hadn't they found Brother Shu Sheng after such a long time? Where had the attraction between the male and female leads gone? Where had the plot gone? Ning Shu lifted the curtain and said to the secret guard driving the carriage, "Is there a place to rest?" The secret guard covered his face with a black cloth. Only his eyes and forehead were exposed. He looked at Ning Shu and said, "I haven't found a village yet." Ning Shu frowned. Yuelon said, "Miss, why don't we turn right? If we can't find it, we'll turn right." Ning Shu was speechless. "Forget it, I'm a little tired. Let's set up camp." Ning Shu waved his hand and said. The secret guard said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. There's no need to set up camp. You and Yuelon can rest in the carriage. I'll find a tree to sleep in. But I don't want to sit in the carriage anymore. I've been in the carriage for so long. I want to lie down and sleep for the night." Ning Shu said with a bitter face. In the carriage, he felt that he couldn't straighten his hands and feet. He felt very tired. The secret guard looked at Ning Shu with a gaze that said, "You're a princess again." Ning Shu was a little annoyed by the secret guard's gaze. He said, "There's only the three of us. Why are you covering your face? Do you know that you're very attractive like this? We have to keep a low profile." "How can we keep a low profile when you look like you want to rob the rich and give to the poor?" The secret guard didn't say anything, nor did he take off the black cloth. Then, he went to find a place to set up camp. Ning Shu covered his heart and looked hurt. He said to Yuelon, "Your secret guard is so cold." Yuelon said with a straight face, "Miss, the secret guard doesn't belong to this servant's family. He belongs to your family." Ning Shu was speechless. The secret guard was still more caring. He even roasted some game for Ning Shu and Yuelon. The shadow guard handed over something that looked like a chicken or a pigeon. Ning Shu quickly reached out to take the roasted chicken, but the shadow guard turned his hand and handed it to Yulan. Yulan was stunned at first. She took the roast chicken and saw Ning Shu's awkward look. She handed the roast chicken to Ning Shu and said, "Miss, why don't you eat first?" Ning Shu's face trembled as he reluctantly said, "No need, you can eat it. This is from Brother Dark Guard." "Miss, please eat." Yulan, Ning Shu said. "Ning Shu, I'm really not eating." "Yulan, miss, you should eat. This servant knows that you like to eat meat recently." "Ning Shu, no need, you can eat it. Big Brother Dark Guardian gave it to you." "Yulan, why don't we share it?" Ning Shu's face twitched violently. It was a skinny chicken. As for this, Ning Shu stuffed the chicken into Yulan's mouth. "I told you to eat, so eat. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yulan gnawed on the fragrant roast chicken. Ning Shu said, "Miss, it's quite fragrant. No wonder Master likes to eat games so much. It's very fragrant. Miss, wait a moment. The secret guard is about to finish roasting it." Ning Shu stared at the roast chicken in the secret guard's hand and swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, the secret guard threw the roast chicken into the fire. Then, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at a certain place. He shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Yulan threw away the roast chicken in her hand that had only bones left and righteously stood in front of Ning Shu. She imitated the cool tone of the secret guard brother and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Come out and die. Don't even think about hurting my family's young miss." "Ning Shu, why did you expose your miss?" Ning Shu quickly covered his face with a veil, only revealing a pair of eyes. After a series of rustling sounds, a man wearing a green robe with a bamboo basket on his back walked over. He cupped his hands and said politely, "I didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that the sky is a bit dark and I want to borrow some fire." Ning Shu slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. It was too dark to see clearly, but he spoke politely. He had a strong feeling in his heart that this guy must be the male lead. Ning Shu coughed and said, "It's fate that we meet. Such a warrior, come and drink a cup of water." The green-robed man elegantly cupped his hands and said to Ning Shu, "Thank you, Mississippi." The green-robed man put down the bamboo basket on his back. There were some herbs in the bamboo basket. Ning Shu was confused for a moment. Was this guy a scholar or a divine doctor? Ning Shu's shadow guard said, "See if the roast chicken in the fire is still edible. Let this warrior have a taste." The shadow guard glanced at Ning Shu and pulled out a black ball of roast chicken from the fire. It seemed that it was inedible. The green-robed man quickly said, "Brother, there's no need to trouble yourself. I have my own dry food." As he spoke, he took out his own pancake. Seeing that the three people were staring at him, he took out a few more. Ning Shu said, "It's something from the countryside. I don't know if you'll like it." "It's okay." Ning Shu took a bite of the pancake and almost broke his teeth. It was really hard. After taking a bite, he handed the pancake to Yulan and said, "You should also try it. It's good for your bowels." When the green-robed man heard Ning Shu's words, he frowned in discomfort. However, he didn't say anything in the end. Yulan took the pancake and took a bite. Then, she handed the pancake to the shadow guard. The shadow guard took a bite and put away the pancake. He said indifferently, "This pancake is quite rare." The green-robed man quickly waved his hand and said, "It's not rare. It's just some crude food from the countryside. It's fine as long as you like it." As he spoke, he gnawed on the pancake and took out some water from the bamboo basket. Ning Shu and the other two stared blankly at him as he gnawed on the pancake. His teeth were really good. Ning Shu coughed and asked, May I ask for your name?" The man in the cheap house seemed to be a little disgusted by the name, warrior. He put down the pancake and cupped his hands elegantly. "I'm called Wenruhua." "Oh, a scholar." It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. As expected, the attraction between the male and female leads led to the male lead naturally delivering himself to the door. Ning Shu immediately grabbed Wenruhua's hand. When Ruhua was startled and hurriedly broke free from Ning Shu's hand. He frowned and said, "Miss, men and women shouldn't touch each other clearly. I hope you will respect yourself." The shadow guard and Yuelan at the side looked at Ning Shu strangely. Ning Shu forced himself to squeeze out 2 drops of cat piss. He said in an agitated and sorrowful voice, "Cousin, I'm Qinxiang." "By Qinxiang." "Cousin?" The shadow guard and Yuelan looked at Ning Shu even more strangely. When Ruhua, on the other hand, looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at Ning Shu in a daze, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "Cousin?" "Ah, it's me." Ning Shu replied crisply. When Ruhua's expression was very complicated. There was sadness, agitation, resentment, and a trace of deep longing and love. Her face was distorted. "You look like you've changed a lot." When Ruhua looked at Ning Shu suspiciously. "Are you really cousin Qinxiang?" It's me, it's me, it's me." "I'm Bai Qinxiang," Ning Shu said with certainty. When Ruhua's face instantly twisted. Ning Shu roared, "Then why did you come back? Why did you come back?" Chapter 156. When Ruhua was so agitated that her body trembled. Ning Shu roared and his saliva almost splashed onto Ning Shu. Ning Shu hurriedly took a step back and said in a sorrowful tone, "Cousin, are you still blaming Qinxiang?" When Ruhua's expression was ugly. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Yuelan couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled Ning Shu to the side and asked, "Miss, when did you change your name? When did you have such a distant cousin?" Ning Shu patted Yuelan's head and comforted her, "Be good, don't make a fuss. Your miss naturally has her reasons." When Ruhua looked at Ning Shu with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you come back this time?" "Naturally, I came back to find cousin," Ning Shu said matter-of-factly. When Ruhua was so angry that she gasped for breath. She looked at Ning Shu with red eyes and said, "You're already married. Why did you come back to find me? What do you take me for?" There was actually a rather twisted story that changed when Ruhua's fate. It was just that when Ruhua and his engaged cousin were in love with each other. Moreover, when Ruhua was a very talented person with a good family background. When Ruhua promised to marry Bai Qinxiang as soon as he passed the imperial examination. However, before when Ruhua could take the imperial examinations, she was struck by a bolt from the blue. Her cousin's father ignored the engagement and directly betrothed Bai Qinxiang to the son of a high official. Moreover, that high official wasn't someone he could afford to offend. When Ruhua wanted to find Bai Qinxiang for an explanation. They were so in love in the past, but her cousin married someone else just like that. When Ruhua found Bai Qinxiang. Bai Qinxiang said guiltily, "I'm sorry, cousin. I can't wait any longer. Instead of waiting for you to take the imperial examinations, I'd rather choose someone who's already successful and famous. Cousin, forget about me. You have someone more worthy of your love." When Ruhua simply couldn't believe it. In the past, they had been so sweet and intimate. In the blink of an eye, he could be so heartless. So what if they had feelings for each other in the past? When Ruhua's liver was about to explode from anger. Women were all vain sluts, and those officials were all tyrannical executioners who brought misery to people's lives. This world was really dark and filthy. After when Ruhua got drunk, she abandoned her family business and ran to a remote village to teach. She often lamented that she was full of wisdom but had no use for it. However, she also despised the darkness of the official path. When Ruhua swore that she would never step into the officialdom in this lifetime. When Ruhua hated that official's son for stealing her beloved. She even hated that official. She hid in this corner and prepared to spend the rest of her life there. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He felt that when Ruhua's brain was different from that of ordinary men. Normally, a strong-willed man would work hard when faced with this kind of situation. He would work hard to climb up and then go back to slap his cousin's cheap face. He would marry a woman who was better than his cousin and live a better life. He would take revenge on his cousin and make her regret it. However, Wen Ruhua directly shrunk back and hid. She was depressed that she couldn't achieve her goal. She was extremely pretentious. Even Ning Shu didn't like this man. A man's responsibility and wisdom were undoubtedly revealed when something big happened. However, Wen Ruhua was clearly the kind of person who didn't have much responsibility. Sometimes, he felt that she was quite childish and quite a bit of a narcissist. Why don't you say something? Why did you come back? Did that official's son abandon you? You're not a pretty girl to begin with, so of course he's tired of you. Wen Ruhua's voice was a little shrill, as if she was venting her anger. Ding, abuse points 20. Ning Shu, moi, did you miss your family? 2333's voice sounded in Ning Shu's mind. Ning Shu, scram. Humph, a woman who doesn't mean what she says. 2333 coldly snorted and disappeared. Say something. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you come back to me? Did you think that I would still accept you? I was tricked by you once. I won't be tricked by you a second time. Wen Ruhua screamed hysterically at Ning Shu. Ning Shu was communicating with the system in his mind. Wen Ruhua's screams were almost deafening. Ning Shu couldn't help but dig his ears. Previously, Wen Ruhua looked like a scholar. Why was he acting like a chinibya now? Young man, your image has been ruined quite a bit. Hey, who are you? How dare you say such things to my young miss? Do you believe that I'll let the young miss's secret guards poke you into a sieve? Yulan and Wen Ruhua retorted, know your identity. Our young miss is not someone you can casually criticize. Wen Ruhua's face showed a bitter expression. She revealed a mocking and self-deprecating smile and said lightly, yes, who am I? Of course, I can't compare to you, the wife of an official. Yulan looked at Wen Ruhua as if she was looking at an idiot. Didn't he even suspect that her miss was her cousin? He didn't even try to verify it before roaring loudly here. Seriously. She felt that there was something wrong with his brain, and it was quite serious. The secret guards couldn't stand it anymore. Ning Shu asked, young miss, do you want to get a tent for your cousin? Before Ning Shu could open his mouth, Wen Ruhua immediately shouted, no need, by Qinxiang. I don't need your charity. I'll sleep outside. Ning Shu was speechless. She was so stubborn. Ning Shu thought that Wen Ruhua would just leave. Sleeping outside showed that she had a backbone. Ning Shu yawned. He really didn't want to argue with Wen Ruhua anymore. He pulled Yulan into the tent and said, turn off the lights and sleep. Wen Ruhua looked at the tent with a complicated expression. It was as if she wanted to see through the tent. The secret guards only glanced at Wen Ruhua. They took a rope and tied it between two trees. Then they slept on the rope like Xiao Longnu. However, they didn't have Xiao Longnu's elegant beauty. The secret guards were only frightened. Wen Ruhua saw that no one was paying attention to her. She leaned against a tree and stared blankly at Ning Shu's tent. Wen Ruhua stared until her eyes were red. From time to time, she would grind her teeth. In the quiet night, she looked particularly gloomy. Ning Shu was sleeping soundly in the tent with Yulan in his arms. He didn't know that Wen Ruhua was pacing back and forth outside the tent after a sleepless night. Even if Ning Shu knew, he wouldn't care. However, Wen Ruhua's heart was much more irritable. She couldn't help but wonder what happened to Bai Qinxiang. Why did she come back to find her? What did she think of her? Why did she abandon her just like that? Why was his heart still so unsettled? Why was he affected by this vain woman? Wen Ruhua paced outside the tent for the whole night. In the morning, she saw Ning Shu stretching comfortably. The anger that she had suppressed for the whole night was about to explode. However, when she saw Ning Shu's eyes under the veil, she was stunned. Chapter 157. Wen Ruhua looked at the exposed eyes and was stunned. She asked, Bai Qinxiang, why are you so different from before? Are you not Bai Qinxiang? It was dark and she was wearing a white veil. Wen Ruhua could not see her face clearly. Now, Wen Ruhua felt that this was not her cousin. Bai Qinxiang could only be considered delicate and pretty. She was not very tall. However, the person in front of her was tall and elegant. Obviously, this was not Bai Qinxiang. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "Cousin, I am Bai Qinxiang. I know that I broke the promise between us. But now, I have received my retribution." Wen Ruhua frowned. The person in front of her was not Bai Qinxiang. However, she seemed to know about her and Bai Qinxiang. What was going on? Wen Ruhua was dumbfounded. Ning Shu held her face in her hands and said, "Do you feel that my eyes have become watery and that I've grown taller? After all, I married into a rich family. Eating sea cucumbers, abalone wings, and bathing in milk every day is very normal for there to be changes. If you eat well, you will naturally develop a second spring." Bai Qinxiang was only 15 or 16 when she married. Who knew? If the real Bai Qinxiang stood in front of Wen Ruhua might not even recognize her. "Are you showing off your rich and noble life to me?" Wen Ruhua looked at Ning Shu coldly. "Then why did you come back to me?" Ding. Abuse points 20, current abuse points 40, 2333 said excitedly. "Oh, not bad. You have 40 abuse points in one night. Ning Shu, do well. Maybe we will make a fortune this time." Ning Shu said, "Get lost. Humph, heartless woman. I hate you. Don't you ever see me again." As 2333 wiped his tears, Ning Shu heard 2333's simulated footsteps in her head. 2333 yelled at Ning Shu, "Stop me. Stop me. Ning Shu, get away from me." Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua, who hadn't slept the entire night and looked very haggard. His green robes were stained with dust and grass, his face was haggard, and the stubble on his chin had turned blue. This image was too tragic. Wen Ruhua's heart ached when her cousin married another man out of vanity. Ning Shu's casual words triggered the pain in Wen Ruhua's heart. This was the unbearable pain that Wen Ruhua buried deep in her heart. Ning Shu felt that Wen Ruhua was both pitiful and hateful. She was a weak and incompetent person who couldn't take any blow and even gave up on her own life. She had no sense of responsibility at all. How could such a man become the male lead? He reckoned that he would have to share Mu Yenlua with the other 7 men in the future. Ning Shu would feel that he was being bullied. These male leads were either powerful, rich, or highly skilled in martial arts. They were neither good nor evil. But Wen Ruhua felt that it was completely meaningless. Even if she read a lot of books, it was useless. If she couldn't get the female lead, she would have to fuck herself. Ning Shu's imagination ran further and further away, and he felt that he couldn't pull it back. Wen Ruhua grabbed the bamboo basket and prepared to leave. Ning Shu hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Wen Ruhua said coldly, "Naturally, I'm going back." Ning Shu said, "I'll go with you." Wen Ruhua immediately roared, "Bai Qinxiang, I'm not something you can throw away as you wish. You're wasting your time." Ning Shu didn't care about Wen Ruhua's attitude at all. He got into the carriage and followed behind Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua was so angry that she quickened her pace. But how could her 2 legs outrun the 4 legs of a horse? Even if Wen Ruhua's 3rd leg was added, it was useless. Wen Ruhua really couldn't do anything about the people behind her. She could only let them go and ignore them. Yuelan lifted the curtain and looked at Wen Ruhua in front of her. Ning Shu asked, "Miss, is there something wrong with that person's brain?" "There's nothing wrong with her. She just feels that she's the most miserable person in the world and feels sorry for herself," Ning Shu said lightly. For a woman, and for such an unworthy woman, she ruined her life and gave up her life. No, it should be Wen Ruhua who ruined her life. She ran away from home and didn't care about her parents who were already old. She ran to the countryside to teach and educate people. He really didn't know what kind of students Wen Ruhua taught were like. In the plot, Mu Yenlua was chased by the thugs sent by Li Yufei and fell off a cliff. She was saved by Wen Ruhua, who was picking herbs. Although she survived, Mu Yenluo's face was disfigured and her body was mottled with traces of torture. It was simply unbearable to look at. The world's most beautiful woman became an ugly person. Mu Yenluo could only light a mask and cover her head every day. Her face was covered and only her eyes could be seen. Mu Yenluo's heart was only numb to her disfigurement. She even let it be. Everything was because of her appearance and she had suffered such a thing. After Mu Yenluo recovered from her injuries, Wen Ruhua didn't drive her away. The two of them lived like this. Their relationship was ordinary. Mu Yenluo was grateful to Wen Ruhua for saving her. She helped Wen Ruhua with some housework, chopping firewood, cooking, and washing clothes. Just like that, they settled down. Sometimes, Mu Yenluo would send food to the school. She was ridiculed by Wen Ruhua's students as ugly. Some bold and naughty students even threw stones at Mu Yenluo. Wen Ruhua despised Mu Yenluo for embarrassing herself. She couldn't be a person in front of the students and couldn't establish her prestige in front of the students. She forbade Mu Yenluo from coming to the school in the future. Otherwise, she would drive her out. Mu Yenluo was very sad. From a beautiful woman to an ugly person, the difference was too big. Although Mu Yenluo's face was disfigured, her exposed eyes were very charming. They were as clear as water, flickering with a burning light. Just a glance at them would make one's bones go soft. Because of these eyes, Mu Yenluo was fancied by the village head's son. This village bully was also desperate. He directly said that although her face was disfigured, her eyes were still very beautiful. She was a woman after all. Once the lights were turned off and the quilt was turned off, she would be the same as a woman. When Wen Ruhua heard about this, she ridiculed Mu Yenluo. She said that Mu Yenluo couldn't stand loneliness even though her face was disfigured. Did all women like to hook up with powerful men? The village head's son was definitely someone with power and influence in this village. He reminded Wen Ruhua of her cousin, the one who betrayed her and became a rich madam. Women were all so ungrateful. Wen Ruhua and the village head's son didn't get along. If it weren't for the fact that Wen Ruhua was the only teacher in the village bully would have long wanted to kill this ignorant Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua hated people with power and couldn't see eye to eye with this village bully. She felt that this village bully was simply a bully in the village. People were angry but didn't dare to say anything. The village bully thought that Wen Ruhua had a hole in her brain. Chapter 158. The village bully couldn't bear to see Wen Ruhua always pointing fingers at him, as if he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. It was as if he was the arbiter, as if he was a great hero who fought against the evil forces. The village bully wanted Mu Yenluo just to make things difficult for Wen Ruhua. How dare he be so arrogant in his own land? Wen Ruhua was so angry that he even resented Mu Yenluo. One night, he directly raped Mu Yenluo, saying that since she lacked a man, he would be merciful and satisfy her. However, Wen Ruhua despised Mu Yenluo. When he found out that Mu Yenluo wasn't a virgin, he despised her even more. He finished in a hurry and didn't forget to despise Mu Yenluo, who was lying on the Kong bed while pulling up his pants. After having sex with Mu Yenluo, Wen Ruhua seemed to be in the right. He straightened his chest and said, "So what if you're the village bully? Even if you want to have sex with Mu Yenluo, you're just going to have sex with her used shoes." Mu Yenluo didn't expect that she would still have such a fate after being disfigured. She still had to be treated like this by a man. In an instant, Mu Yenluo wanted to die. Mu Yenluo directly hung herself from the beam, but Wen Ruhua saved her. Wen Ruhua threatened that if Mu Yenluo wanted to die, she would give her to the village bully. Even her corpse would be given to the village bully. Mu Yenluo was so scared that she didn't dare to seek death anymore. Just like that, she lived with Wen Ruhua. A single man and a single woman lived under the same roof. In addition, the two had already broken through the paper window. Wen Ruhua and Mu Yenluo were entwined from time to time, which made Wen Ruhua feel very good. However, in his heart, Mu Yenluo was just a prostitute who could satisfy his physical needs at any time. He never treated her as an equal. Ning Shu took a deep breath as if he had a toothache. He felt that Mu Yenluo was inexplicably implicated wherever she went, and the one who suffered was Mu Yenluo. Wen Ruhua was also a beast with a human face. What kind of ability was it to bully a disfigured woman? He even despised her while doing it. Later on, the village bully felt that Mu Yenluo was too pitiful after being bullied by Wen Ruhua, so he told Mu Yenluo to send her away. Wen Ruhua, who had just returned from the school, saw the village tyrant and Mu Yenluo pulling each other. She immediately misunderstood and rushed into the central room. She pulled out her ancestral sword and randomly slashed at the village tyrant. As a result, in the chaos, she directly stabbed Mu Yenluo in the stomach. At this time, Mu Yenluo was pregnant and was bleeding profusely from head to toe. Wen Ruhua was scared out of her wits. Mu Yenluo, whose heart was as dead as ashes, fell and jumped into the river outside the house. The villagers searched for her body for several days but couldn't find it. Wen Ruhua was so dispirited that she wanted to die. Only when Mu Yenluo disappeared did Wen Ruhua realize that she had fallen in love with Mu Yenluo. This was the second blow in her life. Wen Ruhua wanted to jump into the river. In the end, he was stopped by the village chief, who blabbered on and on about how the children in the school needed him. Without him, the children wouldn't know what to do. Then Wen Ruhua said in her heart, Yenluo, because someone needs me, I can only live in this world. When the time comes, I will come and find you. I love you, blabbered on. Ning Shu not only gasped for air, but also kept wiping the cold sweat on her forehead. Seeing Ning Shu's face full of cold sweat, Yuelan hurriedly took out her handkerchief and helped wipe the sweat. She asked, Miss, what's wrong? I was scared stiff. Ning Shu said with a toothache. The weak scholar was as vicious as a murderer. Yuelan hurriedly looked left and right. Her face was a little pale. She stuck close to Ning Shu and asked with trembling teeth, Miss, what did you see? Don't scare me. Ning Shu pushed Yuelan away and said in a bad mood, How can there be a ghost in broad daylight? Yuelan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it's broad daylight. What scared you? She's just a child. Don't ask. Ning Shu lifted the curtain and saw Wen Ruhua walking in front of him. His speed was a little slow, so she guessed that he had left. Cousin, do you want to get on the carriage? You're a scholar. You must be tired after such a long journey. Ning Shu shouted at Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua stopped and turned to look at Ning Shu. She asked with a cold face, How long are you going to follow me? By Qinxiang, there's no relationship between us anymore. Of course there's no relationship. The real Bai Qinxiang is enjoying life and has long forgotten about you. You're thinking too much. Ning Shu said, Wherever you go, Qinxiang will follow. Now, Qinxiang has nowhere to go, so I can only look for you. Wen Ruhua was so angry that her body was trembling. Her face was ashen, and she looked at Ning Shu with a lingering and hateful gaze. Get on, cousin. Ning Shu smiled and said to Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua waved his hand and said coldly, Men and women shouldn't interact so clearly. I won't get on the carriage. I'll sit outside. Wen Ruhua put down the bamboo basket on her back and hugged it to her chest. She sat beside the secret guard. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu felt that Wen Ruhua's way of thinking was very strange. If she had a backbone, she wouldn't get on the carriage. Did she think that sitting outside was an act of backbone? Or was she used to finding excuses for her actions? Ning Shu rolled his eyes and put down the curtain. He said to Wen Ruhua through the curtain, Cousin, why are you picking herbs? Don't you even have the money to buy herbs? Why do you have to pick herbs so painstakingly? Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 50. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He had hurt Wen Ruhua again. This cousin's identity was simply a weapon of mass destruction. A casual word of disdain could cause damage to his scholarly cousin's heart. Wen Ruhua snorted coldly, her tone full of sarcasm. How can a rich madam like you understand the lives of ordinary people like us? Although I'm poor, I'm earning my own living. At least I'm better than some people who betray their trust and earn their wealth. Since you can't stand it, why are you following me? TSK, TSK. Look at how righteous she sounded. If it wasn't for the abuse points, Ning Shu would have thought that Wen Ruhua really didn't care about it. Wen Ruhua probably cared about it to death. His fiancée left him because of glory and wealth. Money and power were the pain in Wen Ruhua's heart. She wanted to obtain them, but she was very repulsed by them. Ning Shu rolled his eyes again. He felt that her brain had become abnormal after reading so much. Everyone said that reading was wise, but Ning Shu felt that Wen Ruhua was becoming more pedantic the more she read. Other people absorbed the essence from reading, but Wen Ruhua absorbed the dregs from reading. To say that Wen Ruhua was full of wisdom was an exaggeration. He was just good-looking and had the temperament of a weak scholar. He was different from other cool and domineering male leads. Chapter 159. The carriage sped along the sandy road. No one spoke in the carriage, and the atmosphere was heavy. Wen Ruhua looked at the masked secret guard beside her. He had a murderous aura and a cold look in his eyes. It was obvious that he was a highly skilled martial artist. Bai Qinxiang and he were in two different worlds. Bai Qinxiang now had guards and maids when she went out. She really looked like a noble lady. Ning Shu and Yuelan fell asleep in the carriage. It was easy to doze off when the carriage was rocking. Ning Shudu woke up from her nap. She lifted the curtain and asked Wen Ruhua, "How far is it from your village?" "You can run so far just to pick herbs. You're pretty good at running." Hearing Ning Shu's words, Wen Ruhua's face flushed red and then turned pale. She said coldly, "It's none of your business where I go to pick herbs." Ning Shu ran his fingers through his hair and said indifferently, "You probably picked all the herbs around the village. That's why you ran so far. Cousin, I thought you'd be fine after leaving me. I didn't expect you to be so down and out." Wen Ruhua's face flashed with different colors. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 60. Ning Shu thought, "Damn, I like this feeling of love and hate." Ning Shu pursed his lips and put down the curtain. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to Wen Ruhua. They could hear Wen Ruhua's heavy breathing from outside the carriage. "Stop the carriage. I want to get off." "Bai Qinxiang, what do you mean by this? Did you come back to humiliate me?" Wen Ruhua said to Ning Shu in the carriage. Ning Shu said indifferently, "Cousin, I'm here to seek shelter from you. I'm at my wit's end. Only you can save me." Wen Ruhua was furious. This is the attitude of a beggar. "Bai Qinxiang, let me tell you, I don't owe you anything. How dare you come back now? Cousin, didn't Qin Xiang apologize to you? In the past, Qin Xiang let you down. Now, Qin Xiang knows that she was wrong." Knowing that cousin didn't go for the imperial exam because of Qin Xiang felt touched and guilty. That's why Qin Xiang came back this time to urge cousin to study and then go for the imperial exam. Ning Shu lied. Wen Ruhua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could this woman have the cheek to say such words? Back then, she had left as soon as she said she would. Now, she was back, saying that she would accompany her for the imperial examinations. Wen Ruhua was so angry that her blood was boiling. How could a woman be so cheap and shameless? Could it be that she had no shame at all? Wen Ruhua wanted to get off the carriage, but the secret guard didn't stop the carriage. Wen Ruhua didn't have the courage to jump off the carriage, so she arrived at the entrance of the village with an ashen face. Ning Shu looked at the village with smoke rising in spirals. He turned to Wen Ruhua and said, "How did you find such a remote village to live in seclusion for the rest of your life?" "It's not easy." Wen Ruhua didn't say anything and walked into the village. Ning Shu's secret guard and Yuelan said, "Let's go too. There's a place to rest." The secret guard glanced at Ning Shu and said, "Miss, I'll stay here and guard the carriage. When it's time to eat, you can ask Yuelan to send some food over." That was good too. With the secret guard's appearance, he would probably cause panic if he entered the village. All right then. Guard our carriage well. We'll need it in the future. Ning Shu brought Yuelan and quickly walked into the village. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw Wen Ruhua talking to a woman. This woman had a golden hairpin on her head and looked barely passable. When she looked at Wen Ruhua, her eyes were shining with adoration. However, Wen Ruhua's expression was full of impatience and annoyance. She kept looking back. When she saw Ning Shu showed a good expression for the first time. He gently said to Ning Shu, "Cousin, why are you only here now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Before Ning Shu could say anything, the woman with the golden hairpin suddenly exploded. She pointed at Ning Shu and asked Wen Ruhua sharply, "Mr. Wen, who is this woman? What's the relationship between the two of you? It's none of your business. Miss He, I hope you won't disturb me in the future. Otherwise, other people's gossip will be bad for your reputation." He Xiaohua's finely trimmed eyebrows suddenly raised. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Who dares to talk about me in this He village? So what if I like you? As long as you marry into my family, your life will be better than now. In the future, you won't have to suffer when your students can't pay for their tuition." When Ruhua saw He Xiaohua's vulgar appearance and said sternly, "Miss He, I'll say it again. It's impossible between you and me. Just give up." He Xiaohua was a woman after all. She was rejected by Wen Ruhua in front of such a beautiful woman like Ning Shu. He Xiaohua was angry and anxious. Ning Shu said fiercely, "Just you wait," and ran away crying. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and said to Wen Ruhua, "This woman is very cute. She really likes you. Why are you so against it?" Wen Ruhua's expression became worse. It was as if it was embarrassing to be liked by He Xiaohua. Moreover, He Xiaohua's temperament and appearance were not as good as Bai Qinxiang. Even Wen Ruhua couldn't deny that Bai Qinxiang was very beautiful now. Although her face was covered, her graceful figure and noble temperament were countless times better than the rustic He Xiaohua. Moreover, her light tone just now had a hint of surprise. It was as if Wen Ruhua, had fallen to the point of being liked by a woman like her. Ding, abuse points 10. Current abuse points 70. 2333's voice was very excited. "Come on, Ning Shu. Do your best and raise the abuse points to 100. She was just casually asking a question. How did she end up poking at Wen Ruhua's sore spot? Why was her heart so fragile? Wen Ruhua flicked her sleeve and coldly snorted, "It is impossible between me and Xiaohua. Her brother relies on the fact that his father is the village chief to bully everyone in the village. You also saw earlier that Xiaohua is just like her brother, unruly and overbearing. Even if I, Wen Ruhua, am unable to bear it, I will not marry such an unruly and rude girl." Ning Shu was speechless. He should really let this woman be alone for the rest of her life. She felt too good about herself. If she was in a modern society where there were more men than women, she would definitely be slapped in the face. He felt that this Wen Ruhua did not know how to be a person at all. She was simply an idiot. No wonder He Xiaohua's brother hated when rushing. Ning Shu chuckled and did not say anything. Beside him, Yuelan also curled her lips. Ning Shu followed Wen Ruhua to the thatched hut. The hut was surrounded by a bamboo fence. Some messy vegetables were planted inside. There were overgrown weeds and no one took care of it. Not far from the hut was a big river. In the plot, Mu Yanluo jumped into this river because she was injured and had a miscarriage. Chapter 160. Ning Shu couldn't figure out why Wen Ruhua would choose such a place near the river. If there was a storm and the river rose, wasn't she afraid that it would wash away his house? Or was it to serve the plot so that Mu Yanluo could drag her injured body into the river and disappear to meet the next man? Ning Shu stood in front of the fence and didn't enter. Wen Ruhua looked back at Ning Shu and said sarcastically, "I forgot that you are the wife of a noble official. How can you get used to living in such a thatched house?" Ning Shu nodded seriously and said, "I'm not used to it. Cousin, I didn't expect you to be living such a hard life. You should have come to me. I can let you live in a house with green walls and gray tiles from my fingertips. You don't have to live in such a house. Wen Ruhua's face instantly turned ferocious. Ning Shu roared, put away your disgusting face. You only got your money by selling your dignity. You're disgusting. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu felt that there was something wrong with Wen Ruhua's brain. Her paranoia was serious. It was as if she was hurt by the whole world. Ning Shu stood from a woman's point of view. Bai Qinxiang was a little vain and had chosen a man with better conditions. In Wen Ruhua's eyes, this was an unforgivable sin. Had Wen Ruhua not considered that his conditions were not good enough and that he could not give Bai Qinxiang a sense of security? Amitba. Ning Shu felt that it was good that the woman called Bai Qinxiang left Wen Ruhua. Even if she had to go through thick and thin with him, she should be with a man who was worth it. Wen Ruhua was an irresponsible man. Looking at him, he didn't have much of a future. Ning Shu pursed his lips and took out an ingot of silver from his pouch. He threw it on the ground and smashed a small hole. He said arrogantly, Cousin, Qinxiang isn't comfortable living in this house. Take this silver and ask the village's carpenter to repair the house. I'm afraid this thatched house will leak when it rains. Wen Ruhua's expression was ferocious. She picked up the silver on the ground and threw it at Ning Shu. She said fiercely, Scram, take your stinky money and scram. I, Wen Ruhua, would rather starve to death than accept food given to me. Ning Shu dodged the attack of the silver and picked up the silver on the ground. He slowly placed it into the pouch and calmly said, Qinxiang only saw that Cousin was living too hard and wanted to sponsor Cousin so that Cousin could live a better life. Afterwards, Cousin would use the time to dig herbs to study. Cousin is full of knowledge and it would be a pity to bury these things. What does it have to do with you? Ever since you broke the promise between us, I have nothing to do with you. Bai Qinxiang, what identity are you using to interfere in my life now? When Wen Ruhua heard that Ning Shu was going to sponsor her, Wen Ruhua felt like her heart was being torn apart. He would rather die than accept this woman's money. Even if he looked miserable now, his heart was free and he would not show fear in front of Bai Qinxiang. Ning Shu seemed to compromise and said, Okay, whatever Cousin says is right. Qinxiang will not let Cousin accept Qinxiang's money. Cousin, where do I live? When Ruhua saw that Ning Shu had softened and suddenly felt very carefree. Ever since they met, Bai Qinxiang had been acting high and mighty. She said that she came to seek shelter but her attitude was very bad. She did not have the attitude that one should have when seeking shelter. Ning Shu and Yuelan chose a room. The room was very simple. Ning Shu suspected that the room would be blown away by the wind. Moreover, the room was a little damp. The thatch at the damp part of the wall was wet and rotten. How could anyone live in this kind of room? Yuelan looked around and her face darkened. Ning Shu said, Miss has never lived in this kind of room since she was in trouble. How can anyone live in this kind of room? There are insects everywhere. They will bite people to death if they fall asleep. It is better to set up a tent in the yard. It is better than this room. Ning Shu sighed. He thought of Mu Yanluo's disfigurement and living in such a place. She had to face Wen Rushing's cynicism and do housework. She even had to satisfy Wen Ruhua's desires. At that time, Mu Yanluo struggled to live. No wonder she was accidentally injured and had a miscarriage. She jumped into the river. This kind of life was worse than death. Ning Shu wiped his face and said, Let's set up a tent in the yard. It is not worth it to be bitten by insects. Ning Shu would not let himself suffer. Ning Shu and Yuelan worked together to set up a tent. Wen Ruhua's face darkened as she looked at them. She said coldly, Since you are not used to living in my room, why did you come to me? Aren't you very rich? You can find a better place to live than this place. Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua from the corner of his eye and said disdainfully, Cousin, have you never thought about why I refused to marry you? Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 80. Ah, Ning Shu, hurry up. Faster. Put in more effort. 2333's voice sounded in Ning Shu's mind. Ning Shu said, scram. Why? Wen Rushing said mockingly, isn't it because you are vain and broke the promise between us to marry the son of an official? You want to live a good life. Ning Shu waved his hand. No, of course not. If you want to know why, I can tell you. Although you're not bad looking, you don't pay for your meals with your face. Although you're well-read, you've never taken the imperial examinations. You haven't even taken the imperial examinations. As for the high scholar and elementary scholar examinations, there's no need to talk about them. You've been studying since you were young, but when you got married and started your career, you were still a nobody. You didn't have any scholarly achievements, and the imperial examinations were all level 1, 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 level 1. By the time you're done with the examinations, you might not be able to pass many times. At the very least, you should set an example for the children of He village and let them know that they can make a name for themselves by studying. You've studied so many books, but you live in such a dilapidated house, wear clothes full of patches, and eat food without oil. The children in school think that you're so miserable that studying is useless. What's the point of studying? Do you still have dignity in front of the children? Only when you are strong can people respect you. Power, money, and ability are all signs of strength. Cousin, what do you think you have? I admit that I have betrayed the promise between us, but what you gave me was a promise that was far in the future, an unseen and untouchable promise. Moreover, this promise was illusory to begin with. Am I supposed to give up my down-to-earth life for this illusory promise? Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua with a pair of watery eyes. Cousin, am I right? Chapter 161. Cousin, what do you think you have? What do you have? What do you have, cousin, am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Wen Ruhua's mind was filled with these words. Wen Ruhua staggered and looked at Ning Shu with a hand over her heart. When she met Ning Shu's sincere eyes, she felt the blood in her chest churning. She felt dizzy and her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a pair of hands, as if it was going to explode in her chest. Wen Ruhua roared word by word, you're just finding excuses for your betrayal. You're just quibbling. You're quibbling. Blood seeped out of Wen Ruhua's mouth. Bai Qinxiang's words were just mocking her incompetence. She was the one who had betrayed her promise. How could she be so righteous? Ning Shu pursed his lips. Even animals would choose strong males to reproduce. That was the law of survival. Why did she have to cling on to a stupid promise? If Bai Qinxiang really accompanied Wen Ruhua to success, perhaps Wen Ruhua would be the one who betrayed her promise. Ding! 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 Abuse points reached 20. Abuse points reached 100. Ah, Ning Shu, you're amazing. I like it so much. Come on, 2333's annoying voice sounded in Ning Shu's mind. Ning Shu felt embarrassed. How did 2333 become like this? It was a disgrace. Ning Shu said, go to hell. Wen Ruhua staggered into the house and closed the door. She didn't want to face Ning Shu. Yuelan looked at Ning Shu with admiration. Miss, you made people vomit blood. You're amazing. You're invincible in the battle of words. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuelan. Battle of words? Yes. Is there a problem, miss? Yuelan looked at Ning Shu in confusion. Ning Shu patted Yuelan's shoulder. As long as you're happy. Ning Shu and Yuelan were busy for a while and finally made the tent comfortable. It was time for lunch, but Wen Ruhua locked herself in the house and had no intention of coming out. The house was also quiet. Ning Shu suspected that Wen Ruhua was dead in the house. Ning Shu stood at the door and shouted, Cousin, are you there? Squeak if you're here. The room was quiet and no one spoke. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. The male lead shouldn't be so weak that he would die so easily. He then shouted, "Cousin, it's time to eat." "What are we eating?" "There's nothing to eat in the kitchen, not even a grain of rice. Even the rats are crying and running out." "Cousin, how did you end up like this?" "Cousin, are you there?" The house was still quiet. Ning Shu felt that something was wrong. He said to Yuelan, "Yuelan, come and knock on the door. Cousin is in trouble inside. Don't worry about whether this broken door can be fixed in the future. Anyway, this house is very poor. There's nothing that a thief would want. Don't worry about the door." Yuelan nodded. She took a deep breath and prepared to use her body to knock on the door. However, the door creaked open. When Ruhua looked at Ning Shu with a purple face, her eyes were filled with extreme disgust. It was fine that Bai Qinxiang had betrayed her promise, but now she was using harsh words to provoke him. She was even more annoying than Bai Qinxiang, who had betrayed her promise. It could be said that Ning Shu had become Wen Ruhua's enemy. Ning Shu pretended not to see the disgust in Wen Ruhua's eyes and asked, "Cousin, what are we eating?" Wen Ruhua said coldly, "Don't you have a lot of money? Just find a random family and you'll have food to eat." Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua and said, "Then what are you eating? Why do you care what I eat?" "Bai Qinxiang, I don't have any objections if you want to stay here. I can't control you, but don't even think about interfering in my life. You just want to make it up to me, to make up for the guilt in your heart. I won't let you get what you want," Wen Ruhua said coldly. "Who wants to make it up to you? You just casually said it and you took it seriously." Ning Shu despised her in his heart. Why didn't he think that she was here for revenge? She was here to make things difficult for you. Since when Ruhua had said so, Ning Shu naturally wouldn't let himself suffer. He prepared to take Yuelan to eat farmer's food. Before he left, he asked Wen Ruhua hypocritically, "Cousin, come with us. You probably haven't eaten meat in a long time. I'll pay someone to kill a chicken and stew it for you. Take care of your body and prepare for the imperial examination." "Cousin, do you really want to stay here in mediocrity for the rest of your life?" Wen Ruhua's expression was very ugly. "You're just an abandoned woman, an abandoned woman. He doesn't want you anymore, so you come looking for me and even point fingers at me. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. What does it have to do with you whether I take the imperial examination or not? Bai Qinxiang, I'm warning you. Don't talk about the imperial examination in front of me. I won't step into the dark official path in this life. I'd rather stay here in poverty for the rest of my life," Wen Ruhua said righteously, puffing out her chest. Ning Shu was speechless. "Aren't you thinking too much? You're talking as if you can pass the exam. You're talking about a dark official career." Ning Shu was speechless. This kind of "God, I'm number 2" attitude was really Chinibu. Ning Shu's face twitched. He said, "Cousin, don't you want to be an official? Be a good official, make decisions for the people of the world, and plead for the people of the world. Since the official path is dark, all the more you should take the imperial examination to wash away the darkness of the official world." Wen Ruhua frowned and then said, "Your words make sense. But all crows in the world are black. Since ancient times, officials have protected each other. I'm alone. If I can fight against such a big dark organization, then I'm in despair about the official world." Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua with some surprise. It seemed that Wen Ruhua was not really stupid. She only knew how to talk big every day. In the end, she was still afraid of the imperial examination. She was probably afraid of the imperial examination and found all kinds of reasons. There was nothing to say to this kind of person. Ning Shu was about to take Yuelan to eat when he smelled the fragrance of meat. Ning Shu's nose twitched. He turned his head and saw 2 people standing outside the fence. One of them was He Xiaohua, who was wearing a golden hairpin. He Xiaohua was carrying food in her hands. She shouted at Wen Ruhua, "Mr. Wen, I brought some food over. Welcome, welcome. Come in quickly, Ning Shu said hurriedly. Oh, you're the beauty that the teacher brought back. You're not bad. Why are you with such a pedantic and stupid person like Wen Ruhua? Next to He Xiaohua was a big-hearted and fat man. He held a fan in his hand and looked very cultured. Coupled with his fat face, he was as strange as it could be. Yet, he was proud of it. Ning Shu saw Qi Xing holding a fan previously. That was called elegant. Now, when he saw this guy holding a fan and holding it with his fingers that were as thick as carrots, it was an eyesore. What a sin. Chapter 162. When Ruhua looked at them and said coldly, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. He Dahua, He Xiaohua, even if everyone in the He village is afraid of you, I'm not afraid of you." He Xiaohua, who was wearing a thick golden hairpin, felt wronged. "Mr. Wen, I just want to bring you some food. Why are you so mean to me?" Ning Shu immediately said, "She's just being nice. Miss He, we're hungry. Thank you for bringing us food." When Ruhua was livid. Ning Shu said, "You're not allowed to eat. I don't accept food given to me. Besides, these food were taken by the village chief." He Dahua's fat face suddenly became ferocious. She pointed at Wen Ruhua with her fan and shouted in a rough voice, "One, which eye of yours saw that these food were taken by my father? Are your eyes on your butt? These food are all raised by my family. There's something wrong with your head, even your eyes." Wen Ruhua looked indifferent. "Who knows? Oh, my bad temper. He Xiaohua, don't give these food to this kind of person. If you give it to a dog, the dog will wag its tail." He Dahua shouted at his sister, "It's a waste of food to give to this kind of person. Brother, don't say any more. Mr. Wen is not that kind of person." He Xiaohua put the food on the simple stone table in the yard and said to Wen Ruhua, "Mr. Wen, you have guests in your house. You need something to serve them. Take these food as gifts for the children in school." "Tut, tut, tut." Ning Shu looked at her and shook his head. To be honest, He Xiaohua was a good girl, but she had a bad temper. Yes, thank you, Miss He. We're hungry. I'm Bai Qinxiang, Wen Ruhua's cousin. I'm here to seek refuge with my cousin." Ning Shu said to He Xiaohua. He Xiaohua's eyes were filled with hostility. She put her hands on her waist and asked, "What's your relationship with Mr. Wen?" Ning Shu asked Yuelan to sit down and eat. He answered He Xiaohua, "Didn't I tell you that I'm his cousin? Don't worry, my cousin and I are just pure cousins." He Xiaohua still had some doubts, but she still invited Ning Shu to eat. She said to Wen Ruhua, "Mr. Wen, you should eat some too." "I won't eat it." Wen Ruhua turned around and entered the house, slamming the door shut. He Xiaohua's face turned gloomy. He Dahua casually sat beside Ning Shu like a big meatball sitting on a stone bench. He Dahua stared at Ning Shu with wide eyes. "Beauty, why suffer with someone like Wen Ruhua? Why don't you go to Big Brother Dahua's house? You can live in a good house and eat meat every day. You won't have a future with someone like Wen Ruhua." Ning Shu turned around and looked at the fierce-looking He Dahua, the village bully. The brother was the village bully and the sister was the village belle. They were really outstanding. However, Ning Shu found He Dahua much more pleasing to the eye than Wen Ruhua. In the plot, He Dahua wanted to send the disfigured Mu Yen Luo away. To a certain extent, he sympathized with Mu Yen Luo. He also had a selfish motive. His younger sister was madly in love with Wen Ruhua and wanted him to send Mu Yen Luo away. He Dahua and He Xiaohua were not vicious people. They were definitely kinder and more honest than Wen Ruhua. Most of the heartless people were scholars. After reading a lot of books, their bellies were full of twists and turns. Ning Shu said briskly, "Thank you, Dahua. But I came here with a purpose. I want to live with my cousin." He Dahua picked up her fan and waved it. She curled her lips and said, "What kind of man is Wen Ruhua? Don't mix with him. Don't be influenced by him. Ning Shu smiled and did not say anything. Ning Shu and Yuelan were full. To thank He Xiaohua, Ning Shu took out some good rouge and silk flowers and gave them to her. Miss, don't wear any golden hairpins. You're young. These silk flowers are more suitable for you, Ning Shu said to He Xiaohua. He Xiaohua was very happy. She reached out and patted Ning Shu's shoulder. Ning Shu immediately coughed. Damn, she was too strong. Beauty, why don't you stay with Brother Dahua? How can you live here? Even my pigsty is better than this. He Dahua fanned herself and pretended to be elegant as she said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. After the He siblings left, Ning Shu heard the door creak open. When Ruhua came out with a dark face. She glared at Ning Shu viciously. She walked into the kitchen and used a ladle of cold water to mix with the pancakes. Ning Shu was speechless. He really did not understand what Wen Ruhua was thinking. Ning Shu walked into Wen Ruhua's room and saw many books on the tattered desk. Ning Shu did not expect Wen Ruhua to be so hardworking. Randomly picking up a book and flipping through it, Ning Shu's face immediately turned green. The content of this book was a story about a down-and-out scholar and a vixen. Inside, how the vixen seduced the scholar and the erotic things that happened between them. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu picked up another book and flipped through it. The content of this book was about a chivalrous hero who helped the weak and killed corrupt officials. He was loved and respected by everyone. The books on the desk were all stories about the scholar and the brothel girl, the scholar and the lady from a noble family. The descriptions were all very vulgar. It was basically an ancient pornographic novel. When Ruhua read a lot of poetry and books like these? With such books, it was reasonable that she did not take the imperial examinations. Could it be that she read these books by herself? Ning Shu suddenly felt that the marks on the desk were all from Wen Ruhua. Who allowed you to touch my things? Wen Ruhua walked in and snatched the books from Ning Shu's hands. Get out. Don't touch my books in the future. Ning Shu wiped his hands with a handkerchief. He felt that the books were dirty. He asked Wen Ruhua, cousin, do you usually read these books? Don't you study? How do you usually teach the children in school? Ning Shu felt a little disgusted. He felt that Wen Ruhua was a little like a beast of a teacher. Those books are already engraved in my mind. I don't even need to read them. I just flip through these books in my free time. Wen Ruhua said faintly. There was no embarrassment on her face. You women shouldn't meddle in men's affairs. Cousin, do you like to read chivalrous books? Ning Shu asked. This great hero ignored the law and killed people as he pleased. The officials are punished according to the imperial court's laws. His actions are considered disregarding human life. Wen Ruhua snorted coldly. What do you know? The imperial court is dark. Who knows how long it will take for these corrupt officials to be unlucky? The sooner we kill the people, the less suffering they will suffer. As long as the corrupt officials are in power, the people under their jurisdiction will suffer for another day. Since the law can't punish this person, there should be a great hero to stand up for the people. Chapter 163. Ning Shu silently looked at the agitated Wen Ruhua. She had only casually said a few words, but Wen Ruhua felt as if she had been insulted. She had probably taken the role of a hero who got rid of corrupt officials and killed evil tyrants. Ning Shu felt that Wen Ruhua's character was somewhat dangerous. To put it nicely, she hated evil as if it was her enemy. To put it bluntly, she had a paranoid antisocial personality. She suddenly felt that Mu Yen Luo was very noble. She sacrificed herself to subdue these sick men. Get out. You are not allowed to enter my room in the future. You are also not allowed to touch my things. People like you are not qualified to touch my things. By Qinxiang, don't challenge my bottom line. This dirty and broken thing, I don't even want to touch it. Ning Shu disdained in her heart and turned to leave. As soon as she went out, she saw the fat village tyrant holding a bunch of wild flowers that she didn't know where he had picked them. He was standing outside the fence holding the flowers. He was really stupid. Beauty, I gave you flowers. Flowers for the beauty. He Dahua saw Ning Shu and immediately came over and stuffed the flowers into Ning Shu's hands. Yuelan mocked He Dahua. This flower is so ugly. How can my young miss like it? He Dahua laughed at Yuelan. Maid Beauty, don't be angry. Next time, I will make more. Yuelan snorted arrogantly and didn't speak. Humph, you're like this no matter where you go. You like to hook up with powerful men. I guess you haven't told He Dahua that you're already married and that you're an abandoned woman. Wen Ruhua said sarcastically to Ning Shu. She then left with a book under her arm. She was probably going to school. Ning Shu shouted at Wen Ruhua's back. Someone gave me flowers. That means I am charming. Is it my fault that I am charming? Is it my fault? Is it my fault? Wen Ruhua stopped in her tracks. She turned around and roared at Ning Shu, you're so shameless, so shameless. How dare you say such words? You're worse than an animal. You shameless slut. By Qinxiang, you're getting more and more despicable. Are you throwing away everything you have? Then why don't you go to a brothel? You're in need of men anyway. These words were truly vicious. Up until now, Ning Shu still couldn't see how this Wen Ruhua had the temperament of a male lead. How could such a person be the male lead? Could it be that Mr. Plotline had forcefully added him in to make up 7 Calabash brothers? However, Wen Ruhua had the stubbornness of a male lead. The world should revolve around me. I'm not wrong, it's the world's fault. Cousin, I'm going to hang out. You have to come visit Qinxiang. After all, you've read so many stories. It's time to put them into practice, Ning Shu said sarcastically. Wen Ruhua was so angry that her body was trembling. She stormed off in a huff. You shameless slut. After Wen Ruhua left, Ning Shu said to He Dahua, thank you for the flowers. Beauty, why are you with Wen Ruhua? He Dahua had already said this countless times. Her expression was full of regret. Even if a beauty like you doesn't want to be with an outstanding man like me, you shouldn't be with a man like Wen Ruhua. Why? You hate Wen Ruhua, but your sister, He Xiaohua, seems to like Wen Ruhua a lot, Ning Shu said with a smile. He Dahua was instantly indignant. The fat on her face twitched. She spat in disdain and said, my sister's eyes are covered with shit. Wen Ruhua is just a pretty boy. My sister likes that face. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid my father will break my legs, I'd bring my sister to a brothel to see a pretty boy who's even prettier than Wen Ruhua. Ning Shu was speechless. This brother was also a weirdo. He wanted to bring his sister to a brothel. What a straightforward person. His personality was quite good, but he looked a little too shabby. If this guy was the male lead, Mu Yenlua wouldn't have suffered so much. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. Wen Ruhua is indeed a useless scholar who has achieved nothing. That's right. I finally have a confidant. Beauty, let's become sworn brothers. He Dahua wanted to reach out and hold Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu immediately took a step back. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. He Dahua chuckled. With a swish, she opened her folding fan and fanned herself in a very showy manner. After a long time, Ning Shu and the He siblings formed some friendships. Every day, He Dahua and He Xiaohua would deliver food to him for meals. When Ning Shu said that he had a bodyguard, He Dahua very readily prepared an extra set. However, Ning Shu paid for it. After all, people in the countryside didn't have it easy. He Dahua was initially unhappy, but Ning Shu insisted and He Dahua accepted it. Ning Shu understood that He Dahua wasn't some village tyrant that Wen Ruhua said he was. He was just a little flirtatious. When he had nothing to do, he would flirt with the girls in the village. However, he had never really made a move. But in Wen Ruhua's eyes, this was worse than a beast's behavior. He would destroy a girl's innocence and make the girl angry but not dare to say anything. Ning Shu felt that Wen Ruhua was jealous of He Dahua's unscrupulous behavior. Wen Ruhua could only hide in his room and read pornographic books. How was his behavior more noble than He Dahua's? Wen Ruhua was stubborn. Every time the He siblings came to deliver food, he refused to eat it. After the He siblings left, he would eat some dry pancakes or thin porridge. After eating these every day, Ning Shu admired Wen Ruhua for not becoming a bag of bones. He still looked like a dog. It was too unscientific. Every time He Dahua came to Ning Shu, Wen Ruhua would have a cold face and mock Ning Shu for being shameless and wanting to seduce men. He would also mock He Dahua for being a man who picked up used shoes. Even He Xiaohua was implicated. He Dahua was a woman that no man wanted and would never be able to marry in this lifetime. Ning Shu was astonished by Wen Ruhua's actions. It was a skill for a man to be able to speak so viciously. After all, he was someone who had read a lot of books and was a scholar with a belly full of wisdom. Ning Shu and He Dahua didn't feel anything about Wen Ruhua's unpleasant words. However, He Xiaohua was very sad. Wen Ruhua was the person she liked. To be mocked and despised by the person she liked was like a hole being pierced in her heart. He Xiaohua's temper flared up. She put her hands on her hips and shouted at Wen Ruhua, "How am I, He Xiaohua, bad? My father is the village chief. My family has food and drinks. I'm also very good looking. What right do you have to despise me? You're just a teacher who doesn't even have food to eat. What right do you have to despise me? Wen Ruhua, let me tell you, it's your honor that I like you. Don't be so shameless. I won't marry you even if I don't get married in this lifetime," Wen Ruhua said indifferently and very firmly. You. He Xiaohua was so angry that she cried. She covered her face and ran away. Chapter 164. Ning Shu didn't know where Wen Ruhua's sense of superiority came from. She looked down on He Xiaohua, who liked him, as if he was some kind of noble person. TSK. She was actually an ignorant person. He Dahua pointed at Wen Ruhua with her fan and said viciously, "If anything happens to my sister, I will bury you alive. I will do what I say. The villagers don't dare to say anything. Who do you think you are?" He Dahua turned back to Ning Shu and said, "Beauty, go to Brother Dahua's house. This kind of person is too disgusting. Go comfort your sister," Ning Shu said. He Dahua went to chase after her sister. Ning Shu glanced at Wen Ruhua and turned to go into the tent. Wen Ruhua stopped him and said with a cold face, "Ning Shu, we need to talk." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Wen Ruhua. "Cousin, what's the matter? Have you decided to study seriously and take the imperial exam?" "Don't mention the imperial exam. I will never take it in my life. What I want to say is that you have to be careful of your image. Do you know what the villagers are saying about you? They are saying that you are not a woman and that you use your beauty to seduce men. The children in the school all ask me why there is such a woman in the teacher's house. How do you want me to behave in front of the students? By Qinxiang, if you are so unscrupulous and unrestrained, you should leave He village. This place is not suitable for you. The brothel is not suitable for you." Wen Ruhua said a lot. Ning Shu just said, "Your students still don't know that you are reading a book about a scholar and a prostitute. If they know, how will they look at you?" Wen Ruhua's face instantly turned green. Ning Shu roared, "By Qinxiang, I am talking about you. Don't change the topic." Ning Shu didn't want to talk to Wen Ruhua at all. He bent down and went into the tent. Wen Ruhua was just a man who pretended to be righteous. He could do anything, but others couldn't. He could do whatever he wanted but others couldn't. Wen Ruhua looked down on women in every way and was a straight man. Tisk, by Qinxiang, you, cousin, Qinxiang is tired. Qinxiang wants to rest. Cousin is a gentleman. You wouldn't stand guard outside Qinxiang's tent. Cousin wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Ning Shu yawned. Outside the tent, Wen Ruhua's expression was ugly. She had a dark aura around her and her eyes were dark. It was as if she wanted to look through the tent and see Ning Shu. When Ruhua snorted coldly, she walked into the house and slammed the door shut. In the tent, Yuelan Ning Shu said, "Miss, let's go. Why do we always meet some strange people?" The male lead was just this willful and inexplicable. When it's time to leave, your miss will naturally know to leave. Now is not the time. Ning Shu yawned and closed his eyes to sleep. Ning Shu didn't take Wen Ruhua's words to heart. When he was bored, he would climb the mountain with the He siblings or catch fish in the river. His life was very carefree. He Xiaohua found a chance to ask Ning Shu, "Why doesn't Wen Ruhua like me?" Ning Shu chewed on a wild fruit and said to He Xiaohua, "Why do you want him to like you? Wen Ruhua has nothing but a body. He can't give you a stable life. He can't even support himself. How can he support you and your child? Also, Wen Ruhua's personality was really too awkward. It was tiring to live with such a person." He Xiaohua said shyly, "I actually don't need him to support me. Anyway, he's alone. I want him to marry into our family. My father also agrees." Pfft. Ning Shu spat out the wild fruit in his mouth. Wen Ruhua probably felt humiliated to marry into their family. Ning Shu patted He Xiaohua's shoulder. "Good luck. Under normal circumstances, Wen Ruhua wouldn't agree to it unless he used some special means." Ning Shu came back from climbing the mountain and saw Wen Ruhua standing in the courtyard with a dark face. She was about to explode. "By Qinxiang, you keep saying that you're here to supervise my imperial examination, but I think you're here to seduce men. Now you're going around with flower he, and you're not avoiding suspicion anymore. By Qinxiang, I really misjudged you in the past. You're so shameless. Do you lack men that much? If you really can't do it, I'll satisfy you." Ning Shu's body shook when he heard this. Wasn't this what Wen Ruhua said to Mu Yanluo in the plot? She was by Qinxiang now. "If you don't know how to behave yourself, I'll satisfy you." Wen Ruhua snorted coldly. She brushed past Ning Shu and left. Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua's back and felt that Wen Ruhua might have been provoked by her. However, she didn't do anything. It was Wen Ruhua who was controlling and didn't allow her to interact with He Xiaohua. Ning Shu felt that it was necessary to think about her safety. Ning Shu walked into the central room and saw the ancestral sword hanging on the wall. "Well, I'll use this to protect myself." Ning Shu hid the sword in the tent. Yuelan looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Miss, what are you doing?" "Putting the weapon beside the bed. These things have a murderous aura. It's easy to have nightmares at night." "It's okay. Your miss is strong. Your miss also has a chest." Ning Shu lifted her chest with her hand. Yuelan was speechless. "Miss, why don't you call the shadow guard in?" Yuelan asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu waved her hand. "Wen Ruhua is a weakling. I can deal with her with one finger. There's no need to call your brother shadow guard in. Do you miss him? You can go to the village entrance to see him." Yuelan stomped her feet. "Miss, what nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing between me and the shadow guard. You make it sound like there's something between us." Ning Shu drank water and looked at Yuelan seriously. "Your miss, I really hope that there's something between you and the shadow guard. You'll have someone to rely on in the future. Miss, you're my support." "Well, men are unreliable. Without your support, the shadow guard will bully me," Yuelan said. Ning Shu sighed in her heart. She really hoped that something would happen between her big brother and little sister Yuelan. "Beauty, save me. Save your brother Dahua." He Dahua ran over. The fat on her body was trembling. When she ran, it felt like the entire ground was shaking. She was like a meatball running over. Ning Shu spat out a mouthful of tea. He Dahua ran in front of Ning Shu and plopped down on the chair. The chair squeaked as it couldn't bear the weight. He Dahua panted. Her breathing was rough like someone snoring. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Are you being chased? It's scarier than being chased. Only you can help me. Hidahua squeezed out tears and looked at Ning Shu. Chapter 165. Ning Shu saw that Hidahua's face was so wrinkled that her eyes couldn't be seen. He asked, "What's the matter?" Hidahua stretched out her chubby hand, wanting to hold Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu immediately picked up the teacup and stuffed it into Hidahua's hand. "Beauty, seeing that we're so compatible, why don't you marry me? I think our personalities are very compatible. We're both people who don't care about trifles, unrestrained, and love freedom." Hidahua looked at Ning Shu and howled, "My father wants me to get married. Otherwise, he'll kick me out of the He family village." Ning Shu pursed his lips. "When did we get along? At most, we're just friends who drink and eat. We're just acquaintances who hunt wild hares in the mountains. You want me to marry you? Can you be more reliable?" Ning Shu said angrily. "You can choose any girl in the He family village. Besides, you're so ugly. What if you affect the children?" Ning Shu bluntly attacked Hidahua. Hidahua's chubby hand slapped the elephant leg. Ning Shu said, "Beauty, do you know what I like the most about you? I like your sense of humor. In the entire He family village, which man is more outstanding than me?" Ning Shu was speechless. Yuelan raised her eyebrows and snorted at Hidahua. "How can my miss marry you? My miss is the Prime Minister, ahem." Ning Shu coughed and interrupted Yuelan. Yuelan anxiously stomped her feet and pursed her lips. "Miss, are you really going to marry this person?" He. Yuelan didn't know how to describe Hidahua. "Beauty, don't worry. As long as you marry your big brother Dahua, you'll be in charge of everything. The chickens, ducks, and fish in the house will all be yours. I'll also be yours." Hidahua patted her chest until the fat on her chest trembled. "I forbid it." When Ruhua's voice suddenly rang out. Hidahua immediately turned to look at her. "Which bastard said no? If I say yes, it's okay." When Ruhua was so angry that her face turned ashen. Ning Shu mocked, "By Qinxiang, you're really scheming. It's only been a few days and you're able to make the village bully marry an abandoned woman like you. He even gave you the family's property. You're not just a little vain." When Ruhua looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. "By Qinxiang, you're using me again. You're treating me as a ladder for you to climb up." Hidahua's eyebrows as eyebrows. "You can understand what he's talking about. I don't understand him to understands what he's talking about. Yours your taste sees your taste zest, s." When Ruhua looked at Hidahua with disdain. "Your taste is just like that. You actually took a fancy to an abandoned woman who was chased out of the house." Hidahua spat at when Ruhua and raised his chin. "It's none of your business what kind of woman I marry. It's none of your business what my taste is like. I'll marry whoever I want." When Ruhua was disgusted by Hidahua's spitting, she felt insulted and snorted coldly. She turned and went back into the house, slamming the door. Hidahua looked at Ning Shu and said, "Beauty, brother Dahua values you as a person. Your past has nothing to do with me. You're the first person I like. You're boorish and unrestrained. Our personalities are quite good. I don't want to marry a bashful woman." Sigh. Ning Shu felt that Hidahua was quite interesting. He wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a bad person either. He had a high status in the He family village. He had his own principles and was very sly. This kind of man wouldn't be taken advantage of. He was a little scheming, but his thoughts weren't bad. It was just that his looks were a little shabby. He couldn't survive in a world where looks were important. Ning Shu looked at Hidahua with pity. If this kind of man had the ability to climb up, he would definitely be a noble. His personality was completely different from the stubborn Wen Ruhua. Ning Shu felt that a man should be sly and thick-skinned to live a better life. "Beauty, think about it. Give me your answer in a few days." He Dahua fanned himself and walked away. It was completely different from when he came in with snot and tears. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Miss, that He Dahua doesn't even look at himself. He actually wants you to marry him, Yuan said disdainfully. Ning Shu didn't care. He said indifferently, how can one predict life's opportunities? He's like this now. Maybe after a few decades, he'll be different. Some people couldn't be bullied, but people like Wen Ruhua could be bullied casually. One look and one could tell that she wouldn't have any future. The sky darkened. Ning Shu and Yuan were eating when the door creaked open. Wen Ruhua came out of the room. Wen Ruhua walked over and scooped a bowl of porridge for herself. She ate silently. After eating, she put down the bowl and chopsticks and asked with a sullen face, "Are you really going to marry He Dahua?" Ning Shu poked the food in his bowl with his chopsticks and said indifferently, "Why not?" Wen Ruhua sneered. "Don't tell me you don't know what kind of person He Dahua is?" Ning Shu nodded. "Of course I know what kind of person He Dahua is." Wen Ruhua suddenly became agitated. "Since you know what kind of person He Dahua is, you're going to marry someone like him? He's a tyrant in the village." Ning Shu pursed his lips. "Why can't I marry him? Let's not talk about whether He Dahua is a tyrant or not. As long as he treats me well, why can't I marry him?" Actually, this was a stupid question. If your man was a bad guy but loved you, would you want such a man? What does the world have to do with me? A woman's heart is very small. It can only fit one man. Therefore, Ning Shu didn't want to bother with Wen Ruhua when he used this kind of logic to pressure her. "Bai Qinxiang, you're hopeless. You did such a thing for your own vanity. Don't you feel guilty?" Wen Ruhua roared at Ning Shu. "Damn, what did she do? What did He Dahua's tyrant have to do with her marrying him?" Using this reason to stop her from marrying He Dahua, was there nothing wrong with her brain? If she didn't marry He Dahua, he wouldn't be a tyrant anymore. In short, this logic had successfully made Ning Shu dizzy. Wen Ruhua said coldly, "Bai Qinxiang, if you're really so desperate for a man, I can satisfy you. You can even marry a man like He Dahua. You're really desperate." Slap. Ning Shu slapped Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua was stunned. She didn't seem to have realized what had happened. She stared blankly at Ning Shu. Ning Shu attacked with both hands, showering Wen Ruhua's head and face with ferocious slaps. Chapter 166. Ever since he came to this world, Ning Shu had never hit anyone with his own hands. This body's strength was pitifully weak. But now, Ning Shu was really disgusted with Wen Ruhua. He humiliated a woman to gain balance in his heart. Just because Bai Qinxiang had wronged him and betrayed his promise, he was simply a piece of trash. Even the real Bai Qinxiang had not wronged Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua held on to some promise and felt that she was the most miserable person in the world. "Yuan, come here. Your miss is a little tired." Ning Shu felt his hand tremble. He had used too much force. "Impudent, how dare you?" Wen Ruhua covered her face and looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. "You actually dared to hit me." Ning Shu blew on his fingers and looked coldly at Wen Ruhua. "If you dare to squawk in front of me in the future, I will cripple you. Bai Qinxiang, I will kill you, you bitch." Wen Ruhua wanted to rush into the room to get the sword, but Ning Shu said coldly, "Are you sure? I have a guard with strong martial arts. If I blow this whistle, you will die before you kill me." Wen Ruhua's body froze. Ning Shu walked in front of Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua took 2 steps back and looked at Ning Shu maliciously. "Bitch, what do you want?" Ning Shu said gently to Wen Ruhua, "Cousin, I want you to start reading tomorrow. Don't read those messy books. Hurry up and study for the imperial examinations. I said before that I will not participate in the imperial examinations. Also, what does what I read have to do with you?" Wen Ruhua said with a pale face. Ning Shu said indifferently, "You can't read too many of those books. It's not good for your body. Also, cousin's food is bad. If you continue to play like this, sooner or later you will be annihilated. I don't understand what you are saying. Move, I want to go in and sleep, Wen Ruhua said coldly. Ning Shu's voice was very gentle. Cousin, tomorrow morning Qinxiang will wake you up to study. If you don't study, you will die. Ning Shu waved the whistle in her hand. Wen Ruhua glanced at the whistle and entered the house angrily, slamming the door behind her. Ning Shu curled his lips and said to Yuelan, let's sleep too. Be more vigilant at night. Ning Shu entered the tent. First, he lifted the quilt to look at the treasured sword before going to sleep. Deep into the night, the sounds of frogs croaking could be heard everywhere. When Ruhua tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She reached out to touch her face and hissed in pain. She secretly hated Bai Qinxiang for being so vicious. This woman was just so vicious, a vicious bitch. The moonlight shone through the window onto Wen Ruhua's face on the bed. Her pale face looked like a ghost under the moonlight. It was ferocious and terrifying. Wen Ruhua's chest rose and fell violently. Clearly, she was angry. She flipped over and sat up on the bed. Through the window, she looked at the tent in the courtyard. Her heart was filled with anger. She got off the bed and put on her shoes. She quietly opened the door and walked out of the tent. Hearing the sound of breathing inside, Wen Ruhua sneered silently. It was good that he was asleep. She carefully entered the tent and walked to the side of the bed. Wen Ruhua reached out to remove the whistle from Ning Shu's neck. This was the first time Wen Ruhua had done something like this. She was so nervous that she held her breath. Her outstretched hand was shaking. Just as she was about to succeed, a bright light flashed in front of her eyes. Before Wen Ruhua could react, she felt something cold pierce into her lower abdomen. Pain immediately spread through her entire body. Wen Ruhua let out a blood-curdling scream as she felt the cold object penetrate deeper into her body. Wen Ruhua screamed in pain. Miss, what's wrong? What's wrong? Yuelan, who was sleeping, jumped up when she heard the scream. Ning Shu said coldly, light the lamp. Wen Ruhua, who was lying on the ground, was groaning. She was terrified. When she heard Ning Shu's voice, she immediately shouted weakly, Cousin, it's me. Save me. Ning Shu pretended not to hear Wen Ruhua's voice. When Yuelan lit the oil lamp, Ning Shu seemed to see Wen Ruhua lying on the ground. Wen Ruhua was lying in a pool of blood. Her face was bruised and she had lost too much blood. Her face was unrecognizable. Ah! Ning Shu screamed as loudly as he could, breaking the silence of the village. Then, the dogs in the village started barking. The quiet night started to become restless. Cousin, why is it you? Cousin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Ning Shu forced himself to squeeze out 2 drops of tears. He wanted to touch Wen Ruhua but didn't dare to. Ning Shu was afraid that his hand would be smeared with blood. Cousin, I'm sorry. I thought it was a thief. Cousin, what should we do? Ning Shu looked like he was out of his wits. Wen Ruhua's heart was filled with fear and anger. She felt that her life force was about to be drained away along with her blood. When she heard that the culprit was only babbling and not taking any action, Wen Ruhua's heart was filled with hatred. Go get a doctor, Wen Ruhua said weakly. Her lips were already turning purple. Ning Shu immediately said, Okay. Cousin, wait for me. I'll go get a doctor now. There are herbs in the courtyard that can stop bleeding. Go get them. Wen Ruhua used a lot of energy to say this. Ning Shu seemed to be out of her wits. She asked Wen Ruhua, Cousin, should I call for a doctor first or get the herbs for you first? I don't know any herbs. What do they look like? If they are herbs that promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, you will bleed even faster. Wen Ruhua really wanted to kill this bitch. Beauty, what happened? I heard your heroic voice from afar. Hidahua walked over with a few villagers behind her. Ning Shu immediately said, Go and see cousin. Something happened to him. He Dahua glanced into the tent and ordered the villagers beside her, "Go get a doctor. Help Mr. Wen to the bed." "Help me get the herbs first," Wen Ruhua said with difficulty. He Dahua said indifferently, "Drive him to get the herbs." Wen rushing took the herbs. Ning Shu took it and chewed it before pressing it on Wen Ruhua's wound. Yuelan also chewed the herbs. It was so bitter that Yuelan's face scrunched up. He Dahua didn't seem to care about Wen Ruhua's life or death. She raised her caterpillar-like eyebrows and asked, "How did he get injured in your tent?" Ning Shu's face showed uneasiness and guilt. He said to He Dahua, "I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that cousin came to my tent in the middle of the night. I heard the commotion and thought it was a thief. So I took out my sword to protect myself." "Tsk, tsk, tisk." He Dahua smacked her lips. Coming to a girl's room in the middle of the night. Isn't he up to no good? A gentleman would do that. Usually, he flaunts himself as the descendant of a gentleman. He's just like a flower thief. Do you think I'm blind? Chapter 167. Wen Ruhua, who was lying on the bed, was starting to lose consciousness. She felt that she was going to die. When she heard Bai Qinxiang wailing in her ears, it was as if he had died. Wen Ruhua hated her to death. This woman had abandoned him before, and now she was going to kill him. "Doctor, the doctor is here." A villager brought the doctor over. Ning Shu immediately shouted towards Wen Ruhua, who was on the bed, "Cousin, the doctor is here. You'll be fine." "Cousin, I really didn't do it on purpose. Cousin, please don't let anything happen to you. If anything happens to you, what will happen to Qin Xiang?" The doctor took Wen Ruhua's pulse and shook his head. "You have lost too much blood. It is a little dangerous." Ning Shu was speechless. How could the male lead die so easily? "Cousin, my poor cousin." "Doctor, is there anything you can do?" "As long as you save my cousin, I will do anything." Ning Shu wailed. "Cousin, I am sorry. It was pitch black at that time. I really didn't know it was you. There is ginseng or something that can make her die." The doctor also knew that this was unrealistic. Ginseng was something that only rich people prepared. It was good enough that the people of the He family village could eat their fill. How could there be ginseng? Ning Shu had money on him, but how could he buy ginseng in the middle of the night? Ginseng was not an ordinary medicinal herb that could be bought with money. Moreover, Ning Shu did not want to spend money on Wen Ruhua. Ning Shu firmly believed that the male lead would not die so easily. "I have ginseng at home," He Dahua said. When Wen Ruhua heard He Dahua's words, she did not care about the usual hostility between the two of them. She looked at He Dahua with an expectant gaze. "Go to my house and ask my sister to bring the ginseng," He Dahua said to a villager. Ning Shu secretly glanced at He Dahua. When did He Dahua become so generous? She actually used ginseng to save Wen Ruhua. It was as if the sun rose from the west. Wen Ruhua's wound was bandaged by the doctor with a cloth strip to prevent it from bleeding too much. In addition, with the help of the herbal medicine, the bleeding had stopped, but Wen Ruhua felt like she would die at any moment. After a while, hurried footsteps could be heard. He Xiaohua's clothes were a little messy. It was obvious that she had come in a hurry. He Xiaohua looked at Wen Ruhua, who was lying on the bed, and her face turned pale. She quickly took out the ginseng in the box. The ginseng was as thick as a thumb, and its roots were intact. It was a very valuable ginseng. He didn't expect the village head's house to have such a good thing. "Doctor, how do I use this?" He Xiaohua was very anxious. Wen Ruhua heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the ginseng. She also found He Xiaohua pleasing to the eye. He Dahua reached out and took the ginseng from He Xiaohua's hand. He Xiaohua looked at her brother in astonishment and said anxiously, "Brother, what are you doing? Mr. Wen is still waiting for the ginseng. How can you give such a precious thing to him so easily? Wen Ruhua is not worth the ginseng. This thing is our father's lifeblood." Ning Shu wiped his tears with a handkerchief and stammered, "Just tell me what you want." As long as you can save my cousin, I'm willing to do anything. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that my cousin became like this. Cousin, I'm sorry. I'll give you all the money I have. Ning Shu said to Hidahua. Hidahua waved her hand and squinted at Ning Shu. She said, Why are you talking about money with me? Brother, what do you want? Mr. Wen can't wait. He Xiaohua said very anxiously. This good thing should be used on our family. If Wen Ruhua agrees to marry Xiaohua and marry into our He family. Hidahua's expression was very cold. Of course, you can refuse. He Xiaohua's face suddenly turned red. She was very shy. No. Wen Ruhua's eyes widened, and she shouted, No, with a strong voice, as if she was experiencing terminal lucidity. That's right. Ning Shu immediately finished Wen Ruhua's words. If you save my life, I'll repay you with my body. If you give me a drop of water, I'll repay it with a spring. I'll agree on behalf of my cousin. Hurry up and give my cousin the medicine. Wen Ruhua's eyes widened as she stared at Ning Shu. Her bruised face was contorted. She made a gurgling sound from her throat and fainted, unconscious. Hidahua looked at Ning Shu. He'll kill you when he wakes up. Ning Shu blinked and looked at Hidahua. Am I wrong? My cousin is a scholar. Of course, he understands this. Hidahua opened her folding fan and fanned herself coquettishly. She curled her lips and looked at Wen Ruhua on the bed. The doctor just used some ginseng roots to boil the medicine and poured it down Wen Ruhua's throat. He told Wen Ruhua some precautions and left. He Xiaohua now served Wen Ruhua as her husband. She wiped the cold sweat on Wen Ruhua's forehead and wiped her hands. She was so shy that it seemed like she was shrouded in happiness. Ning Shu yawned and saw that Yuelan had fallen asleep leaning against the door frame. She was drooling. This girl's nerves were too thick. Ning Shu pushed Yuelan. Yuelan immediately opened her eyes and looked at Ning Shu. She asked, Miss, how is she? She won't die. Ning Shu said lightly. Seeing that Wen Ruhua's condition was stable and the villagers had all gone back, Hidahua yawned and asked He Xiaohua to go back. However, He Xiaohua said that she wanted to stay and take care of Wen Ruhua. Hidahua let her be. She walked to Ning Shu and said, Beauty, I didn't expect you to be so violent when you're so weak. I'm a little scared of you now. Ning Shu immediately squeezed out 2 drops of cat urine and said guiltily, I was careless. Then he deserves it. He must be up to no good in the middle of the night. Hidahua rolled away like a big meatball. Ning Shu looked at He Xiaohua who was taking care of her and asked her, Xiaohua, my cousin doesn't seem to like you. Even if you get married, you won't be happy. If you marry a man, follow the man. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. When he marries into our family, I will have the final say. Besides, how am I not good enough for him? I just need to train him slowly. He Xiaohua did not seem to be worried that Wen Ruhua did not like her at all. As long as they got married, everything would be solved. Ning Shu was speechless. She married Wen Ruhua just like that? Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua who was lying on the bed in a mess. He chanted Amitabha in his heart and then went back to sleep with Yuelan. Miss, when can we leave here? Yuelan's face was filled with anger. That man sneaked into our tent in the middle of the night. What does he want to do? He's a beast. Ning Shu touched the whistle in front of her chest. She was afraid that Wen Ruhua wanted to steal her whistle and give it to her. After all, that was what happened in the plot. Wen Ruhua raped Mu Yen Luo. Chapter 168. Actually, Ning Shu's guess was right. Wen Ruhua wanted to steal her whistle, but the main purpose of stealing the whistle was to obtain Ning Shu's body. Hearing that Ning Shu wanted to marry Hidahua, Wen Ruhua's heart was filled with anger and humiliation. This woman would rather marry someone like Hidahua than care about him. Wasn't it just because Hidahua had power in this village? This woman was like a fly that smelled feces and stuck to him. She was indeed a bitch. When Ruhua wanted to get Bai Qinxiang's body first. Even if Bai Qinxiang married He Dahua, she was just a used shoe that he had slept with. This way, he could take revenge on Bai Qinxiang and humiliate He Dahua. However, when Ruhua's imagination was very beautiful, but the reality was completely different. How did his ancestral sword end up in Bai Qinxiang's hands? Ning Shu and Yulan went out and saw a shadow guard in black standing in the yard. If it wasn't for the moonlight, it would be hard to notice him. "Miss, what are you shouting for?" "I heard it at the entrance of the village." Ning Shu asked. "There's a smell of blood. Who's injured?" Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Go back and sleep. It's all settled." The shadow guard said to Yulan, "Be careful. Miss is unreliable." "Hey, how could you say bad things about her in front of her? Do you still want to live?" Yulan nodded, "I know." Then, the shadow guard leisurely left. Ning Shu asked Yulan, "Am I really that unreliable?" Yulan looked at Ning Shu and said bitterly, "I'm with Mississippi. I don't know what will happen in the next second." Ning Shu was speechless. She also didn't know what would happen in the next second. She didn't know how to calculate. "Go to sleep. I'm tired after a night." Ning Shu lay down. When Ning Shu woke up the next day, it was already noon. He first went into the room to check on Wen Ruhua. She still hadn't woken up. He Xiaohua was taking care of her. "You are awake. There is some food on the table," He Xiaohua said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt that He Xiaohua was very virtuous, but she was a bit overbearing. As the daughter of the village head, she had the right to be willful. Putting aside all these, He Xiaohua was still a good woman. Wen Ruhua was lucky to have the halo of a main character. After sleeping for a few days, Wen Ruhua finally woke up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to ask He Xiaohua to get lost. The second thing she did was to ask Ning Shu to get his ass in front of her and serve her. She wanted to take revenge on Ning Shu for agreeing to the marriage against her wishes. However, He Xiaohua and Ning Shu both ignored him. Wen Ruhua was so angry that his wound exploded and started bleeding. Wen Ruhua did not dare to be angry anymore. He Xiaohua had already regarded Wen Ruhua as her husband, so she spoke much more casually and unintentionally hurt Wen Ruhua. Moreover, He Xiaohua had never been to school and was illiterate. Sometimes, when Wen Ruhua said something meaningful, He Xiaohua would be dumbfounded. Wen Ruhua would rather die than marry such a woman. Moreover, she wanted to marry into the family. It was simply trampling on his male dignity. Wen Ruhua hated Ning Shu the most. She hated her for being arrogant, despotic, and high and mighty. She hated her for not letting her do it obediently. She hated her for hurting herself. She hated her for agreeing to the marriage. She hated her hypocritical face. Ning Shu naturally saw the hatred in Wen Ruhua's eyes. However, he pretended not to see it. Wen Ruhua humiliated Mu Yanluo. Mu Yanluo was stabbed in the lower abdomen when she was pregnant. She jumped into the turbulent river. How could Wen Ruhua understand that kind of pain? Ning Shu asked Wen Ruhua with concern, "Cousin, how are you feeling today?" Wen Ruhua looked at Ning Shu maliciously. "Are you disappointed that I didn't die?" "Cousin, what are you talking about? How could Qin Xiang bear to see you die?" Qin Xiang was really careless. "Besides, I didn't know that you sneaked into the tent in the middle of the night. I thought that you were a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. That's why I attacked you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have attacked you. You are a gentleman, not a beast." Wen Ruhua's face was ferocious. She looked at Ning Shu and panted. "Get out. I don't want to see you." Ning Shu sighed helplessly. He tucked Wen Ruhua in and said, "Cousin, Qin Xiang knows that you are angry that Qin Xiang hurt you. However, I have already explained it clearly. There is also the marriage between you and Miss He. Qin Xiang saw that Miss He was deeply in love with you. In addition, your life was saved by the He family. Qin Xiang thought that this marriage was reliable and agreed on your behalf. Cousin, you don't have to be grateful to Qin Xiang. This is what Qin Xiang should do. Cousin, you should take good care of your body. When you are better, the village chief will arrange your marriage. Ning Shu ignored Wen Ruhua's red and ashen face. He said, since you have found your happiness, Qin Xiang can let go of a big matter. Get out. Get out. Wen Ruhua was like an injured beast. Her eyes were red. Ning Shu roared hoarsely, by Qin Xiang, get out. Okay, don't be angry. I will go out now. Ning Shu turned and left without looking back. Wen Ruhua was so angry that she wanted to die. She felt that meeting Bai Qinxiang was the greatest misfortune in her life. This woman ruined her life, abandoned her, and now came back to find her. Now, her life was a mess. Now, Wen Ruhua was living a life of recuperation. He Xiaohua treated Wen Ruhua quite well. She made nourishing things for Wen Ruhua, killed chickens and ducks, and served her with good food and drinks. However, Wen Ruhua did not treat He Xiaohua well. Ning Shu watched from the side and felt that it was unfair for He Xiaohua. This kind of man did not have a heart. He only had himself in his heart. He was selfish and cold. No matter how good you were to him, he would not feel it. Ning Shu could not help but persuade He Xiaohua. He Xiaohua only shook her head. She said that she was willing to do all these. She was very happy to be with Mr. Wen. She also said that after they got married, she would train Wen Ruhua well and make Wen Ruhua fall in love with her. Ning Shu looked at He Xiaohua's valiant appearance and did not care about her. He could only give his blessings. Wen Ruhua's wound was very deep and would get inflamed from time to time. She would get a fever from time to time, and it was very torturous. Wen Ruhua had lost a lot of weight, her cheekbones were protruding, and her cheeks were sunken. She looked a lot more down and out, not as pretty as before. She did not even look good anymore. She did not look like a gentleman anymore. In addition, during this period of time, Wen Ruhua was very gloomy. Her whole body was covered with a layer of black fog that could not be dispersed. When she looked at people, her eyes were cold. There was a layer of ruthlessness and indifference between her brows. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 169. When Wen Ruhua's wound was almost healed, she could get out of bed and walk. The village head's family immediately began to prepare for the marriage between Wen Ruhua and He Xiaohua. They decorated the house with red lanterns and colored banners. Wen Ruhua was so angry that she lay back on the bed. Ning Shu felt that he was also part of Wen Ruhua's family. He seriously prepared a few sets of clothes and a new quilt for Wen Ruhua. He even stuffed a few ingots of silver into Wen Ruhua's pocket and told her that it was her dowry. When Wen Ruhua heard the word dowry, she was furious. She threw the ingots of silver in front of her and looked at Ning Shu gloomily. I will never marry He Xiaohua even if I die. Ning Shu picked up the silver on the ground and corrected him. Cousin, now you are marrying Miss He and marrying into the He family. You are not marrying Miss He. By Qinxiang, will you only be satisfied when you destroy me? Wen Ruhua's thin face was ferocious. Ning Shu was stunned and said to Wen Ruhua with grievance, Cousin, how can you think like that? Everything I did was for your own good. If it was not for Miss He's ginseng, you would be in the 18th level of hell now. You would not be able to talk to Qinxiang like this. Wen Ruhua was speechless. Ning Shu added, Cousin, don't worry. You need to focus on recuperating. Leave everything else to me. I will definitely let you get married in a grand manner. Besides, cousin, there are many people who can testify to this matter. Don't tell me you want to act shamelessly. Do you want to ruin Miss He's reputation? Don't you hate this kind of behavior the most? Don't you hate seeing He Xiaohua take liberties with women and ruin women's reputations the most? Cousin, you won't do this, right? Wen Ruhua's lips trembled and she could not speak. Ning Shu said again, Qinxiang did this for your own good. Besides, Miss He is a good person. She is very suitable for you. You stabbed me and then sold me for the ginseng. It was for my own good. Bai Qinxiang, don't go overboard, Wen Ruhua roared Ning Shu. Ning Shu's face looked even more aggrieved as she said, Cousin, I already said that I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I would never have done this. You shouldn't have sneaked into my tent. You should have called me outside the tent. With your behavior, anyone would think that you were up to no good. Besides, the ginseng is for you to use, not me. How can you say that I sold you for the ginseng? Wen Ruhua was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only angrily tell Ning Shu to get lost. After that, Ning Shu quickly ran away, leaving Wen Ruhua moaning as she clutched her wound. The village head picked an auspicious date from an old almanac book and let the two children get married. The weather on the auspicious day was very good. The village head's house was very lively with the sound of firecrackers. Even Wen Ruhua's shabby straw hut was very lively. Ning Shu welcomed everyone warmly. The groom, Wen Ruhua, was tidied up and put on red clothes. He was driven out and then helped onto the back of the cow. They were ready to go to the village head's house. Wen Ruhua's face was ashen. There was no joy on her face. She looked at Ning Shu with hatred. Ning Shu smiled and said to Wen Ruhua, Cousin, you go first. I'll come over later. Wen Ruhua's face was even more ashen. Her body trembled as if she was about to fall off the cow. When Wen Ruhua arrived at the village head's house, she saw that the courtyard was filled with dishes. There were also chickens, ducks, and geese. These were all gifts from the villagers. The vulgar villagers had poor faces. The air was filled with the stench of chicken, duck, and goose excrement. Wen Ruhua was unwilling to accept this. He roared in his heart. This wasn't his life. His life shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Looking at the bride who was being helped out, Wen Ruhua's emotions became even more intense. This wasn't the wife he wanted to marry. This wasn't the life he wanted. He was going to be married into the village head's family. From now on, he would have to look at the village head's face. Wen Ruhua glanced back and saw Ning Shu walking towards them. His heart was filled with bitterness, hatred, and a strange feeling. That feeling of love and hate made Wen Ruhua unable to control himself. The auspicious time has arrived. Groom, why aren't you getting off the cow? He Dahua waved her fan and said to Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua ignored He Dahua and stared straight at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately walked over and said, Cousin, it's time for you to get off. It's time for the wedding ceremony. I've said it before. I won't marry He Xiaohua, Wen Ruhua said to Ning Shu, seemingly in a fit of pique and expectation. He Dahua glared at Wen Ruhua with a murderous look in her eyes. The village chief's face instantly darkened. He ordered people to violently drag Wen Ruhua down from the cow's back and drag her to the main hall to perform the wedding ceremony. Wen Ruhua wanted to struggle, but he was just a weak scholar. How could he compare to the villagers who did farm work? Moreover, Wen Ruhua was injured now. Wen Ruhua was forced to perform the wedding ceremony. When he heard the word ceremony is complete, Wen Ruhua felt as if something had exploded in his heart. His heart suddenly felt empty, so empty that it was unbearable. Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua's red face from outside the central room. All kinds of emotions flashed across his face, but there was no joy of marriage. Ning Shu walked into the central room and said to the smiling village head, please take care of my cousin. This is my dowry for him. I heard that the ginseng that saved my cousin is the village head's most precious thing. I specially ordered people to go to the city to buy it. Ning Shu took the ginseng from Yuelan's hand and handed it to the village head. The village head opened the box and saw the ginseng that was similar to the previous one. He immediately became happy and said, Okay. You don't have to be so polite. We're all family. Wen Ruhua's eyes turned red when he saw the ginseng. Ning Shu questioned, why didn't you take out the ginseng before? Why? If Bai Qinxiang had taken out the ginseng earlier, he wouldn't have had to marry He Xiaohua and suffer such humiliation. At most, he could have returned the ginseng to the He family. He wouldn't have fallen to this point for a ginseng. Ning Shu thought to himself, I love to see you struggle in vain. Ning Shu's face showed a stunned expression and said, there was no ginseng before. I saw that you were going to get married, so I specially bought one for you as a wedding gift. Did I do anything wrong? Wen Ruhua's heart was burning. She wanted to grab her chest and roar to vent the anger in her heart. If she continued to hold it in, Wen Ruhua felt that she would go crazy. Wen Ruhua took off the big red flower on her chest and threw it on the ground. She said to the village head, I've returned the ginseng to you. I won't marry He Xiaohua. The old village head's face turned cold. He Dahua said to Wen Ruhua coldly, bastard, let's see if you can walk out of this central room alive. If you can go back alive, I'll take your surname. He Xiaohua directly lifted the veil and said to Wen Ruhua with a ferocious face with terrible makeup, don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the bridal chamber. Chapter 170. Wen Ruhua was dragged into the bridal chamber like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. As for the situation in the bridal chamber, Ning Shu did not know what it was like. Ning Shu felt that He Xiaohua should take it easy. After all, Wen Ruhua still had a hole in her belly. At noon, they had a wedding banquet at the village head's house and were ready to return to the thatched cottage. Beauty. He Dahua jumped down from the slope and pretended to be elegant as she opened her fan and fanned herself. Ning Shu said, Beauty, you see, Wen Ruhua is already married to my sister. Shouldn't we get married too? You and I are practically a match made in heaven. We'll be even closer. Ning Shu only said one word, get lost. Beauty, don't be like this. My younger sister is married now. My father has his eyes on me. I don't have a good life. He Dahua chased after Ning Shu. Don't tell me a man like me doesn't deserve you. Ning Shu looked at He Dahua. Get lost. He Dahua touched her nose. Can you be more tactful? Fortunately, I am magnanimous. Otherwise, I would have been hurt by you. Ning Shu could see that He Dahua was just talking nonsense. He said disdainfully, if you meet a girl who takes your words seriously, let's see what you will do. He Dahua fanned herself and said with a laugh, that's good. If she is serious, I will get married immediately. I am casting a wide net. Ning Shu thought, get lost. Ning Shu planned to leave. Anyway, Wen Ruhua had found happiness. In the future, she would have sex with He Xiaohua and have a litter of babies. It had nothing to do with him. By the way, get rid of this broken thatched cottage. In 3 days, my sister will bring Wen Ruhua back to her family. This is also Wen Ruhua's family. You are also my brother-in-law's family. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have long wanted to get rid of this broken thatched cottage. It is too ugly. He Dahua said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Bring Wen Ruhua back to her family? Ning Shu glared at He Dahua. My cousin will kill you if you humiliate him like this. The scholar has been rebelling for 100 years. Look at him. I don't even need to do anything. My younger sister will be obedient. He Dahua said disdainfully. Since you look down on my cousins so much, why did you agree to this marriage? Ning Shu was very puzzled. He Dahua said, first of all, He Xiaohua likes Wen Ruhua very much. Second of all, my father respects scholars and wants to have a child who can read. Oh, so Wen Ruhua was just a tool to borrow his seed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wen Ruhua had always prided himself on being noble. He probably didn't think that he would have such an image in other people's hearts. Ning Shu originally wanted to leave, but he remembered that Wen Ruhua was going back to her parents' home. He couldn't miss such a rare occasion. Therefore, Ning Shu quietly waited for his return 3 days later. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ning Shu didn't sleep in. He waited at the door early in the morning and asked Yulan to hang 2 strings of firecrackers. Not long after, 2 figures could be seen walking towards them. He Xiaohua was wearing festive clothes, and even when Ruhua was wearing brand new clothes. However, when Ruhua's complexion wasn't good, her face was green. On the other hand, He Xiaohua was radiant. It seemed that when Ruhua had nourished her very well. Light the firecrackers. Ning Shu called Yulan. Yulan nodded and trembled as she lit the firecrackers. The crackling sound startled Wen Ruhua and He Xiaohua, who were approaching. He Xiaohua's face was flushed as she called Ning Shu, cousin. Ning Shu generously called He Xiaohua cousin-in-law, which made Wen Ruhua's face turn ashen. She felt that Wen Ruhua was like a barrel of explosives. Just a glance or a word from others could make Wen Ruhua have a violent reaction. He Xiaohua came over with a gift and then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After all, they had to eat lunch here. Ning Shu asked Wen Ruhua, cousin, how are you doing? You and cousin-in-law seem to be very happy. Wen Ruhua's face twitched. She actually gave Ning Shu a very gentle smile. When Ning Shu saw this smile, his hair stood on end. It was very disgusting. Wen Ruhua's face was thin and blue. When she smiled, it was a fake smile. It looked very ugly. Ning Shu smacked his lips and said, cousin, you've become a lot more haggard recently. Who did I become like this because of? Wen Ruhua couldn't help but roar at Ning Shu. What happened? He Xiaohua stood in the kitchen with a spatula and looked at Ning Shu and Wen Ruhua in confusion. Wen Ruhua immediately said, nothing. Talk to your cousin properly. Why do you keep roaring at her? He Xiaohua said and turned to go into the kitchen. Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua with some surprise and said, cousin, it seems that you and cousin-in-law are getting along very well. Strictly speaking, Wen Ruhua was a little afraid of He Xiaohua. In 3 days, He Xiaohua had tamed Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu dodged. Wen Ruhua's face trembled. She said gently to Ning Shu, cousin, let's elope. Pft, cough cough. Ning Shu beat his heart and choked on his saliva. What are you talking about? Ning Shu looked at Wen Ruhua in surprise. Wen Ruhua's face showed pain and sadness. She looked at Ning Shu with regret, affection, and helplessness in her eyes. Ning Shu said, cousin, I really regret it. I shouldn't have been angry with you before. After marrying He Xiaohua, I realized that I have always loved you. Everything I did and said was because I care about you. Cousin, let's go and wander around the world. You can even let me go to the imperial examination. In short, I can't leave you. Ning Shu, he was speechless. But you are already married to cousin-in-law. How can you abandon her? How can cousin-in-law live? Ning Shu curled his lips and said. Wen Ruhua waved her hand. What does He Xiaohua have to do with me? I had no choice but to marry her. I don't love her at all. Cousin, let's leave here. Cousin, what exactly happened? Tell us and we can think of a solution together. Seeing you in so much pain, Qin Xiang also feels bad. Ning Shu said gently to Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua's face revealed an embarrassed expression. She took a deep breath and said, Qin Xiang, I've never seen a woman as loose as He Xiaohua. She's so fierce in bed and doesn't care about my feelings at all. Moreover, she's so excited. You also know that He Xiaohua isn't someone I like. I don't want to have sex with her at all. Qin Xiang, the person I've always loved is you. I don't have any feelings for He Xiaohua at all, but she has never considered my feelings. She deserved it. Did you consider Mu Yanluo's feelings when you slept with her? In Ning Shu's kitchen, He Xiaohua shouted, cousin-in-law, cousin wants to elope with me. He wants to elope with me.